Welcome to my channel. Today I'm excited to bring you the audiobook of The Mental Game of Trading, covering chapters 1 through 6. This insightful book delves into the psychological aspects of trading, offering valuable strategies to enhance your mental resilience and decision-making skills. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this journey into the mental game of trading.
The Mental Game of Trading, a system for solving problems with greed, fear, anger, confidence, and discipline. Written by Jared Tendler. Narrated by Jared Tendler. Limitation of liability, disclaimer of warranty. This publication is meant as a source of valuable information for the reader. However, it's not meant as a substitute for direct expert assistance. If such level of assistance is required, the services of a competent professional offering individualized assistance should be sought. The author cannot guarantee the success of any particular strategy or tool. While this publication is designed to provide accurate information in regard to the subject matter covered, the publisher and the author assume no responsibility for errors, inaccuracies, omissions, or any other inconsistencies herein, or for your use of such information, and hereby disclaim any liability to any party for any loss, damage, or disruption caused by errors or omissions, whether such errors or omissions result from negligence, accident, or for any other cause, or resulting from your own use of information contained in this book. Chapter 1. A System to Fix Mental Game Problems. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Albert Einstein. Your goal is to make money, but something is getting in your way. You lose money when you shouldn't, or even if you consistently make money, you leave profits on the table. The question is why? For the answer, you'll most likely look at your technical skills first. That's obviously a critical step. You analyze trades, tighten your rules, learn new techniques, develop your system, do more research, and test new strategies. Despite all of that work, the bleeding continues. You try again and again, but you still don't get anywhere because the answer doesn't lie in what you know about trading. The answer comes from the mental and emotional side of the game, your mental game, and you're not effectively working on it. That's not to say trading is all about psychology. It's not. Even a perfect mental game, emotionally balanced, always focused, consistently in the zone, won't make you profitable long-term if you don't have an edge in the market. But if you have an edge, yet aren't making what you should, or are struggling with greed, fear, anger, confidence, or discipline, your mental game may be costing you more than you realize. Think about your most costly errors in execution. Do they include any of the following? Forcing mediocre trade setups, hesitating on entries, exiting trades too early, chasing the market price up and down, moving a stop too soon, moving your profit target before it hits, talking yourself out of a good trade. Often when these mistakes occur, you're unable to stop yourself from making them. Your emotions get in the way, and they have the power to force your worst impulses. Don't beat yourself up over this. Part of the reason you haven't eliminated your execution errors is that you didn't know what you were up against. Just like trading follows a basic set of rules, so too does the mental game. For example, the part of your brain where you actively make decisions can access only a limited amount of information at any given time. What's more, emotions have the power to reduce and even shut down your decision-making process entirely. If you don't understand these and other rules of the mental game, you can't reliably correct your mistakes. That's why I like the term mental game to describe the mental and emotional side of trading. The word game automatically infers rules and strategy for how you improve, versus a one-and-done solution. Terms like trading mindset, trading mentality, or trading psychology all imply something static, as if finding the right advice is all you need to have the perfect mind for trading. This, my friends, is a myth. Many of you have been looking for silver bullets, when what you need is a strategy or system. In this book, you'll learn a practical, step-by-step system for correcting the most common emotional issues in trading: greed, fear, anger, overconfidence, and low confidence. These issues are causing the errors in execution you've been unable to stop. I'll not only show you how to solve them, I'll also show you how to address the discipline issues that interfere with your focus, routines, habits, and execution. And I'll highlight some straightforward ways to make lasting progress. This system is the culmination of 15 years of work, clients from around the world at the highest levels of competition in golf, poker, esports, and trading have used this system with tremendous results. What makes it so effective is that it's designed to find and correct the root of the problem. You can't kill a weed unless you get the roots out. Stomping on it or chopping off what grows above ground only yields a temporary result. This is likely what's happened with your most common trading mistakes. Whatever you've done hasn't finished the job. To be clear, you're not going to learn how to execute trades, come up with trade ideas, read charts, or recognize fundamentals here. The traders who are successful using my system are already skilled enough in these areas to be clear about where their real problems lie. Throughout the book, you'll read some of their stories. Their experiences may provide some of your most important lessons. At the time of this writing, they were working the system and continuing to make progress every day. That's exactly what I would expect, because there's no magic to this system. You're not going to get some secret tip that will eliminate your greedy attempts to make money, your fearful hesitation to enter trades that fit your system, or your angry impulse to make up for a loss by quickly taking another trade. What you will get is a system that gives you the foundation to address those problems, a system that enables you to solve current and future mental game problems by giving you a deeper understanding of what causes them in the first place, a system that methodically walks you through the steps to recognize and correct them in a lasting way. You'll learn how to identify the signals that indicate a problem is likely to emerge, much like you get an alert of a potential trade setup that requires your attention. This system is accessible, logical, practical, and repeatable. If you take the time to learn it and do the work that I suggest, you're likely to make significant strides towards improving your mental game. Before we get more deeply into the system and how it works, let's do a little more myth-busting around a topic at the heart of it all that's widely misunderstood: emotion. Emotions aren't evil. They're signals to use and learn from. The way many of you have been battling your trading errors is completely ass backwards. What you think is the problem is not actually the problem. If you're going to have any chance at solving issues like greed, fear of losing, or hatred of mistakes, you must first have an accurate understanding of what you're up against. That begins with changing your perspective on the role that emotion plays in causing your trading errors. One of the fundamental differences between this book and the advice commonly found in other trading psychology resources is how to view emotion. Conventional wisdom says that emotions are the problem and gives you advice that mainly focuses on reducing, controlling, and releasing emotion. You can certainly make short-term improvements this way, but these strategies can only take you so far. Why? Because you aren't addressing the real problem. Instead, you're spending time and effort fighting what you think is the problem, the emotion generated from trading. You call emotions irrational, try to trick your mind, or work to rationalize, deny, avoid, ignore, deflect, project, distract, numb, or desensitize them. You might even use healthy options like meditation, yoga, and exercise, among other less healthy options to blow off steam or release stress from the day. But you're not solving the problem. Or instead of ignoring or rationalizing emotions, you're very aware of them and have created your own solutions that are really just ways of managing them. You exit early to lock up profit and avoid a potential blow-up if the trade turns against you. You stop trading on days your emotions are too high until you can get your head on straight. You also may do the following: move a stop to break even, walk away from an active trade so you don't interfere with it, quit a session early to ensure a profitable day, review sticky notes on your monitor before entering a trade, talk to yourself to stay disciplined and motivated. Constantly remind yourself of basic concepts like, losses will happen, don't let it affect you. Take extended time off from trading. The problem with these workarounds is that you've minimized your profitability as well as your ability to adapt and improve as a trader. Trading smaller, exiting earlier, and booking a profitable day, all in an effort to keep your emotions in check, is not how you ultimately want to play this game. Yes, they can be good short-term strategies, but they are best used like training wheels. And until you lose the training wheels, your upside potential as a trader is significantly limited. Let's dig in a bit deeper. It's a myth that emotions such as anger, greed, and fear are the problem causing your trading errors. Rather, these emotions are actually signals. This is a critical change in perspective. Don't fight your emotional state. Instead, treat emotions as signals and get curious about what they're trying to tell you. We do this all the time when it comes to physical ailments. And like our emotions, sometimes the real cause is not always obvious. For example, let's say you've been getting headaches at the end of the trading day. At first, you think they're caused by the stress from trading. Family and friends agree with you, but you still get them on the weekend, and even after a week-long vacation. You go to the doctor fearing it's something worse, yet everything checks out. You've been taking over-the-counter meds for a few months now, trying to manage your headaches, but you still haven't found the cause. Then as you finish up your trade journal at the end of the trading day, you notice yourself squinting and decide to get your eyes checked. Turns out, your vision had progressively worsened over the past 6 months, and eye strain is causing your headaches. Change your eyeglass prescription, problem solved. Headaches weren't the problem. They were a signal, and it was your job to interpret what that signal meant. Similarly, negative emotions are signals pointing you to a problem you're not addressing. If you follow those signals to identify and correct the underlying cause, you'll automatically stop moving your profit target out of a greedy attempt to make a killing, chasing the market from a fear of missing out, overtrading out of anger to make up for losses or mistakes, thinking you can outsmart the market because of overconfidence, sticking with a losing trade too long because your confidence can't handle another loss. Just as you stop taking medication when your headaches go away, you don't need to spend time and energy trying to manage or control these emotions because they stop getting triggered. That's the power of this mental game system. When you identify and solve the real problem, you don't have to fight for control or rely on trading wheels for protection. The emotional reactions disappear, and you're freed up to focus on trading. Think of your emotions like the indicators you follow in the market. As a trader, you use signals all the time, and based on your level of expertise, you are more or less skilled in leveraging those signals to deploy your edge. In the mental game, negative emotions are signals of hidden flaws that undermine your trading. For some of you, these hidden flaws cause subtle problems. They're like computer programs running in the background but not open on your desktop. They dull your sense of the market, reduce clarity in your thinking, and slow your reaction time. For others, the hidden problems are the cause of a barrage of error messages and blue screens. You make trades you know you shouldn't, but you can't stop. You stare at a textbook trade but can't pull the trigger. You know you should close, but fear or greed blind you. You know the right way to react, but can't stop yourself from overreacting. Regardless of how much these flaws impact your trading, they must be identified and corrected to consistently trade at the level you expect or aspire to. Emotion fuels performance. With all of this focus on how emotions interfere with your performance, it's tempting to write them off as bad. Emotions, however, are key to reaching your peak. They are an essential source of energy to fuel your performance. In this regard, an emotion is neither good nor bad. Even emotions typically seen as negative are not always bad. For example, anger can be a phenomenal source of energy. Michael Jordan used anger as motivation, most notably from being cut from his high school basketball team to become one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Some traders are at their best when they're pissed off. Others when their back is against the wall and under a ton of pressure. Thinking of emotion as being inherently bad doesn't make any sense, and the results prove otherwise. The downside of using anger or fear for optimal performance is that most people lack the ability to control them. Jordan and other elite performers like him have a mastery of their emotions. They have figured out how to maintain the right mixture of emotion, energy, or fuel to consistently perform at the top of their game. In the hands of a novice, anger and fear can be extremely volatile. Having the right mixture of emotion is key, but stability of those emotions counts a lot for the long term. Imagine being on a small boat in choppy seas and trying to board another boat that is pulled alongside. The unpredictable nature of the waves makes it difficult, if not impossible, to correctly anticipate when you should jump from one boat to the other. That's what it's like trying to get in the zone when your emotions are volatile. You can do it, but the odds are low and big mistakes are likely. On the other hand, when the seas are calm or your emotions are stable, reaching the zone consistently is much easier. Why you need a system. By using my system, you'll learn how to clear out the mental and emotional volatility caused by your underlying performance flaws. What automatically emerges is an intense drive, but with greater stability. You get the benefit of the Jordan-like anger without the turmoil. The process to reach the zone becomes easier and more straightforward. And in the long term, you will enjoy your work more, reduce the odds of burnout, and strengthen your ability to produce higher returns. You can correct all of the specific problems covered in this book, greed, fear, anger, overconfidence, lack of confidence, and poor discipline, using the same core strategies. No matter who you are, the basic rules of the mental game are the same. We are all bound by these constraints. When solving any mental game issue, you must work within them. However, you can easily mold the system to your style of trading, regardless of your strategy, time frame, trade frequency, or number of markets you trade. It doesn't matter if you trade equities, options, futures, forex, cryptocurrencies, or bonds, or whether you make 3 trades an hour or 3 trades a month. Once you have a good idea of how the system works, you'll be able to mold it in a way that's optimal for you. You're learning a system that will not only help you to fix your current mental game problems, but future ones as well. Using this system will become a skill in itself that enables you to continually refine your mental game when new issues pop up. For instance, a fear of losing may be the issue you're looking to solve now, while later on, greed or overconfidence might become a problem. As humans, we'll never achieve lasting perfection, especially in an industry as competitive and dynamic as trading. Even though future problems may be less severe, you'll always have something to work on in your mental game, and you can come back to this system again and again. How my system helps with common performance flaws. Helping you to identify and correct the performance flaws that affect your trading is the focus of this book. But what do I really mean by performance flaws? Here are 2 examples: high expectations and confirmation bias. To be clear, high expectations aren't inherently bad. Many successful people have incredibly high expectations of themselves and the people around them, and these expectations have been an important driver of their success. And yet, high expectations can be like a double-edged sword, causing self-inflicted damage, often subtle, to performance. You may get intensely angry when you fail to meet those expectations, most often after you make a mistake, close out a big losing trade, or fall farther into a drawdown or from your equity highs. Or you may get incredibly nervous and resort to comfortable trades with very little risk. For others, it's a nasty cycle where anger turns into fear, which damages confidence, which further weakens the ability to perform, which makes it even harder to achieve your expectations, which leaves you angrier, more anxious, and more down about your prospects. Amazingly, you can often tolerate all of that while still performing at a comparably high level. But the internal chaos and damage that high expectations can inflict make it impossible to realize your potential. Another common performance flaw is confirmation bias. For those who are unfamiliar, confirmation bias basically means you seek out information that confirms your pre-existing belief and ignores or rejects information that opposes that belief. You get married to a position, setup, or sector, but then it falls out of favor and you're slow to respond because of how much money you made. A position immediately validates your entry as it races towards your target, but when it retraces and stops you out, you're quick to re-enter, trying to prove you were right. Or you see another trader making money. Your bias is that you'll definitely make money by following them, but instead you end up behind the curve. There are people who believe biases like these can't be changed, that the best we can do is be aware of them and try to limit their damage. While that may be true in some cases, clients of mine have made significant improvement by identifying the performance flaws driving their confirmation bias. For example, it can come from a weakness in confidence. As a trader, you can believe anything you want, but the market dishes out cold truth. Yet traders with this bias will often unknowingly ignore this reality, trying to prove what they believe to be true versus trying to figure out what is actually true in order to protect their confidence. These are 2 of the many performance flaws that will be discussed throughout the book. You'll learn how to find your flaws by using your emotions as signals. Emotions provide data on how we operate, for better or worse, at an unconscious level. They provide information on a host of things, including our underlying belief systems, biases, goals, perspectives, flaws, ingrained habits, wishes, and illusions. This is important because what happens at the unconscious level has a direct impact on your thoughts, actions, and trading decisions. Now, I'll bet that when some of you see the words unconscious level, you think I'm referring to Freud, or how we need to analyze your childhood, or wade into psychobabble type stuff. That's not my style, and that's not required to produce the outcomes we're after. The fact is, the unconscious contains everything from simple habits like how to brush your teeth and how to input an order, to beliefs that affect your perception of risk, as well as other performance flaws that are common among people operating in highly intense and competitive industries. As you work through this book, you'll become aware of the flaws, illusions, and biases affecting your trading. Then through practical and actionable steps, you'll understand how to correct them so they cease to undermine your execution. How this system elevates your entire game: A game, B game, and C game. When it comes to execution, everyone has their own performance range, both mentally and tactically. You're likely aware, intuitively, that you have one too. It's easy to tell the difference between when you're trading at your absolute best from when you're trading at your absolute worst. But have you ever stopped to think deeply about the different levels of your performance in a precise way? Most haven't. For simplicity in discussing the concept here, I'll stick with calling these levels your A, B, and C games. When performing at an A game level, your emotions are clear and stable. You're in the zone or close to it, so you make high-quality decisions because there's no negative emotional interference with your process. Any mistakes you make at this level are caused by something technical. For example, knowledge you haven't yet gained, or a recent change in the market you haven't identified yet. Frankly, to call these mistakes is a bit of a stretch. You wouldn't say a toddler was making a mistake when they fall soon after taking their first steps. Your attempts to take your A game higher are no different. These learning mistakes can't be prevented. They're an inherent part of the process. On the flip side, your C game is chock full of emotional volatility, and that's the primary cause of your poor performance. You make mistakes that are so obviously wrong, you know it seconds afterward. At this level, there's nothing new for you to learn tactically. You know what you should have done, and it's why you're so quick to recognize it was a mistake. In that moment, you lacked access to the knowledge and skills you typically rely on, either because excess emotion caused your mind to malfunction, or you lack sufficient energy to think properly. Some traders don't make big, obvious mistakes. Their mental game has advanced to a point where their C game consists of more subtle mistakes. For example, you might have a tendency to read too much into price action and force trades that lack a strong indication of edge within your strategy. Whether the mistakes are big or small, C game is where your performance flaws live. Those flaws create emotional chaos, cause your perspective to be out of sync, and result in mistakes that are basic relative to your range. The nature of your B game is more complicated. In your B game, you're likely making some marginal tactical errors, things that you need to improve but aren't super obvious. If it were obvious, that would make it a C game error. You'll find some emotions holding you back from being in your A game, but not enough to pull you down into your C game. From a mental and emotional standpoint, one of the biggest differentiators between B and C game is that in B game, you have the impulse or thought to make a C game mistake, like forcing a trade or closing one too early, but instead you retain the presence of mind, mental energy, and emotional control to avoid it. In C game, your emotions are too strong, and you can't stop yourself from forcing or getting out too early. While in A game, the impulse or thought doesn't happen, or is so small you barely notice. The graphic below summarizes the points I've just made, and labels the types of mistakes that show up in each level of your game. C game, obvious mistakes. Cause, mental or emotional flaws cause your emotions to be too intense or your energy too low. B game, marginal mistakes. Cause, a blend of weaknesses in your tactical decision-making or mental and emotional flaws. A game, learning mistakes. Cause, unavoidable weaknesses in your tactical decision-making. The key to unlocking the back end of your game and eliminating your most common errors in execution is correcting the performance flaws that cause your C game. Even if you're a seasoned trader with 20 plus years of experience, Some performance flaws still cause your worst mistakes. This is true regardless of whether your mistakes are significantly less awful than the mistakes junior traders make. Every trader has performance flaws, no matter how experienced or skilled. You can't escape the gravitational force of your C game by focusing solely on improving your trading knowledge and skill. If you only improve the technical mistakes that exist in your C game, your performance flaws will continue to generate the same level of excess emotion. You'll make different, but still obvious mistakes. That strategy isn't wrong, it's just inefficient. You'll continue to go through unnecessary ups and downs in your execution, and your performance will continue to lag. To move your entire game forward, you must move your C game forward. And to do that, you must prioritize fixing the flaws causing your C game. That's where my system comes in. Before you can prioritize fixing those flaws, however, we've got to bust one more myth. That's the idea that controlling your emotions is a solution to the problems in your mental game. Not true. Control is not the answer. Emotional control is not a solution. Resolution is. In any game, we develop a strategy to help us accomplish the goals we set. When it comes to the mental game, traders have set their sights too low. They think their best strategy is to control their emotions. But this common aspiration is not an end game, it's a permanent job. If controlling your emotions is your only tactic, you're going to be constantly fighting a barrage of emotional reactions. Trading is hard enough without devoting mental energy to fight to control your emotions. It's draining, and in the long term makes it impossible to reach your potential as a trader. The end goal to strive for is resolution. Resolution means you have corrected the performance flaws causing your trading errors permanently. Automatically, the things that would have triggered anger, greed, fear, etc. simply don't anymore. You no longer need to manage, control, or work around your emotional reactions because they're gone. What does your trading look like once your emotions have been resolved? Your emotions aren't gone in the sense that you've voided them like a robot. Quite the opposite. You'll be full of emotion, but the good kind. Energized, confident, focused, and motivated. More patient and able to let the market come to you rather than chasing it. Focus more on execution than P&L. Able to handle losses. Decisive and rapid in your execution. Not only will your emotions be stable and positive, but the common trading mistakes you make when you're blinded by greed, tilt, or fear will be gone as well. Why? Those emotions were the primary cause of your mistakes. This doesn't mean that you won't make mistakes. No trader is perfect. But now your mistakes will be smaller comparatively. The concept of resolution may not make complete sense yet, but you've seen and experienced it before. Perhaps you just didn't realize it. Here's a non-trading example to help make it clear. Imagine being pissed off at a friend who acted like an ass the last time you hung out. Normally you'd let it go, but something about the way he acted was different this time. You don't say anything, and while it doesn't stop you from having fun the next few times you see him, it's not the same as it was before. There's clearly tension between the two of you, noticeable enough for another friend to mention something to you. After a month, you finally say something. He barely remembers, gets defensive, and denies he would ever act like that. The conversation gets heated and he leaves. But 20 minutes later, he comes back and apologizes. You agree it was wrong to leave things unsaid like that for so long. If the issue is truly resolved, the frustration and tension are gone and never again show up related to that incident. That's resolution, and that's what you want for your performance flaws. My system for reaching resolution has distinct stages, each of which has different steps and strategies embedded within it. 1. Map your pattern. You need to identify an overall macro view of your emotional volatility in order to have a clear idea of what you will face on any given day. You also need a detailed map of what those emotional reactions look like at a micro level, so that in real time you can quickly spot them and minimize the damage. You'll learn this mapping process in Chapter 2. 2. Identify the roots of your problem. To get to the real reason behind your problems, you need to uncover the hidden flaws, biases, and illusions, including errors in learning that can either prevent you from progressing or create significant ups and downs in your progress. You'll be introduced to this process in Chapter 3. In Chapters 4 to 8, you'll identify the specific flaws that apply to you. 3. Correct your problem. This is where you tackle the problem head-on, by consistently applying the correction. In Chapter 9, you'll learn a straightforward way to stop your reactions in real time and minimize your mistakes. The outcome of this system is resolution of the performance flaws causing your problems. The importance of resolution can't be overstated. Imagine not having greed, fear, tilt, confidence, or discipline problems at all. That's an outcome worth the hard work required to get there. And if you work the system, you can get there. Now let's get started. Chapter 2. Map your pattern. The unseen enemy is always the most fearsome. George R.R. Martin, A Clash of Kings. You can't stop what you can't see. Many of you don't realize that your attempts to correct or control your emotions are mistimed so badly they're almost guaranteed to fail. Let that sink in. They're almost guaranteed to fail. If you want to keep your emotions from affecting your decision-making, you must be able to recognize their rising in real time and take action before they cause your mind to malfunction. Mapping your pattern is the key to recognizing the escalation of emotion. While that may seem like something you should already be able to do, you can't, because you haven't done the work yet. Many traders are blind to the patterns in their mental game, much like they couldn't spot patterns in the market earlier in their career. Recognition is a skill like any other, but from a mental and emotional standpoint, it's often overlooked as something that can be improved. You can get better at recognizing not only escalating emotions, but also the patterns behind that escalation. Right now, many of you are just realizing how much emotions are part of the equation. But the essence of this first step, recognizing and mapping your emotional patterns, is no different than what you do every day as a trader. You look at information and parse through noise to identify when the signals and indicators tell you to buy, sell, or hold. To everyday investors, your skills look like wizardry or luck. They either have godlike reverence for what you do or think it's complete BS. What we do, in fact, is very similar, and I experience the BS-like skepticism too. While you look at market signals to find opportunity, I use emotions, thoughts, and actions to see causality where others don't. You've already proven to have a strong ability to read signals, and I'll train you to use that skill to better understand your emotions and mental game. The goal of this step is to recognize the patterns associated with the most common trading errors that impact your performance. You may think these mistakes happen randomly, but they don't. They repeat over and over again, allowing you to map the signals that indicate a rise in emotion so you can stop your mistakes from happening. Imagine driving down a road that leads you to consistent returns, a strong feel for the market, and the ability to follow your trading strategy without hesitation. Now imagine that a thick fog rolls in. You can't see a thing, and you take a wrong turn without realizing it. To make matters worse, farther down this road, a bridge has washed out, and you're about to drive off a cliff. With a map of your patterns, you create an internal GPS that alerts you when you've taken a wrong turn, so you can quickly make a U-turn and get back on the road to profitability. Some of you aren't aware a mistake is coming until it's too late, and the car is in midair, flying over the edge. You've just doubled down on a dog. Or your issues are relatively smaller. You're not at risk of driving off a cliff, but the longer you head down the wrong road, the more you unnecessarily burn money, time, and opportunity. Regardless of the scale of your problems, the better you map your pattern, the easier it is to gain control of your emotions and get back on track. Understanding emotions as signals. Emotions, thoughts, actions, and even trading decisions provide data on how we operate at an unconscious or instinctual level. In a way, by following the trail of clues, you're taking on the role of a forensic detective. The detonated bomb you're analyzing is the chaos from an overactive emotional system. The clues to identifying the cause of your emotional reactions lie in the details of what blew out of that bomb. This examination can completely change your perspective about the emotional event, because looking at it provides invaluable insights into what led up to it and what flaws were behind it. Both are key to resolving the problem so you can prevent future explosions. Start looking closely at the specific emotions, thoughts, actions, and decisions that are automatically triggered while you're trading. They're the data that will help you understand the full scope of the problem. Become like a detective, eager to gather up the clues and curious to understand what they mean. Typically, traders throw those clues out. By choosing to blow off steam or trying to forget what happened and move on, they essentially delete the clues that can solve the problem. Using those tactics is understandable when you lacked a system that could help you make sense of your reactions. That's not the case anymore. These clues are essential details to map your mental game problems. 2 causes of emotion. Viewing emotion as a clue or a signal is a shift in perspective, but it doesn't explain where the emotions come from and why they so often catch you by surprise. One reason is that you often don't recognize what's happening. The emotion comes up as an immediate reaction or reflex to a trigger, such as quickly getting stopped out in a trade triggering anger, an amazing setup triggering excitement and nervousness, or hearing about how much money other traders are making in a trade you missed, triggering a fear of missing out, FOMO. Think about this initial emotion like a reflex. It's the equivalent of a doctor hitting your knee with a rubber mallet, or your instinct to catch a ball thrown at your face. It's a split-second reaction. There's no conscious thinking involved. A snap of the fingers and boom, emotions spike. Traders often misinterpret the trigger as being the problem. The trigger is simply the detonator. The underlying flaw is the bomb. The trigger could be a mistake, taking a loss, being stopped out by 2 ticks only to reverse and take off, or an offhanded comment you thought was disrespectful. This point can cause some confusion, so let's look at an example. Booking a big loss. Many traders get furious, break things, and force additional trades without proper entry signals. But this doesn't happen to all traders, which means that a big loss doesn't invariably cause anger. If it did, then every trader would have the exact same reaction. Instead, some traders handle big losses easily because they instinctively know these outliers are distinct possibilities. Figuring out what triggers the problems you want to fix is a key part of mapping your pattern. As you begin mapping, keep in mind that in many instances, the initial trigger only generates a small amount of emotion. In fact, it may be so tiny that it barely registers consciously. You're simply not aware of the effect it has on your emotional stability. And yet, at the same time, automatic or habitual thoughts, actions, and decisions have already begun changing how you're interacting with the market. For instance, 2 hours into a trading day that started poorly, the possibility of an entry comes up and triggers a mixture of tension, excitement, and stress. You may also think, don't mess this up. You immediately lean closer to your screen and second-guess the validity of what you're seeing. Instantly, your thoughts, emotions, and physical state have changed. Then comes your response. If your next thought is, relax, I've got this, you're fighting the reaction. If it works, it will reduce your emotions and improve execution. If, however, your next thought is, don't mess this up, or I can't lose money here again, those thoughts produce secondary emotions that can lead to a downward spiral. You start making basic errors trying to compensate for the mistakes you just made. Then comes disbelief and self-criticism for making those basic errors. What the hell is wrong with me? Why can't I do it? It's so simple. And boom, your emotions are spiraling out of control. The common mistake traders make is to interpret the thought, don't mess this up, as the trigger and the cause. If you believe the problem is thinking negatively, you battle to control and change your thoughts. You listen to advice that implies the problem is simply a result of negative thinking. Don't think so negatively. Just keep your emotions in check. No, don't mess this up isn't a conscious thought. It pops into your mind automatically. To be clear, secondary emotion is produced when you become aware of or respond to the emotions, thoughts, and actions that were initially triggered. When you become aware of anxiety, anger, or boredom, the mind can amplify that emotion. You become more anxious because you're already anxious. You become angrier because you recognize that you're angry. Your boredom increases because you're aware of how bored you are. When this happens, it's accurate to say that thoughts cause emotions. In day-to-day life, people don't differentiate emotions in this way. But distinguishing between the immediate reflex and the secondary cause of emotion is critical. If you don't identify the source of the reflex, you can't map your pattern or correct the problem. Triggers will continue to create more and more emotion that you'll either have to control or work around. If there's a leak in your ceiling, you want to get to the source of the problem. No one wants to endlessly dump out buckets of water or patch something that keeps breaking. Fix the damn problem and move on. As you map your emotional patterns, be aware of both the initial reaction and the secondary emotion. Why? Because taken together, these are the starting points for digging into deeper flaws. In the next chapter, I'll show you how to uncover and correct the flaws causing your problems. First, though, you need to create a map of your pattern and understand one more key element about emotions. Emotions, as you probably already noticed, can build on top of other emotions. I call this accumulated emotion. Accumulated emotion. Now you understand that emotions are signals of deeper flaws and can intensify as you become aware of your reaction. But do you know what the rise in emotion looks like? This is critical, since catching the rise early is your primary defense. The reality is, emotions are messy. They build up in both the short term and the long term. And while the brain has a natural digestion process for emotion, sometimes there's residual emotion left over. This is accumulated emotion. Despite trying to put the previous day's losses and emotional chaos behind you, perhaps by telling yourself, today's a new day, you aren't really starting fresh. You don't have a reset button or a clean slate to work from. Lurking beneath your optimism, emotions are accumulating day over day. To make matters worse, over weeks, months, and even years, underlying flaws, and remember, we all have them, can collect emotion and hide it, like an enemy stockpiling ammunition while laying in wait. Good times. Let's look closer at this short-term accumulation first. Emotions are constantly going up and down within the trading day. Imagine tracking their movement like the price action on a chart. On some days, emotions are stable and only go up and down by a tick or two. On other days, there are huge swings throughout. Let's say, for example, that you book a big loss in the first half of a session that triggers anger, and for the remainder of the session, you struggle to get the loss out of your head. But once the session is over, the built-up frustration starts to dissipate. For some traders, all that frustration could be gone within minutes, or on a really tough day, it could take a few hours, along with a workout at the gym. Either way, once the emotion is released, the next time you sit down to trade, the frustration from the day before is gone, like it never happened. You're truly reset and ready to trade with the emotional clarity and balance you ideally want. Of course, on some days, when your performance or results are particularly positive or negative, several problems can occur. 1. Not only do you lose control during the trading day, but afterwards, your emotions continue to rise as you celebrate or become angrier, more fearful, or down. You continue to experience the emotional ups and downs as if you were trading after hours. 2. You control your emotions during the trading day, but they come out afterwards and cause problems of a different sort. This is akin to market-making news that hits in the middle of the trading day, but you're unable to fully process it until after the close. From a performance standpoint, you care less about the emotions released after the trading day ends, since they have no bearing on your results that day. However, you care very much about the emotion that carries over and impacts your performance the following day. If your baseline emotion doesn't reset completely, and you start with, say, 10% more emotion, your map needs to account for this in your pre-market warm-up. An extra 10% may not seem like much, but it's enough to prevent you from reaching your optimal level of performance. More consequently, it's enough to force you to work harder to maintain control, increasing the odds you'll fail. Or maybe the extra emotion doesn't affect you the following day because the market conditions and your results didn't trigger additional emotion. But imagine if, over the next few days, your results continue to slump or rise at an outsized pace. Your emotions can continue to build and build. Now you don't just have an extra 10% hanging around. Instead, it's 40% more. You start the day already on edge and disorganized in your thinking. So you overreact to price action, sell too quickly, and make a host of other errors. That produces more after-hours emotion, so you have trouble being present with friends and family, lack motivation to hit the gym, and overeat, drink alcohol, and don't sleep well. You wake up early with thoughts swirling in your mind, trying to figure out how to get out of the drawdown, or imagining what you'll do with all the money. Regardless of when the emotion gets created, whether it's during the trading day or after, it's critical that you be aware of your emotional state at the start of the next trading day. If you're not aware of that extra 10%, or whatever the excess percentage is that day, you'll be unprepared to handle your emotions in the right way. Accumulated emotion was a particular problem for Franz, a Canadian trader who left a 15-year career in academia to scalp E-mini futures. He and his wife shared a dream to travel the world. He became a trader to fund that dream, and because it let him be his own boss. But a swirling cocktail of emotion came up on a daily basis, preventing him from executing his strategy consistently. As months turned into years, the pressure was mounting to reach a level of financial success that would enable him to realize the dream. To hit his financial target, Franz only needs to take one A-plus setup per day. There were plenty of days when his mind was calm and he could see the action clearly, make quick decisions, and take only those trades. Other days, however, the mental strain of waiting for an A-plus setup would lead him to force a trade outside that narrow parameter. Here's a typical scenario for how it would play out. If the forced trade loses, Franz immediately starts criticizing himself, while simultaneously trying to convince himself he'd done the right thing. Now a new reversal setup is playing out. He's tempted, but able to stay away. Waiting and waiting, frustration grows from being on the sidelines, and he ends the day with no A-plus opportunities and that one mistake. Unbeknownst to Franz, he arrives the following day feeling more of an urge to correct his mistake and get an A-plus trade. Right out of the gate, he sees a potential trade, but it has some congestion to it, so he stays away initially. When the price takes off, he knows not to chase it, but the urge is too strong. He gets in and loses. Hope arises in his mind that the next trade will cancel the pain from the loss and his mistake. As he waits, his mind won't relent. The self-criticism builds momentum. You know the setup was no good. You shouldn't be losing. You know better. He wants to fight back, and he looks at every candle for a clue that there's a setup to take. He sees one and jumps in without processing all the criteria. To make matters worse, Franz doesn't even notice his analysis is degraded. The trade loses, his anger explodes, and he takes several more trades before finally standing up and walking away. The rest of the day, he tries to clear his mind and spend time with his wife and son, but his mistakes eat at him. He worries that his dream may be just that, and he may never succeed. The next day, he's resolved to improve his execution, but he doesn't realize how frustrated he already is. Tempers flare during his morning routine with the family, fanning the flames and causing him to miss the start of the trading day, and an A-plus setup. As he sees what was missed, his brain shuts off. Without even waiting for the next candle to close, he enters in a terrible place. Despite knowing that all he needs to do is be patient and wait for the right spots, cycles like these were common for Franz. I'll pick up the story later in the book to show how he was able to break out of this cycle. The buildup of emotion isn't always as clear and sequential as you saw with Franz, and it can actually happen in a couple of different ways. One is where emotion builds up around a specific issue but doesn't show up right away. The second way happens when a change in circumstances intensifies what had been just a minor problem. In the first scenario, emotion can accumulate over weeks, months, and years around a particular issue, but not show up consistently. You'll have days or weeks where there was no recent buildup, but when the trigger comes, you feel it with such incredible intensity that it seems like it's coming out of nowhere. Consider a trader who has a pretty high tolerance for losing. But when his P&L drops quickly by over 10%, it creates a severe drop in confidence because he fears he'll bust his account and go broke. It seems illogical to think that way since it hasn't happened since the early days of his career, but 9 years later, that fear still lurks in the back of his mind. He vividly remembers having to eat ramen every night, letting the utility bills roll for a few months, and negotiating with the landlord to avoid eviction. Hanging on by a thread took a severe toll on him emotionally. And when he finally climbed out, he promised himself it would never get that bad again, and it never did. But that old emotion gets triggered whenever he unconsciously senses that he might be in danger of going down that road again. Once he goes back to winning and the issue subsides, it's easy to think the problem has once again been solved. But the underlying emotion wasn't corrected months or even years later. The buildup of emotion can come out any time there's a perceived threat of going bust. It's stockpiling emotion, and it waits for the trigger. In the second scenario, you have a flaw that's causing such minor emotional reactions that you don't even pay attention to it. You can ignore it for a while until a change in your life, priorities, or goals makes that minor problem into a noteworthy one. For example, while high expectations have caused short-term emotional volatility and some accumulated emotion over the years, you never considered it a problem. Every year you kept making more and more money, hit your goals, and then hit them again the next year. Then you had your biggest day ever. And surprisingly, the victory doesn't taste as sweet. Instead of feeling exhilarated as you had before, it just feels like the goalposts have simply moved again. You wonder if you'll ever feel satisfied. At a macro level, you start looking at your career and thinking, is this it? At a micro level, you feel trapped by your own success. Your best day ever doesn't excite you like it used to, yet big losses hurt even more. You become more irritable during the trading day. It's not as fun as it used to be, and that carries home with you. You're slowly becoming aware that you're not happy, and you start to wonder if you're burned out. The short-term emotion that normally would be digested is now accumulating, and makes trading to your usual standard more difficult. You always had high expectations, but they didn't cause your emotions to accumulate until you started having larger questions about your career. Regardless of how the emotion accumulates, identifying whether or not it's impacting your performance is a critical part of mapping your pattern. If you answer yes to any of the following questions, it's likely that accumulated emotion is a factor for you. Is your reaction to certain events disproportionate and out of line with what you think is reasonable? Are you making mistakes that are so basic it's inexplicable how you could make those errors? Do you find it harder and harder to settle down and truly relax at the end of the day? Are you having trouble falling asleep at night? Or are you waking up during the night with thoughts swirling? Do you have a shorter fuse than usual, tending to overreact more easily? When accumulated emotion is a significant factor, traders typically know exactly what they need to do, but they can't get themselves to do it. The refrain that I hear from my trading clients over and over again is the disconnect of, how is it possible that I can be thinking X and keep doing Y, even when I know better? They have so much built-up emotional crap, their thoughts can't translate into proper execution. This causes confusion and a further decline in performance. Accumulated emotion, or as some call it, emotional baggage, is one of the toughest parts of the mental game to improve. You have to contend with both the emotion created today and the accumulation of emotion built up over time. You must work outside of trading hours to reduce accumulated emotion. Helping you to develop a strategy that balances the short-term need to release emotion with the long-term goal of correcting your problems will be covered in detail in chapters 3 and 9. In the meantime, continuing to manage your reactions with after-work strategies like sports, exercise, going out with friends, etc. is fine. These aren't bad strategies when the alternative is losing your mind. Just make sure you gather up the clues to create your map. Otherwise, you'll never truly correct the problems long-term. Creating the map. So how do you actually track your emotions to map them? By noticing, examining, and writing down what's going on before, after, and during each of your trading mistakes. Here are some of the things you might capture. Triggers, thoughts, emotions, behaviors, actions, changes to your decision-making, changes to your perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions, trading mistakes. Shine a spotlight on the period of time when these errors take place and analyze all of those details that show up before and after them. At the beginning, you may be able to only recognize a few signals. For example, with FOMO, you might spot an antsy, nervous sensation in your stomach, the thought, don't miss another one, a change to a 1-minute chart. Your starting point is what it is. By continuing to pay close attention, over time, you'll be able to see more and more of these signals. Here's an example of what you want to map. Trigger, trading options intraday. Thoughts, I can't believe this is happening. I'm not letting the market stop me. I'm going to get this trade right. Emotions. I want revenge when any trade I know has edge doesn't pay off. Behaviors. I'm hyper-focused on one position. Actions. I'm constantly looking at P&L. Change in decision-making. I'm focused on getting revenge and getting my money back. Change in market perception. I'm reading too much into price action, convinced I can predict price movement. Mistake. I'm taking the same trade over and over until it's clear I'm wrong or getting nowhere. Before the next time you trade, think back to previous instances where the errors happened and start writing out those details as best you can. This way you can immediately avoid repeating some of these mistakes. When beginning this process, many traders can't yet spot the signals that occur before their execution breaks down. For example, they don't realize they're angry until they slam their mouse after closing a position they should have never been in and saying out loud, "Are you kidding me? How the hell could I do that again?" If that's all you can map, then the next time you make a mistake like this, be ready to capture the preceding details. The moments after making mistakes provides a tremendous opportunity to identify how you actually got to that point. What compelled or triggered you to get in that trade? Was it preceded by a series of losing trades after closing out a big winner or seeing others make money in a trade you missed? What thoughts, behaviors, actions, emotions, or changes to your perception of the market and decision-making and things you say out loud appeared at that time? When your mind explodes, it's a great time to become a detective and gather clues. Plus, the act of writing things down can actually help to diffuse the emotion. Your job gathering clues doesn't end until you have a complete map of your pattern, including the initial trigger. Achieving that level of detail is your goal for this first step of the system. To get there, this can't be a task you do once and never again. Recognition is a skill, and like any other, you'll develop it through an iterative process. Until you identify the initial trigger, continue to map the pattern as best you can and review it as part of your pre-market warm-up. That will enhance your ability to see existing and new signals while you trade. During the trading session, keep a working document nearby to capture new details so you don't forget them. Afterwards, review and consolidate your notes so you're better prepared for the next session. Work like this every day for 1 to 2 weeks. It won't be the only thing you do, but make sure you invest some time to keep it on your radar to ensure you nail this step. High-volume traders will find intraday note-taking nearly impossible, since they don't have the bandwidth to take detailed notes. Instead, quickly jot down what you can and expand on your notes at the end of the day. Those of you who make fewer trades per day could spend more time taking notes during the day, but I still suggest keeping your analysis to a minimum. Don't abuse the luxury of having more time and have it cause distractions. The last thing you want is your note-taking to cost you money. As you begin this process, you may feel like you're not really accomplishing much, since your mistakes continue to happen and your emotions remain intense. Remember, the ultimate goal is to permanently solve your problems, not temporarily pacify them. Tips for creating your map. Think of this step like gathering the pieces to a puzzle that doesn't come in a nice prepackaged box with a picture on it. Instead, the pieces are scattered, and you don't know what the completed puzzle looks like. Mapping your pattern is how you gather up the pieces and form a coherent picture of the problem. Then you can begin solving it. Here are some additional ideas to help you create a map. Look for earlier signals. Once you can spot the details immediately surrounding your trading mistakes, look for signals that occur prior to it. Look closer for the initial trigger and the emotions, thoughts, behaviors, and actions that happen automatically in response to it. Perhaps you can identify smaller missteps or notice subtle changes in your perception of the market or your decision-making process. For example, reading too much into price action or taking a trade even though it only meets 4 of your 5 criteria. Examine how secondary emotion is created. What thoughts, actions, decisions, etc. pile on top. Or if you can't yet spot the initial reaction, use the signals you can see to get closer to it. Set an alarm. Some traders get so caught up in the market, they have difficulty recognizing the internal signals of emotional volatility. If that's the case for you, try setting a timer to go off at some regular frequency that isn't too disruptive. i.e. every 15, 30, or 60 minutes. At that time, take a moment to be aware of your thought process. Examine how you're feeling and see if there are any signs of a problem. If so, quickly write down those details. Yes, this is disruptive in the short term, but you only have to do it until you build up enough skill to recognize the problem without the timer. Consider meditation or mindfulness training. While these are by no means a requirement, some of my clients have found meditation or mindfulness training to be a great tool for building greater levels of awareness. With better awareness, they're able to recognize additional details that they previously couldn't see. Understand the intensification of emotion. Traders don't often realize the names of emotions are simply describing greater intensity, not a separate emotion. For example, you may think anger and frustration are two different emotions, but anger is just a larger amount of frustration. This is important because when you're looking for the precursors to anger, watch for when you begin to feel frustrated or irritated. That will build up and eventually turn into anger. Similarly, uncertainty, doubt, and worry are the common descriptions of small amounts of anxiety. Understanding how emotion intensifies can help you recognize the details of your pattern, including the initial trigger. Recognition doesn't equal control. While mapping allows you to see your emotions in real time more clearly, that doesn't mean you can control them. For some of you, that can be hard to comprehend. How can you see something and not be able to stop it? But the emotions behind your mistakes are intense. They're fueled by a well-worn pattern that has a momentum all to itself. And once triggered, the most likely outcome at this point is that it will continue to the typical conclusion. This can be difficult to accept, but it's critical that you do. If you expect yourself to be in control, your emotional reaction will be even worse. Some of you, however, will experience a placebo-like effect that will make it seem as though you're in control of your emotions. The reality is, this control comes from being inspired by the newness of the strategy or knowledge of your pattern. But control is not a correction. You're only stopping the pattern through the power of your recognition, not by correcting the underlying performance flaw. Only a small percentage of traders can rapidly go from recognition to correction like that. For most of you, the newness fades, market conditions change, you take a 4-day weekend, or you lose momentum for another reason, and this placebo-like control disappears. The reality for most is that your problems are too complex to be solved just with a map. The real power in my system lies in the next chapter, where you uncover the real cause of your emotional reactions. Chapter 3. Find the root of your problem. Truth, more precisely an accurate understanding of reality, is the essential foundation for producing good outcomes. Ray Dalio. Have you already tried to fix your mental game problems? If so, you're like many of my clients. You've likely read books, talked with other traders, and tried a number of things to stop emotions from interfering with your trading. And despite your best efforts, you've been unsuccessful. Here's an analogy that may help explain why you're still struggling. If you had a toothache that wouldn't go away, you wouldn't think the solution was just keep brushing your teeth. You'd go to a dentist and get an x-ray, so you'd know what was really going on. Only once you knew what was really going on, based on the examination and the x-ray, would you know how to fix the problem. You need a root canal. It's essentially the same with solving your mental game problems. At this point, you've learned that emotions are signals of hidden flaws. You've also learned how to map the pattern in which those flaws appear. But we haven't yet examined the root of the problem. What's more, we also need to look deeply into how you've been trying to improve as a trader. Put another way, it's not just that you have a toothache. The way you've been brushing your teeth is a problem. That's what's led to the need for a root canal. My mental game system uses some unique approaches to x-ray what's going on so you can fix the problem at the root. First, we look at your day-to-day learning process to find inefficiencies that may be causing emotional volatility. Ineffective learning is the cause or partially to blame for a huge number of mental game problems, regardless of your level of expertise. This content tends to surprise my clients, but once they dig into it, they find it invaluable. You're going to realize that the ways you've been learning can improve with a more reliable structure and a core concept, the inchworm. This concept gives you a visual representation of the learning process, so you can test how well you're learning and identify flaws holding you back. When it comes to actually how you learn, there's a wide variation in the organization and approach traders use and how effective they are. Regardless of where you sit in that range, by taking a more organized and dynamic approach to how you learn, you can maximize the efficiency of your learning process by avoiding the most common pitfalls, become more emotionally stable, develop greater consistency through the ups and downs in your results, create new ways of evaluating progress and performance that go beyond P&L, reach the zone more consistently, become more adaptive to a rapidly changing competitive environment, maintain interest and enthusiasm, which prevents plateaus, boredom, and burnout. To close out the chapter, you'll learn how to use a tool my clients find essential to their progress, the mental hand history. This tool helps you to develop a new perspective for problem solving and streamlines your efforts to identify the root problem and determine a correction to it. Let's kick off the chapter with some of the unexpected yet common learning flaws that undermine emotional stability and consistency in your trading. Common learning pitfalls. In the course of your lifetime, you've learned everything from how to walk and talk to the requisite trading expertise, such as interpreting a variety of indicators or fundamentals. You had to learn all of it. But how often do you consider the role of learning as it relates to your mental game? If you're like most traders, not often. Yet flaws in how you've been learning are a likely contributor to emotional instability. This is a critical concept. When traders know what to truly expect of themselves, they stop fighting against what they think is true and can instead work within the reality of what's actually true. Inefficiencies in learning can be hard to spot. Take the common scenario that many traders go through at some point, transitioning from a demo account or paper trading to the live market. This is an important step that typically happens at the beginning of a career, but it can also occur for some traders when they adapt a discretionary strategy or experiment with a new system. Many traders have had the experience of being a star in a demo account, only to struggle in the live market. They can't execute with the same calmness and precision. There's hesitation, uncertainty, and overthinking that didn't exist in the simulator because those results didn't actually matter. It can be easy to misinterpret those signals as fear, when the simpler explanation is a learning error, failing to understand how to make the transition to the live market. This common error in learning happens in many performance arenas. The golfer who doesn't play as well in a tournament as in a practice round, or the new actor who kills it in rehearsals but can't deliver on stage. Like many golfers and actors, if you believe the sim and the live market are the same, there's a fundamental flaw in your understanding of performance. "I'm making the same trades, it should be no different," is a common refrain that highlights this flaw. While the trades may be the same, you are not. In the live market, your results actually matter. Your money is on the line, among other things, like your reputation, confidence, and future. That's not the case trading a simulated market. The truth is, there's a gap. And no matter how much you tell yourself to treat the sim like the live market, they're not the same and never will be. Amped up nerves are an inherent part of competing in an intense environment with a great deal on the line, and where you have a lot to learn or prove. This is how the nervous system responds to such situations. And having your nerves dialed up helps you learn. Your ability to sense and perceive the environment is heightened thanks to your nervous system. You absorb more data than normal, and this helps to fuel the zone and high-level intuition. Pressure and nerves are a vital part of the transition. If, however, you believe they're inherently a problem, or that you can't handle the pressure, secondary anxiety will accumulate, and that will cause a drop in performance. The flaw here is not that you feel some pressure or nerves. It's expecting your body to respond to the learning process without them. To give you a few other examples of learning flaws, let's say you're a seasoned trader who's been trading index futures and recently started trading options. When you make what you assume to be a stupid basic mistake like sizing too large, you get extremely frustrated with yourself. You're a seasoned trader and you should know better. But really, the mistake could be evidence that your knowledge from trading futures doesn't entirely translate to options. There's still a transition to make, and you have to complete the learning process. Or perhaps you didn't realize that high levels of competence can be a buffer against underlying emotional flaws. For example, you sized too large because a series of losing trades triggered anger. This hadn't been a problem for a long time, but the newness of trading options exposed an old emotional flaw. Either way, trading a different market made a basic mistake more likely, but if interpreted the right way, the mistake can be corrected quickly. Or maybe you tend to overconsume data by trying to learn more and more without fully absorbing it. You may not realize this flaw can cause your performance to have big ups and downs. Sometimes your sense of the market is spot on, but that happens infrequently. More often you have varying degrees of confusion, overthinking, and second-guessing your moves. There are too many ideas or angles in your head to make sense of. You get frustrated, stressed, and assume the best thing is to take a few days to clear your head. That might work in the short term, but this problem keeps resurfacing again and again. The obvious problem is the secondary frustration and stress, so you assume it's a mental game problem, but it could simply be a basic error in how you're consuming and processing information. Finally, when correcting your problems with greed, anger, fear, confidence, or discipline, you must go through a learning process. Too often, traders believe these problems have quick fixes. But just as you can't become a competent trader overnight, you need to go through a learning process to eliminate a mental game problem. When you think of correcting emotional issues as a learning process, you'll be able to recognize progress and make the necessary adjustments. If you don't take this strategic approach, your expectations are automatically out of sync with reality. Not only are you dealing with the original problem, but you also create secondary layers of anger, fear, low confidence, etc., as you attempt to correct your issues. You become angry that you haven't yet corrected your anger or lapses in discipline. You worry that your fear isn't getting better fast enough. You lose confidence that you can regain your confidence. Without understanding the learning process, you misread or ignore signs of improvement, causing you to abandon a strategy that's actually working, just not in a visible way to an untrained eye. Many of you fall in this category of having unsuccessfully tried to fix your trading problems. Understanding the learning process removes this layer of complexity and allows you to correctly identify whether your mental game strategy is working or not. In the next section, you'll learn about a concept that I created early in my career as I was thinking about how to communicate the learning process to poker players. The inchworm concept formed the foundation of an organized and logical structure for learning. For the seasoned traders out there, this theory may be obvious in practice, but many of my clients have found that it illustrates their existing efforts to improve, and this in turn helps them become more efficient at developing their expertise. The inchworm concept. The inchworm concept is literally based on the inchworm, a caterpillar that moves in a distinct way. If you've never seen the way an inchworm moves, it starts by stretching its body straight, anchoring the front feet, and then lifting up from the back end. It then bends at the middle to bring the two ends closer together, anchors the back feet, and then stretches its body straight again to take another step forward. An inchworm looks like a bell curve that moves. As it relates to trading performance, a bell curve can show the natural variation that exists in your decision-making. Think for a moment about the quality of your trading decisions over the last 6 to 12 months, or longer if you only make a small number of trading decisions per month. To illustrate a point, let's say you were able to accurately rate the quality of all of these decisions on a scale of 1 to 100, where 1 represents your worst decisions and 100 is your best, and then plotted them on a graph. What you'd see is a bell curve, showing the variation in your performance from best to worst and everything in between. This defines your current range of decision-making. All the knowledge and skills that you're currently learning exist within that range. Every day you show up to trade, you're bound by your range. There's a limit to how bad your decisions can be, and there's a cap to how good your decisions can be as well. As a trader with 10 years of experience, it's no longer possible, under any circumstance, for you to think about a trade as rudimentarily as you did when you were 6 months in. From a performance standpoint, there's a proverbial stop loss limiting how bad a decision you can make. And on the flip side, when you were a trader with 6 months experience, you couldn't wake up one day and suddenly think about a trade as well as a trader with 10 years experience. Sure, you could execute the same trade, but the decision-making process to get there would be significantly different. The capacity to shrink 9.5 years of experience into one day doesn't exist. In Chapter 1, I talk about your A game, B game, and C game. The bell curve illustrates how each level looks on a graph, and the inchworm concept helps you see, track, and improve performance over time. The concept of inchworm comes in when you look at how improvement happens over time. A bell curve is a static snapshot of your performance over a defined period of time and shows how frequently you were trading well, at average, or poorly. Improvement is the forward movement of a bell curve over time, something an actual inchworm illustrates perfectly in the way it moves. Consistent improvement happens by taking one step forward from the front of your bell curve, where your A game becomes even better, followed by another step forward from the back, where your C game becomes less terrible. Over time, that improvement from both sides of your range moves your entire bell curve further to the right on the graph. At that point, your old C game disappears, and your stop loss for poor decision making has moved forward. It's no longer possible for you to make the trading errors or think about a trade as you did at that previous level. Your old B game becomes your new C game. Your new B game is now at the level of your old A game, and you have the opportunity to find a higher level of performance that becomes your new A game. If you focus only on front-end improvement, as many traders mistakenly do, your range gets wider. As a result, a host of problems develop, including wild swings in execution, plateauing, burnout, and the inability to maintain high levels of focus. Contrary to what many traders implicitly believe, your back end doesn't automatically move forward because the front end did. To counter this, you must consistently focus on back-end improvement, especially when you reach a new peak in your ability. Some traders instinctively try to fly too close to the sun, and they push the front end as far as they can. They end up looking greedy and get burned by a big drawdown. These huge missteps can be avoided by understanding how back-end weaknesses trip you up. Instead of continuing to push higher and higher, focus on correcting your current greatest weaknesses, consistently. That moves the back end of your bell curve forward and allows you to take a step forward from the front without increasing your risk of blowing up. Everyone wants to be at their best more often and improve faster. The inchworm concept helps you to get honest and clear about your weak points in an organized way. When you're well prepared, you can guarantee improvement every day. Your capacity for learning, the key to fast improvement, will be at its peak. The cause of variation. As long as you're trading, you'll always have aspects of your performance that represent the peak of your ability and the flip side, your worst. Always. Perfection isn't possible over a large number of trades because the definition of perfection continues to evolve. There are times when your sense of the market is spot on and you make phenomenal decisions, and other times you don't. Trading is a dynamic profession that's constantly becoming more competitive. This means that the definition of perfection, or even solid performance, is a moving target. As long as your performance evolves, that means you're learning. And if you're learning, there will always be a range in the quality of your decision-making. Variation also exists because as humans, we're highly dynamic, and there are a large number of variables that impact us, including whether we got enough sleep, exercised, ate right, felt physically healthy and emotionally stable, etc. Now add to that the complexity of the financial markets. Not only are you continually figuring out how to best play the game, but the game can change at any moment. Each individual area causes variability. The key is to solve for as many of those variables as you possibly can and reduce the amount of variation in your performance. Inchworm forces you to define the different levels of your range and identify the variables that influence your performance in explicit and detailed terms. For example, those traders who take physical health as seriously as other professional performers, such as athletes, can more consistently stabilize their performance. Their inchworm becomes narrower. By identifying causality, you gain control over distinct variables that were previously beyond your scope. This book is intended to do that from an emotional standpoint, narrowing the variation that exists within your emotional ups and downs. For the more statistically minded, I want to point out that the discussion of the bell curve is meant to be illustrative and not perfectly accurate. Depending on your data set, your bell curve could easily be skewed to the right by a higher frequency of peak level decision making, or to the left from a larger sample of poorer decisions. If you're killing it for 6 months in a row, the average would skew right, and there would be a flatter tail to the left. But the flip side can be true. When you're in a prolonged slump and performing poorly, the curve would skew left towards your C game. Even though your curve may be skewed, the concept still applies. Define your range with the A to C game analysis. Imagine being given a superpower that allows you to see where exactly the line is between variance and your skill. It's not one that they'd ever make a movie about, but as a trader, it would be pretty valuable. Suddenly, you'd have the ability to always know your real edge. A power like that would take a lot of the uncertainty out of trading and make your confidence much more stable. On days where you got crushed, but upon reflection wouldn't change your decisions, you wouldn't feel as bad as you do normally. On the flip side, on days where you make an insane amount of money, but they resulted from a series of errors you made that happened to work out, you wouldn't feel as good. Obviously, no one has this power, but the idea of having a more objective way of evaluating your skill is appealing, isn't it? When you have a clearer way of knowing how you're trading, in real time and day to day, you can focus less on P&L and more on process and execution. You can tolerate short-term ups and downs a lot better, especially in a drawdown or a rush, and your emotions will be more stable. The A to C game analysis is one of the centerpieces of my system because it delivers those benefits. The tool is straightforward and can use the details you gathered mapping your problems. Essentially, you identify the key descriptions of each level, A game, B game, and C game, and separate your mental game from your tactical skill. Here's a sample to give you an idea of what it looks like. Mental game. C game. Distracted, risk-averse, hesitating, forcing trades to overcome hesitance, no patience, negative self-talk, self-doubt, trading P&L. B game. Overthinking, attention on wrong market, losing focus, missing obvious trades, looking at P&L, reacting slower, going against gut. A game. Very relaxed, decisive, patient, confident, trusting gut. Tactical skill. C game. Keep chasing price, keep fading directional moves, cutting trades too soon because I want to get paid, don't follow loss limit rules, making impulsive trades because I'm overreacting to one element, scaling without planning for price going against me. B game. Worse understanding of context, correlation, or location, scalping for a few ticks but no big trades, not aware enough to sit out or pick my spots, cutting trades too soon and not giving it enough room, too much attention to depth, no good read on volatility. A game. Clear understanding of context of the market as a whole, clear understanding of correlations with NA, ES, and Dow, clear understanding of location, price levels, and where we are in the chart. Letting price come to me. Seeing trapped traders. Much like you've done before, take time to think about this before and after a trading session. As you become more aware of information during the session, note it down to add later when you gather up the pieces. For those of you who might find this more difficult, start with what's most obvious, create a draft, and revise it. You'll know you have a solid, polished first version when you stop seeing any new things for at least 3 trading days. Once this is solid, you can then use it as your measuring stick, both during and at the conclusion of each day. You can also review it as part of your warm-up to remind you of the mental and tactical improvements to make, as well as the signals that your level is dropped. Don't change it within each month. That sample size is too small to properly evaluate the solidness of your improvements. Just take notes on the side and update it in the future when you have sufficient proof that your game has changed. If you want to take this a step further, you can also identify the levels behind your current C game. This tends to be more important tactically, as they reflect the strengths in your knowledge base or decision-making that always show up, regardless of how fearful, angry, or tired you are. One of the ways to identify these strengths is by analyzing the solid parts of your game when you reach these points, or whenever you're at your worst. This stabilizes confidence by creating a stop loss, in a sense, for how bad you can get, and makes it easier to see what's still in the learning process. One word of caution is not to use the A to C game analysis as a crutch. While it's an important and helpful evaluation tool, when you completely ignore your results in favor of this new metric, you could use it as an excuse for poor results. Use it, but don't completely disregard your actual real money results. Simply use the A to C game analysis to improve the accuracy of your day-to-day evaluation. When your range is too wide. When completing the A to C game analysis, or just thinking about your range if you haven't done the task yet, You may notice a big gap between your best and your worst. This problem can happen for a number of reasons. The primary one is failing to consistently upgrade your C game. Consistent improvement as a trader has to include a commitment to eliminating your weaknesses. Otherwise, you'll succumb to one of the most common problems I see, a wide range. The solution to that is a narrow range, which is achieved by maintaining a consistent focus on correcting the flaws in your C game. This steady focus is a trait that elite performers in any industry share, including traders. They understand that the power to compete at the highest level comes first from the strength of the weakest part of their game, both technically and mentally. The old adage that a team is only as strong as its weakest link also applies to individuals. It's weak to not know your weak points, and even weaker to not want to know them. Your C game has the power to hold you back, and if you don't work on it consistently, the instability caused by that wide range will ripple through every aspect of your trading. The idea of working on weaknesses is nothing new. There's a plethora of fantastic advice out there about the value of failure and weaknesses, and yet many traders still have a hard time embracing them, especially when emotions are involved. This indicates the presence of a performance flaw. Maybe you don't understand how your strengths and weaknesses are linked, as shown on the bell curve, and you have a one-dimensional play to your strengths mentality. The reality is that no matter how good you are, you always have weaknesses to improve. Even areas of strength have relative weakness. Or perhaps you didn't have a solution to the emotional chaos causing your big mistakes, so it was better to ignore them and focus on what you could improve. Maybe you harbor an old school mentality that it's weak to be weak, so suck it up and stop being a baby. Others are actively trying to work on their weaknesses, but don't realize they're not fully embracing them. Here's a list of often surprising examples that can prove you're ignoring parts of your C game. Working really hard and seeing progress in many ways, but randomly having big blow-up days where it feels like you forgot everything and all of your efforts were wasted. Constantly jumping around looking for the next thing to learn, especially when in a drawdown. Rationalizing bad days by saying that's so unlike me, and moving on without much thought about why it happened. Continually coming up with new trading strategies, and with each big insight you think, now I found it, implying that from now on you'll be printing money. Being consumed by healthy activities that are believed to be the answer to never showing weakness, such as meditation, exercise, sports, a new diet, etc. Lacking trust in your trading, feeling like you're your own worst enemy. Being unable to stay in the zone for long or even reach it very often. Secretly believing it's possible to always be at your best. Regardless of the flaws causing these problems, if you ignore, avoid, or deny your C game, you're unknowingly sucking the life out of your trading. Continually correcting the flaws in your C game is an essential part of your growth. Inchworm provides a practical way to understand the learning process and the value of embracing weaknesses and mistakes. You'll be able to more clearly focus on the precise reasons these setbacks, failures, or mistakes happen and how to prevent them in the future. With all this talk about weaknesses, I want to make one thing clear. My goal is not to make you accept your weaknesses, feel good about them, and that's it. Since you'll always have them, why not have a constant desire to eliminate the weak points in your trading? It's actually pretty simple when you think about it. Your job is to suck less. The key to moving your inchworm forward is sucking less in key moments when your C game is likely. You must take advantage of these opportunities because it can transform your trading. Those moments are challenging. Emotions often run high, and it's easy to lose sight of the long-term reality. The more you succumb to those mistakes, the better you get at making them. Learning is never neutral. Plus, there's a direct relationship and connection between your peak and the strength of the back end of your inchworm. By sucking less in those moments, you can make it easier to get in the zone. That simple idea of sucking less was significant for Brian, a futures trader from Canada who had been trading full-time for about 5 years. Along with the visual of the inchworm, he was able to solve a majority of his problems with greed and fear almost immediately. That's because his emotional problems weren't deeply rooted. Instead, problems with focus, procrastination, and a lack of structure were the real culprits. Throughout the trading day, Brian was constantly envisioning a future with lots of money, where he was trading from the Caribbean and living an island lifestyle. This dream was a persistent distraction that took away the focus and urgency he needed each day to materialize that vision. He'd skip out on his pre- and post-market routines, and avoid watching videos to expand his trading acumen. During the trading day, he'd get distracted and then just walk away and do something unrelated to trading. The emotions came in seemingly random fashion. There would be periods where greed would kick in. Brian would feel on top of the world, and he'd take position sizes that were too big, assuming they would never lose. At other times, he was so fearful of losing or making a mistake, he would only take perfect setups and therefore missed a lot of opportunities. Once he was in a trade, he'd be too focused on P&L rather than price action and couldn't let the trade play out. He'd either quickly take profit or panic sell once it retraced because he didn't want to lose. Or those missed opportunities would spark FOMO, and he'd try to pick its top or bottom, only to get stopped out for going against momentum. The combination of greed and fear, along with focus problems and procrastination, crippled his ability to trade. He worried about failing, going broke, and embarrassing himself. But as severe as all this sounds, greed and fear were actually a result of the fact that his big aspirations and high expectations lacked a framework and the discipline to achieve his dream. In our first session, the inchworm concept immediately resonated, and Brian realized that he was stalled out because he wasn't actively trying to move forward. It's really hard to go forward if you're stretched out flat, he noted. That led us to create weekly goals that were achievable, with daily benchmarks to measure progress. This allowed him to break out of the need to make money now, and focus instead on a daily process of sucking less. For Brian, the concept of not having to be perfect, to just be 10% less bad, clicked, and reduced the severity of his procrastination. Previously, he'd skip his routine entirely if he couldn't do it perfectly. Now, he understands the definition of perfection rises over time, and that he needed to suck less to be more perfect. He laid out an approach for the day in the markets that has benefited him significantly. He's taking more trades, has a higher win-loss ratio, and is more profitable. His R factor increased from around 1.25 to 2.25. He's able to stay in trades longer, let them play out, and trust the process. All the things that he knew he needed to do but couldn't. That doesn't mean that he has all the answers now, but he has a framework that explains why he was struggling, and that gives him the direction and stability to make continual progress. Truth be told, the inchworm concept and the corrections I've mentioned here didn't fully correct his discipline problems. He needed to deal with focus and procrastination differently, and I'll pick up his story again in Chapter 8, where I discuss those problems. Like Brian, for your game to grow stronger, you need a bigger and stronger foundation on which to build it. Your C game is the crack in that foundation. Even if you take nothing else from this section, carefully consider the following advice, as it can have a valuable impact on your ability to learn. Avoiding C game mistakes takes some organization and preparation, but even focusing on it for 1 minute a day can create enough momentum to help you suck less. If you're unsure of what to work on in your trading, improving your C game will be the most beneficial and rewarding place to start. It's also the simplest. Learning can be overwhelming, daunting, and complex at times. Knowing you can always focus on the 3 or 4 worst errors you make gives you a reliable and easy starting point. Uncovering what's causing your back-end problems. For many of you, the key to moving the back end of your inchworm forward is correcting the emotional problems that hold your back end in place. But to correct those problems, you must first accurately identify what's causing them. To simplify the way to find the root cause, I developed the following problem-solving process. Originally developed for my poker clients, it's called the mental hand history. I chose the name to encourage poker players to approach the mental game in the same structured and logical way they correct technical mistakes, which involves reviewing hand histories of their play. The mental hand history helps you analyze the information you gathered while mapping your reactions, and it helps to find the faulty patterning at the heart of the issue. For some of you, using this tool will fundamentally rewire how you solve problems. The 5 steps are: Step 1, describe the problem in detail. Step 2, explain why it makes sense that you have this problem or why you think, feel, or react that way. Step 3, explain why the logic in Step 2 is flawed. Step 4, come up with a correction to that flawed logic. Step 5, explain why that correction is correct. Completing these steps can be challenging. With that in mind, I organized the content in the next 5 chapters to make it easier to spot your problems, identify the details that characterize your struggle, and fill out your mental hand history. You can also pull in content, advice, and ideas from other resources. There's a lot of good material out there. It's often just not used in the most effective way. Now that you have a system, fit in whatever you believe will help get the job done. Be sure to write down your answers as you go along. Otherwise, you'll have too much going on in your mind to get deep enough into the flawed logic to come up with a detailed understanding of the problem and solution. You also may need several days and multiple attempts to complete all 5 steps. Writing allows that iterative process to move faster. Here are some instructions and examples to get you started. Below is a simple example of a mental hand history to give you an idea of how it looks. On the surface, the answers may seem obvious, but when you go through the process and complete each step with personalized answers, you develop a deeper understanding of the cause and correction to your problem. Then I'll give you some advice on how to complete each step. I'll show you a more complex example at the end of the section, and you'll see additional examples throughout the book. 1. Describe the problem in detail. I can't accept big losses. 2. Explain why it makes sense that you have this problem or why you think, feel, or react that way. My strategy is profitable when I follow it. 3. Explain why the logic in step 2 is flawed. By saying that my strategy is profitable, I'm implying that I will never incur big losses whether or not I perfectly execute my strategy. 4. Come up with a correction to that flawed logic. I must learn how to take a loss, take the punch, embrace the feeling. Losses taken with good execution are part of the deal. 5. Explain why that correction is correct. A profitable strategy will incur losses, sometimes big ones. My edge accounts for that. The bigger problem is allowing a big loss to cost more than it should. Unpacking the steps to complete your mental hand history. The mental hand history is an important tool for resolving the back-end problems that brought you to this book. The following advice will help you better understand how to complete each step and avoid the common missteps traders make when trying to complete it. Step 1. Describe the problem in detail. To begin, write down what you'd say if you were describing the problem in your mental game to me. If you've already been building a detailed map of the problem and the clues surrounding it, use this step to clearly articulate the problem. You may also want to add in some details about the history of the problem, as context can be important for completing the next few steps. For example, if this problem started 6 months ago, after you had a significant life change, like getting divorced or having a child, that would indicate something different, versus if being unable to accept big losses had been a problem throughout your professional career. Step 2. Explain why it makes sense that you have this problem or why you think, feel, or react that way. Clients often have trouble with this step, and they think the answer is, I'm just being irrational or illogical. That's another way of saying that you are the problem. But then, is the solution to fix you? What does that even mean? It doesn't make sense. You're not the problem. The flaws, biases, and illusions are the cause of the problem, and this step is critical to nailing down precisely what that is. Mental game problems happen for logical reasons. While that logic is clearly flawed in some way, since it's creating a problem, the cause and effect makes sense when you have the full picture. Once you know the reason, it's a lot easier to know what's wrong with it. This step can be hard. Explaining why there's a gap between what you know is true and how you're reacting can be difficult. Avoid using answers like, I'm stupid, or the market screwed me, because they stop your analysis. Neither you nor the market is the problem. Take some time to capture the logic behind the problem. Your answer is flawed or incomplete, but you still had a reason that made sense on some level. Ask yourself, why do I have this problem? Why does it make sense that I feel this way? Why am I reacting this way? Your answers will get the hamster wheel in your head turning differently. This happens a lot with my clients, and in doing so, they gain access to knowledge they previously ignored because the problem was assumed to be illogical. Lastly, complex problems often have several pieces or layers. If you identify more than one reason while completing this step, follow steps 3 to 5 for each individual reason. Step 3. Explain why the logic in step 2 is flawed. Throughout this book, I have been reiterating that underlying performance flaws are the cause of the emotional reactions. Now you get to identify the flaw. If you try to complete this step without having a good answer in step 2, You're blindly throwing darts at a dartboard. If you've done a good job at articulating your reasons in step 2, finding what's flawed is much easier. But again, don't worry if this seems daunting. The next 5 chapters will help you figure out why the logic or reason you found in step 2 is flawed, incomplete, or inaccurate. Lastly, and this is critical, the biggest mistake clients make in this step is thinking that it's a flaw to feel fear or another emotion. Emotion is never the flaw. Emotion is the signal. Thinking otherwise is like saying a fever is the cause of the flu. Step 4. Come up with a correction to that flawed logic. Now we get to the meat of what's going to help you resolve this problem. Taking into account steps 2 and 3, define a straightforward and logical correction to the flaw that's causing your mental game problem. Sometimes the correction is simply incorporating a concept or idea about trading, like variance, which you already know well but haven't applied in the right way. Err on the side of training these ideas first before getting more complex, because these are important ideas and you need to master them anyway. They may be enough to solve the issues you're facing right now. If they're not enough, you'll get a closer look at what's actually flawed. Step 5. Explain why that correction is correct. This step is a bit of a bonus, but for some traders it can add repetition, clarity, and detail to the new logic, which more firmly roots it in their mind. Here's another example so you can see how all 5 steps work together. 1. Describe the problem in detail. I lose faith in a trading strategy when I'm unsuccessful and jump from one methodology to another before mastering the technique in all market conditions. I think there must be a more consistent, profitable technique and doubt my ability to make the current strategy work for me. 2. Explain why it makes sense that you have this problem or why you think, feel, or react that way. If I'm unsuccessful, I should find a strategy that actually works for me. Life has taught me that there's always a better way. It's just a matter of finding the right one for me. I don't have time to waste on techniques that have proven fallible. 3. Explain why the logic in step 2 is flawed. If I jump from one strategy to another whenever the market changes, or when I'm unwilling to adapt, I will never master a strategy. I will continue to be stuck at the beginning stage and never achieve my goal of trading for a living. 4. Come up with a correction to that flawed logic. A beginner can explore the landscape and test new ideas, but to be a professional, I need to commit to a methodology and learn to adapt it and myself to the changing market. I need to trust the strategy and do everything possible to understand its strengths and weaknesses in all market types. 5. Explain why that correction is correct. When I've found a viable strategy that's well suited for me, continuing to explore other opportunities increases the likelihood that I'll fail. If I commit to the strategy, do the necessary work, and trust in the evidence, I give myself a greater chance at success. Looking at the typical approach to problem solving in comparison to the mental hand history, traders were basically jumping from step 1 to step 4. In this way, you arrive at corrections that sound good in theory, but don't get to the root of the issue. Understanding this process and using it going forward will help you enormously as you work through the rest of this book. Moving the back end forward. I strongly advise that you read at least the beginning sections of the next 5 chapters, which go into detail about the most common mental and emotional problems in trading. That information will help you identify the real problems affecting your trading. Correctly determining them can be difficult. Even seasoned traders often get it wrong at first. I see it all the time. Greed was thought to be the main problem when it was actually anger. A presumed discipline problem was really overconfidence. Anger seemed to be the obvious issue, but it turned out that fear was the driver. If you're only looking at the surface and not digging down to the roots, you risk getting it wrong. For instance, you can't solely look at the trading mistakes that you make and accurately conclude the emotions or issues behind them. Take a look at this list. Forcing mediocre trade setups, hesitating on entries, exiting trades too early, chasing the market price up and down, moving a stop too soon, moving your profit target before it hits, talking yourself out of a good trade. All of these common trading mistakes can be caused by greed, fear, anger, overconfidence, lack of confidence, or a discipline problem. In and of themselves, they don't tell us anything about the underlying issues that cause these errors in execution. You can't say you exited a trade too early out of fear unless you have cataloged the details that prove it's fear. Anger, a lack of confidence, or discipline could just as easily be the culprit. You simply don't know just by looking at the error. The key is to use your errors in execution as a starting point to begin mapping the surrounding details, thoughts, emotions, actions, triggers, and changes to your perception of the market and decision-making. Then match what you find with the descriptions in chapters 4 through 8. That's often the beginning in figuring out the underlying reason that you're compelled to make that trading mistake. There's such a high priority on getting it right, because once you do, as you'll see in chapter 9, you can develop both a day-to-day and real-time strategy to correct it once and for all. The first problem to tackle is greed, and right away you'll learn the truth that greed is not a problem in the way you think it is. Chapter 4. Greed. Greed is a basic part of animal nature. Being against it is like being against breathing or eating. Ben Stein. There's a lot of confusion in the trading world about greed, including how to solve it. The solution isn't just to be less greedy. That's like saying be less ambitious. Here's the truth. What makes solving greed so challenging is that there are actually no flaws unique to this emotion. Instead, you'll find the roots of greed lie in the flaws, biases, and illusions that cause fear, anger, overconfidence, and lack of confidence. Most often, they lie in overconfidence. Overconfidence is that feeling of invincibility, thinking you can turn a trade into a winner, and that you'll make money with ease. Carelessness, a fuck it mentality, blind faith and being blind to risk. Excess ambition in this way is overconfidence in both your ability to make money and in the way you'll make it. On the flip side, if greed comes from a lack of confidence, you'll feel like nothing is ever good enough, no matter how much you make. Your greedy drive is that constant push for more money, based on the false idea that it will yield lasting satisfaction, pride, or confidence. Or a drawdown triggers questions about your competence, and you get greedy to quickly eviscerate any doubts about your ability to make money. Anger is a common co-conspirator. Revenge trading is epitomized by the intensity that follows a string of unlucky losses. The trades that stop you out by a tick, only to race to your profit target without you. That emotion may seem like greed, but it's anger. You double your next position and it quickly stops you out. Now you're pissed because you know you're making mistakes, and you force another trade trying to make up for it. To a lesser degree, fear can lurk behind greedy impulses. FOMO is the most common problem. You don't want to miss a big move, and you greedily get in too late, just in case the trend continues. There's a panicky feeling that happens when you see other traders making money, and you want to do so as well. You end up chasing price, and justify a worse price because the opportunity still feels right. Aside from FOMO, the fear of loss, mistakes, and failure can all drive actions that appear greedy. While the whole point of trading is to make money, greed actually costs you money. Your unrestrained desire to make more forces you into decisions that in the long term make you less successful. The market punishes your attempts to squeeze out every penny and make the maximum return from every trade. Of course, that's not always the case. Sometimes greed is rewarded with massive winners or perfect exits. But you wouldn't be reading this if you didn't think greed was a problem. There are lots of theories and debates out there about the positive or negative role that greed plays in society at large. That debate is beyond the scope of this book. My focus is simply on improving your execution and performance as a trader. And for many of you, that means curbing the damage that greed does to your profitability. That may seem counterintuitive to the generations who grew up on Gordon Gekko's famous "greed is good" speech in the movie Wall Street. Only we must remember the full quote. Gekko's actual words are, "The point is, ladies and gentlemen, that greed, for lack of a better word, is good. For lack of a better word is the point of distinction. Ambition is the better word." The nature of greed. In trying to understand the nature of greed, it's helpful to look at Merriam-Webster's definition. A selfish and excessive desire for more of something, such as money, than is needed. Since we're discussing this from a performance standpoint and not from a societal one, we can remove the beginning and end of the definition. That leaves the phrase, an excessive desire for more, which perfectly summarizes the problem. Greed is the emotion that indicates the point where your ambition becomes excessive. Ambition is the competitive drive to be great, more successful, or earn more. It's what motivates you to read books like this one, to further hone your craft. Ambition is the drive to win, balanced with the understanding that losses are both inevitable and often helpful in reaching higher levels of success. You wouldn't call the ambitions of Michael Jordan greedy, or for that matter any athlete who strives to win at the highest levels. No, we'd say they have an intense hunger, will, or drive to win. We applaud their relentless effort and outsized dreams. Is that greed? Of course not. Think of yourself like an athlete, and greed becomes simply a performance problem. Greed exists in every competitive arena. While the aspirations of athletes to win wouldn't be characterized as greedy, that doesn't mean they aren't greedy while competing. But as observers, we can't say with certainty which decisions are greedy or not. Intent matters. Consider the athlete who tries to make a big play, like a lineman in football attempting to pick up a fumble and run with it, or a baseball player trying to score from second base on a short single to center field with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth of a tied game. Whether or not they're successful, if they assess the risk as usual, then a healthy ambition and drive to win is likely what drove the decision. If, on the other hand, there's a drive to achieve personal glory above the aims of one's team, or a need to prove to the skeptics that they deserve to be classed as a professional, then it's likely some level of greed has affected the decision. The excessiveness that characterizes greed is different for everyone, and can't be judged from the outside. There will always be the outliers, those traders who produce massive returns over a long period of time and appear greedy. For them, however, it may not be greed. It just looks that way. You can't know from the outside when someone else has crossed the line from ambition to greed. Remove the comparisons and focus on yourself. Where is that line for you, where ambition turns into greed? You likely already know. It's when you just can't stop yourself. The common advice sounds simple enough. Don't let greed get the best of you. You can't build an account in a single trade. Stick to your trading plan. Be disciplined and patient. But in the heat of the moment, your drive to make money supersedes that logic, and it's difficult to know when and when not to curb that drive. Ultimately, that's not even how you want to be trading, having to constantly be on the lookout for greed and reining in those impulses. Like a thoroughbred in a racehorse, you run faster when you're free to run as fast as you can, not when the jockey is constantly pulling on the reins. In a business where fortunes can be made and lost in a flash, you can't rely on having to quickly decipher if greed has hijacked your decisions. The goal is to correct the underlying flaws, illusions, or biases that turn your ambition into greed. Then you can drive yourself as hard as possible, knowing that you'll automatically make decisions within your strategy, because you know that's how you make the most money long term. Common signs of greed. When ambition reaches a point where decision-making becomes compromised, that's greed. You start focusing more on the money and your account balance rather than the percentage or price action. You feel like you need to be making money, and so you race into a trade. As it intensifies, your judgment becomes even more clouded. You miss a clear exit point and think about the killing you're about to make, reveling in your own brilliance. Then what happens? You end up making decisions you know are wrong in the long term, but you can't help yourself. You're driven to get the best possible entry and exit, make massive returns, and profit from every single trade. There's an unquenchable thirst for more that's never satisfied. It needs money now, and that intensity blinds you to risk. Greed ignores risks and seeks to earn money without regard for edge, strategy, or system. It emerges in a wide variety of situations. There's a blind optimism that things are bound to go your way and keep going up forever. Or you fantasize about some high P&L number that you want to make from a trade, set your target too high, and imagine what you'll do with the profit. You're not assessing the whole situation and determining if it's worth the risk. You're only focused on money and can't see how you'll lose. You get over-leveraged, oversized, add to winners, open too many positions, and think you can outsmart the market. You don't sell. Let winners run is what you're supposed to do, so you move your profit target, thinking you can turn it into a home run. Or maybe you sold, but immediately get back in because it could be a monster, and you'll kick yourself if you were on the sidelines. For some traders, greed only kicks in during a drawdown or after a string of break-even trades. You feel like you have to make money right now. Money is all you're focused on. You see other traders taking trades and making money, forget that there will be more opportunities that fit your style, and greedily go after everything you can. But you get stopped out again, and immediately re-enter at twice the size. Maybe you get a little lucky and you're back in the green. Now you want more, and try to squeeze out every cent and hope it doesn't retrace. Some of the specific signs of greed may also include bragging about winners, talking about how much you're up in your positions, and making it seem like you have it all figured out. Building positions that are too large or too concentrated, thinking you can't lose. Shortcutting your usual process to race into a trade because you see others piling in. Feeling like you have to be making money all the time. Always wanting more, never feeling satisfied. And yet, at times, avoiding the hard work and discipline required to do it the right way. Now that you have some ideas of the signs of greed to look out for, you're ready to map your pattern. Mapping your greed. In those moments when you cross the line and make decisions that are counter to what you know is correct, you're not making a conscious choice. Greed is taking control, and you're compelled to take the trade, stay in it, add to it, take on more leverage, or squeeze out every tick. Emotions are powerful, especially greed. And to have a chance at correcting them, you need to map the signals that indicate an escalation. The following steps will help you create an actual document that will become your map of greed. Step 1. Over the next few weeks, pay close attention to your pattern of greed. Examine and capture the signs that greed has become a problem, including thoughts, emotions, things you say out loud, behaviors, actions, changes to your decision-making, changes to your perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions, trading mistakes. Also be sure to spot the things that trigger greed, such as winning, a string of losses, or sensing a monster opportunity. Keep a document open on your computer or a notepad next to you while you trade, and take notes throughout the day. At the end of the trading day, review what you found and add additional details. Be as comprehensive as you can. When you first take notes, there's a lot of brainstorming. You're not going to identify all the details perfectly the first time you do it. If this is really hard for you at the beginning, don't worry. Everyone has their own starting point. Use what you find and build on it over time. If it takes you 3 months to get it right, so what? As long as you keep working and thinking about it, you'll learn more and get closer to a complete picture. Here are some questions to help you get started. What situations typically cause you to become greedy? How does your body react? For example, are you jacked up, ready to fight, or hyper-focused? Can you describe the point where ambition becomes excessive and turns into greed? What specifically is going through your mind? What thoughts do you have? How is your decision-making process different? What is the earliest sign that greed has become a problem? Mapping greed is an iterative process. When you spot new details, even just slight adjustments, be sure to add them. Small details matter and can make the difference between making progress or not. Step 2. Now you're going to organize your notes into a chart that assigns a level of increasing severity using a scale from 1 to 10 to each observation you made. For instance, ranking something a 1 would characterize a slight urge to force results, while ranking something a 10 would indicate unrestrained greed. At each level, identify details that clearly distinguish it from the other levels. As you assign levels of severity, split them into 2 categories, the mental and emotional side of greed and the technical side. They sit side by side. So for example, level 1 on the mental and emotional side corresponds to level 1 on the technical side, and so on. Be sure to base this on your personal experience of greed. Everyone has their own range, and if you judge yourself against another trader, you're at risk of over or underestimating the severity, which will make your strategy less effective. You also don't need to have details for all 10 levels. Most traders I work with aren't able to distinguish their pattern to that degree. Complete as many as you can, making sure you complete a minimum of 3. Here are some questions to distinguish the differences in each level of greed. What triggers the initial urge to force profits at level 1? How does it then increase or accumulate to reach higher levels? For example, after closing your second winning trade of the day, you start thinking about having a career day and ignore your strategy. As a result, you move your profit target on an existing position. When it pays off, you start blindly entering trades assuming you'll win. What are the signs that greed is small and still manageable? What are the signs that greed has become uncontrolled, completely disrupting your execution? How is your perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions different when your greed level is higher? How does your decision-making process differ at level 1 compared to levels 5 and 10? Then take the details you've categorized and put them into a map like this. Greed level. Describe the thoughts, emotions, things you say, behaviors, and actions that highlight each level of greed. Complete at least 3 levels. 1. Start thinking about the utility of money, wanting to lock up the gain. I want to have that big trade to secure the profit and achieve better returns to see progress. 5. Wonder if I should move my profit target. Really close, I could secure it now, but I could move the target farther away. If I push the trade farther, I'll be secure for longer. 6. Wonder if I should trail my stop. I don't want to give anything back. More irritated with people when they ask about my trading. 8. I give up my trading plan, but maintain a clear stop and profit target so it's still safe. Much more personal. Is the market with me or against? 10. I want to make the absolute best return right now. Give up all control, and I'm only focused on making money right now. No longer-term thinking. Technical level. Describe the quality of your decision-making, perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions at each level of greed. 1. No change. 5. Start feeling emotions in terms of my trading plan. There's an urge to change things. 8. Don't have a plan. It's all based on how I feel the market is moving. Move stop and profit targets. Perception is more about money. 10. Manually manage the trade. Looking at every single minute to get the best price by looking at every single change in the market. Looking at every 5 or 10 minute candle versus 1 to 4 hour candle. Trades usually last from 1 day to 2 weeks. Some of you will assume this step is impossible because your signs of greed are all extreme. The small signs are there, you just can't see them yet. This is an iterative process. Continue to work the process by paying close attention to the buildup. Remember, one of the best times to do this is after an instance where greed got the better of you. Be a detective. Look at why it reached that point and the signs you could detect next time. Once complete, you have a solid draft that you can use while you're trading to recognize your pattern and quickly respond with the correction. Since these patterns can take a lot of experience and training to correct, don't revise your map until you get consistent evidence that it has permanently changed. The real cause of greed. You may be able to determine some of what's driving you, greed or other emotions, when you do your mapping exercise. But to really assess greed, you need to know what's driving the decision, and that's up to you to determine. What might be a greedy trade for one trader could instead be a well-executed one for another. The key is to clarify what flaws lie below the surface of what you perceive to be greed. To help make this point, let's look at 4 stories of traders who each identified prior to coaching that they had a problem with greed. And in each situation, the flaws associated with fear, anger, overconfidence, and a lack of confidence proved instead to be the main drivers. First up is Alex, a 16-year trading veteran from Germany. He worked for years in a big firm as a market maker for power and natural gas options. Currently, he works for an oil trading group, and he's mainly responsible for their algorithmic options trading. He also trades a personal account on the side, which is the main reason he came to me for coaching. For Alex, greed showed up in a specific way. He felt that he wasn't making enough money on his winning trades. He'd catch himself fantasizing about some high P&L number that he wanted to make, and he was often filled with regret for getting out too early or being talked out of trades that would have made him a ton. At first glance, Alex's example of greed is minor in comparison to the other stories you're about to read. However, his story is important to highlight because even small instances of mental game problems coded as greed need to be corrected. As you'll read in the continuation of Alex's story in the next chapter, greed was signaling a fear of being wrong that caused him to legitimately underperform in a big way. He had good reason to think about those high P&L numbers, as he was missing out on a lot of potential profits. Roderick, on the other hand, a trader from the US with a decade of experience trading all the global CME products, US stocks, and Forex, had a much more visible version of greed. He's an incredibly hard worker who would react very poorly to a loss or mistake. Immediately, he would force trades, trying to make more than the market was giving him. He would try to recover, but spiral out of control, ultimately losing a lot of money on the day. Conversely, on the days where he made money easily, he would want to make even more. No amount was enough. When greed showed up for Roderick, he would attempt to earn without proper edge or system. He knew this, and initially assumed that worrying about money for life and bills was the problem. He tried putting away all the money that he needed for an entire year to take care of himself and his family, but that didn't change a thing. Perhaps it's a gap in knowledge, he speculated. That idea drove him deeper into the markets, trying to gain more and more knowledge, and yet no matter how much more he learned, his greedy attempts to make money continued. As we began our work, it became quickly apparent that what Roderick thought was greed was actually anger. He hated to make mistakes, and in his mind, losing was a mistake. He expected to make money on every trade, to trade better and make more money, and to never miss an opportunity. Failing to meet any of these expectations meant that he wasn't perfect, which triggered an explosion of anger. In Chapter 6, I'll continue Roderick's story, and you'll see how he was able to fix his unrealistic expectations of perfection. Next is Max, a Forex trader from France. He began trading 5 years ago to prove to his friend that he could do it, and became hooked. For the last 2 years, he's been able to sustain a full-time income, and eventually wants to get investor funding. To get there, however, he first needs to get control of his emotions, namely greed. On the surface, Max is happy with his progress, but there's a hidden urge that he constantly fights against. For example, when price is in a great zone, even though he knows to wait for the right entry, the idea that he could make so much money that it could change his month causes him to jump in so as not to miss it. He also wants to make money because it gives him a good feeling, like he's making progress and knows what he's doing. For Max, greed gets worse after a string of break-even or losing trades. He wants to make the absolute best return right now, and he loses sight of the long-term strategy or value of having made a plan. He can't wait, and will eagerly take a marginal trade. Between our first and second sessions, Max worked incredibly hard to map his pattern of greed and was able to distinguish 10 levels. The sample map from the previous section was a draft that he put together prior to our first session. Here's the second version. Greed level, second version. 1. Logging into my brokerage account to have a brief look at the P&L I'm currently running in a trade. Feeling good if it's positive, but not negatively impacted if it's a loss. 2. Start thinking about the utility of money, wanting to lock up the gain. I want to have that big trade to secure the profit and have better returns to see progress. 3. Thinking about how much more % or dollar return I need to cover expenses this month and next month. I feel excited about these trades, and I think this is great. I'm back on the ball. 4. Wonder what other people will think of my trade. Other traders, family, investors. I'm happy to talk in depth about my position with others instead of being brief and humble. I want to share and be a show-off about it. 5. Wonder if I should move my profit target. Really close. I could secure it now, but I could move the target farther away. If I push the trade further, I'll be secure for longer. 6. Wonder if I should trail my stop. I don't want to give anything back. More irritated with people when they ask about my trading. I stay in front of the computer even if I don't need to monitor how the market is moving. 7. I don't want to lose or give back money to the market, so I keep thinking nonstop about my trade. I'm hunched over, looking at my screen, and don't do a lot more than stare at live charts. I can't get myself away from them. 8. Trading feels much more personal, like the market is with me or against me. I give up my trading plan but maintain a clear stop and profit target, so it's still safe. 9. I think the market is controllable. I think I can understand the flow of the market. Whenever it goes higher or lower, I can predict it. Staring at my screen, snapping at people as soon as someone talks to me. 10. I want to make the absolute best return right now. Give up all control, and I'm only focused on making money right now. No longer-term thinking. In Max's original map, the first signal of greed was thinking about the utility of money. But now that's at level 2, and the first clue is looking at the P&L of an active trade. This is important because it enables him to correct greed sooner while the scale is small. Looking at the deeper emotions fueling his greed, you'll notice the 2 sentences in bold provide the clues. Greed is fueled by a weakness in confidence. Max has reasonable aspirations, but the deep urgency to prove himself causes him to make decisions outside of his strategy. In Chapter 7, we'll pick up his story and show how he was able to eliminate greed and make significant progress with his confidence. Let's look at another trader. When I first met Chris, who was from the US, he had been trading full-time for about 7 years. He typically day trades stocks and U.S. index futures and swing trades forex and options. For Chris, greed compelled him to ignore pre-planned targets and try to hit a home run. More often than not, it hurt him. But he couldn't help it. The threat of regret carried a lot of weight and forced him to push too hard to avoid missing out on what could be a home run. The roots of his greed were planted before he became a full-time trader, when Chris sold way too soon out of a stock that he had planned to hold. Within a month of selling, the company was acquired, and the gains would have been life-changing. A decade had passed, and yet the pain was still fresh. As we analyze why, also looking at the reasons why he would cycle through periods of overconfidence and lacking confidence, and the times he would get pissed off and doubt his strategy, all roads led to one place, an expectation of perfection. In Chapter 7, you'll see how Chris resolved the pain from selling that stock and removed the emotional volatility that came from his quest for perfection. You may have noticed that 2 of these 4 traders had an expectation of perfection as the underlying cause of greed. This is a topic that I talk about in fear, anger, and confidence chapters because it's a common cause of emotional instability among highly motivated people. I applaud the aspiration to be perfect and the desire to achieve success at the highest level, but expecting to attain perfection is a different story. Because it's impossible, expecting perfection always causes emotional instability in your mental game. As you saw in Alex's story, greed can have close ties with fear. Fear of failing, fear of underperforming, fear of ending the day with less money than you started with. Trading is associated with a host of fears. In fact, you may be so familiar with fear in trading that you assume the emotion must be there. A certain amount of nervousness is a given, yes, but by drilling down into the specifics of what makes your fear excessive, you can ensure that it doesn't damage profitability. That's exactly what we'll look at in the next chapter. Chapter 5. Fear. We can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light. Plato. Fear in trading is so well known, it may be overblown. This is important because to clearly identify and resolve your issues with fear, you need to be specific. You may have already labeled some of these issues for yourself. Fear of losing, fear of mistakes, fear of failing. These are all real fears, and I'll talk about them later in this chapter. But we also need to address misinterpretations about what fear really is, as opposed to what it isn't. Without this distinction, we can't identify and correct the performance flaws causing actual fears. Misinterpretations are easy to make because trading is far more intense than the typical job. Imagine how much would change in the corporate world if salaried employees were paid based on their day-to-day performance. What if they had money taken out of their paychecks if they underperformed? Considered in those terms, not even professional athletes have the same pressure. Tom Brady doesn't get his pay docked if he throws an interception. Tiger Woods doesn't personally hand over $50,000 on the first tee to play in a tournament. Even if you're in a prop firm or an institutional trader and it's not your money on the line, big mistakes or consistent underperformance will still cut the size of your book or get you fired. All of this is to say that natural nerves are an inherent part of trading, and it can be easy to mistake them for the anxiety and fear generated by a performance flaw. Another common source of fear that isn't driven by a performance flaw is having a weak or incomplete trading strategy. Higher amounts of uncertainty are inevitable when you are less clear on how you make money, what trades you take, or whether a loss was due to a mistake or bad luck. This uncertainty can create increasing amounts of nervousness, doubt, and fear, simply because your ability to measure and evaluate your trading is less accurate. On the surface, those emotions can signal a weakness in your strategy. This was certainly true for Vishal, a trader from the UK, who began trading about 6 years ago. He's a trader who uses technical analysis to drive his decisions in the forex and futures markets. There's also a strong discretionary piece to his strategy, where he uses intuition to decide if he's going to take the trade or not. This is where Vishal was experiencing a lot of anxiety. At the moment of execution, he would hesitate. Vishal's mind would fill with questions such as, but what about this, and this, and this? And he would suddenly doubt the setup. If he skipped a trade and it lost, he felt justified, and if it won, he would beat himself up, saying things like, you should be doing better. You knew that it looked good. At first, we spent time mapping Vishal's fear, and we identified an excessive need to be right. But the turning point came when I pointed out that for him, right now, trading should be 10% mental and 90% technical. That brought him back to the basics, to where he realized the plan he was bringing into battle was not comprehensive enough. He couldn't pull the trigger because he had too many unanswered questions. The doubt and hesitation were signals of weakness in his strategy. He became much more open-minded about his trading. Hesitation and losses, which used to cause a mix of criticism and additional fear, became opportunities to question the technical elements of the trade, refine his strategy, and become more systematic in his approach. He also reduced the amount of time he spent in front of the screens. Vishal turned them off, and instead he worked on his edge until he got an alert. He was able to tighten up his strategy by putting in the time to answer ahead of time many of the questions he would otherwise have at the point of execution. It has taken painstaking work to make his discretionary decisions more mechanical while maintaining a quantifiable edge. The payoff is that Vishal has seen a dramatic change emotionally. Today, he relies more heavily on factual data to evaluate trades, and is certain that his technical edge is good enough that it's okay if he misses a few trades. Most important, at the point of execution, his mind isn't filled with questions because he's answered them. Now they come afterwards as he reflects on how to improve. A lot of the noise has been removed from the whole process, which has improved his execution as well as his ability to trust his intuition and learn from it. I'm not suggesting that a trading plan or working through the holes in your strategy like this is an antidote to everyone's fear, but having a trading plan can provide clarity on where the fear is coming from. If you have a plan that's researched and has a proven edge, you have something that you either believe in or know works, and that eliminates some uncertainty. Then, if nerves, doubt, worry, pressure, or anxiety prevent you from executing your plan, that's a clear indication that fear is caused by one of the flaws covered later in this chapter. Ideally, the role of anxiety and fear is to highlight that something is wrong or unknown with your read of the market, your positions, or how your strategy lines up with the market. If that's what's happening, it means your mental game is solid and is largely free of the flaws, beliefs, or illusions that typically cause fear. For many of you, however, that isn't the case. You may, for example, worry about blowing up, consistently size too small, especially in positions you sense could be home runs. Stay out of trades, concerned about getting it wrong. Consistently think about going broke. Avoid trades that have the potential to be very volatile. To get a clear look at exactly what you're facing, first rule out that it's not a consequence of the normal competitive nerves or a weak trading plan. Once you've done that, it's time to dive into what may be driving your fear. The nature of fear. If you're going to resolve the issues causing your fear, you need to first understand where fear in trading comes from. At a basic level, fear can be reduced to uncertainty. Yes, that's overly simplistic, but think about it this way. When you have certainty, you don't have fear. The unknown is taken out of the equation. Imagine you had a fear of losing, and you were particularly on edge because of a recent drawdown. But a few minutes before the market opens, a magical trading fairy appears on your shoulder and tells you the outcome of the day. You'd know to expect a handful of small losses in the first hour, but 2 large wins in the afternoon would make the day solidly profitable. Instantly, the tension, nerves, and fear would disappear. You'd be pumped to have a profitable day. And more importantly, rather than triggering fear and possibly costing you some of the afternoon profits, you'd be confident that those early losses wouldn't affect you. Of course, there's no trading fairy. Yet some traders can take heavy losses and not experience fear. How are they able to do that? What they have in common is certainty. They are so certain their strategy will pay off, they simply aren't worried about the short-term losses. They can also be certain in their ability to find a way to make money, adapt if market conditions have changed, or develop a new strategy. Certainty is the antidote to fear. I'm not suggesting the end goal is to always have certainty. That's not even practical. Instead, I'm suggesting that certainty and fear can't coexist, and uncertainty is the breeding ground for fear. Uncertainty is essentially a question you don't have the answer for, or don't have enough experience to prove the answer you already have is correct. When these questions are unanswered or unproven, doubt lingers, worry builds, and eventually that worry accumulates into anxiety. If this goes on long enough, it turns into fear. As with other emotions, fear exists along a scale, one that begins as a question. You need to dig into your fear and pull out the questions that are unanswered, unproven, unclear, or uncertain, because they indicate what you want to know at a deeper level. The following are examples of common questions traders have. Why am I losing money? Why did I make that mistake? Is this a spot where I can add discretion? Is what I'm looking at worthwhile? What if I miss something in my analysis? What am I doing wrong? When will I start making money again? How could I have been so stupid? Will I make it as a trader? What will I do if I can't make money from trading? Have I lost it? Am I going to be able to figure it out? Sometimes these are legitimate questions that linger in the back of your mind without being answered, or that can't be answered yet, leading to more uncertainty. Other times they're answered automatically with responses such as, "It's because I'm stupid that I make these mistakes. I'm never going to make money again." Or, "I'll end up working some soulless corporate job because I'm just not a good enough trader." These answers generate secondary emotions and perpetuate fear. What's more, flaws often contaminate these questions. Asking, "What am I doing wrong?" or "How could I have been so stupid?" presumes you were wrong and stupid. Asking, "When will I start making money again?" presumes you could possibly know that. Uncertainty is a core element in your profession. You need to embrace that fact so deeply, it's as if it's coded in your DNA. But as a trader struggling to control your fear, simply embracing uncertainty isn't enough. You need to identify and correct the underlying flaws that force you to need certainty when you can't have it yet. Common signs of fear. Fear takes your ability to assess risk, think, decide, trust intuition, and make predictions, and turns it against you. Better understanding how and why that happens will help you uncover the flaws that cause your fear. As you begin to analyze your patterns of fear, think about the presence of the 5 common signals of fear described below. Avoid the temptation to view them as inherently negative. They simply highlight functions of the mind gone awry. Risk aversion. Risk is the reason trading provides an opportunity for profit. So on the surface, it seems counterintuitive that traders would struggle to handle this essential thing, and yet it happens all the time. You'll see traders make mistakes, like not letting winners run to avoid the risk of it going against them, not building a bigger position when they have a lot of conviction because they fear it will blow up again, or avoiding a trade with a slightly higher risk reward because it seems like a gamble. As you've learned already, mistakes like these are really signals. To understand the function that risk aversion serves, we need to look at the reasons behind these actions more objectively. What are you protecting yourself from? What are you trying to avoid? Within the 3 mistakes listed in the prior paragraph, you can see there's a desire to avoid losing, blowing up, and gambling. Nobody wants those outcomes, and that's basically the point. Risk aversion is essentially a natural reaction to protect yourself from the pain associated with negative outcomes. It's no different than how you'd instinctively raise your arms to protect yourself if someone tried to punch you in the face. Now instead, if you were about to get punched by a 2-year-old child, how likely is it that you'd instinctively put up your arms as a defense, except in an exaggerated fashion to make the kid laugh? With no threat of pain, there's nothing to fear. This is important to distinguish, because it's likely that risk aversion doesn't happen on every trade. Sometimes risk aversion happens for practical reasons, such as when you don't have a good sense of the market and struggle to evaluate the risk. That aversion isn't a problem, but perhaps at previous times like this, you've traded poorly and put capital at unnecessary risk of loss. Now you've wised up and need to make the transition from being overconfident to prudent. However, prudence can feel like fear or being averse to risk, especially if ghosts from your past remind you not to make the same mistakes. Over time, your aversion to this type of risk will disappear as you prove to yourself that you can make sound decisions when your sense of the market isn't clear. In this case, the real risk you were averse to was the threat that overconfidence posed to your capital, not market risk. All of the types of fear detailed in this chapter can cause risk aversion. And in fact, other problems, like greed, tilt, and low confidence can as well, particularly when those problems are well known but uncontrolled. By shying away from risk, traders protect themselves by keeping these problems from showing up. They either consciously or unconsciously recognize when the risk of these problems occurring is greater, and they factor that into their risk calculation. If a loss here triggers greed or tilt, it'll lead to a further drawdown, or it'll damage confidence, and they'll bleed EV from not trading well for a few weeks. Quick tip. Only once you start to resolve fear, tilt, greed, or a confidence problem does it make sense to correct risk aversion. Otherwise, you risk creating more chaos. Once you make progress, risk aversion will either automatically go away, or you'll need to push yourself to take more profitable risks. At first, that might take a leap of faith. So consider setting a specific amount of money to invest when pushing yourself to take more risks. Often just knowing that your potential losses are limited helps to free you from any aversion to risk. Overthinking. When functioning in an optimal state, thinking is controlled. You want to think? You think. You want to think about a particular topic? You think about that topic. Sure, some random ideas may come to mind, or your thoughts may go in unpredictable directions, but when you want to stop thinking, either in general or about a particular topic, you can do that easily. That isn't the case when your mind is driven by anxiety and fear. Instead, your mind can't settle. The market does something you don't expect, and you have what seems like 1,000 thoughts all at once. Or after a string of losers, your mind loops in circles, covering the same territory again and again. Can I still make money? Is my strategy still viable? Why am I so impulsive? Each time around doesn't produce any new answers. It just makes focusing on the market and executing your strategy harder. After you're done for the day, you try to move on and enjoy time with family or friends, but you can't stop thinking about a position you're worried has grown too large. You wonder what will happen if there's a market crash or all your positions move against you at once. You're restless when trying to relax. Your mind won't let you. Sleeping is a challenge. Thoughts rip through your mind, and the more tired you get, the more uncontrolled they are. Overthinking happens when you can't find the answer to your underlying question. If the antidote to fear is certainty, overthinking is your mind's desperate attempt to find certainty. When fear is particularly intense, your mind won't stop thinking until it gets an answer, or you're either exhausted or distracted. One of the reasons this happens is due to a limitation in a part of the brain called working memory. Working memory is where you think. It's where the voice in your head lives, and it's like a whiteboard in your mind where you consciously put pieces together and work through problems. Under normal circumstances, you have access to between 5 and 9 pieces of information at one time in your working memory. This part of the brain is already limited, but anxiety and fear shrink that number even further. You struggle to answer the questions driving your fear because you lack the space to consider all the relevant data. Imagine trying to complete a 1,000-piece puzzle by only looking at 3 pieces at a time. Your mind goes into overdrive in a desperate attempt to find the pieces needed to solve the problem. Quick tip. Writing is a great tool to work around the limitations of the mind. As overthinking creates confusion and clutter in your mind, writing helps you to find answers more efficiently. When you recognize that your thinking is getting out of control, whether during the trading day or afterward, write down what you're worried about and why. Being able to see or read your thoughts can give you a different perspective. It's like being able to see more than 3 puzzle pieces at once. Sometimes that's all you need to answer a question driving your fear. Second guessing. After making a decision, whether just in your mind or after entering a position, you immediately question whether the decision is correct. Before getting in, you're excessively thorough in your analysis. This is appropriate for a risky trade that has a high potential downside, but it's unnecessary for your usual trades and can cause you to get a worse price or miss an opportunity entirely. Once you're in the trade, your mind will randomly cycle back and agonize over it. You wonder whether you should close it or hold the position. When fear gets involved, there's an excessive desire to avoid making a mistake or losing money. You worry you miss something, question your reasoning, doubt that your sense of the market is accurate, or wonder if you were overconfident. You may even scratch it because the tension is too much to handle. Second guessing goes beyond the productive back and forth you go through in your decision-making process. While it can have an overthinking quality to it, overthinking is much broader and could apply to anything. What is the Fed going to do? What is my boss going to say about my drawdown? Should I be trading another market? Why can't anyone figure out that Batman and Bruce Wayne are the same person? Second guessing, on the other hand, is specific to decisions. Some trades are straightforward and second guessing doesn't show up. But when uncertainty is greater, second guessing is more likely, and you're at risk of changing your mind, having already determined the right course of action. Quick tip: write down, in detail, your optimal decision-making process. Then when you start to second guess a decision, ask if what you're reconsidering needs to be part of that process or whether it's excessive and driven by fear. Second guessing is worse when there are holes in your decision-making. Clearing up that process makes second guessing less likely, and when it does occur, you get a clearer look at the fear that's driving it. Not trusting your gut. Fear can wreak havoc with your ability to make decisions based on your gut. Even though there's a strong feeling the decision is correct, you can't clearly articulate the rationale for why the idea is right. This lack of certainty makes trusting your gut inherently feel riskier, so you go against it. How does this play out? Maybe you become pretty good at recognizing major momentum shifts in the market, but can't get yourself to trade on them. Maybe initially you went with your gut, but you were too early, got stopped out, and didn't get back in before the massive move you saw happened. One common reason why traders don't trust their gut is that they don't know what the hell it is. Your goals, livelihood, and confidence are on the line. So why would you trust something you don't understand? You wouldn't trust a random stranger to advise you on the right opportunity to short oil futures. If your gut is unfamiliar, trusting it seems dangerous. Fear thrives in this space. The tension builds between wanting to trust your gut and being uncertain what it is, why it's right, or worrying if it's wrong. Plus, under pressure, you naturally retreat to what you know best, your standard way of making trades. So just like the advice from a stranger, your gut-level decisions are discarded as untrustworthy. Trusting something unfamiliar is especially tough when there's more downside to getting it wrong than upside to getting it right, especially if you're making a good-sized bet or need to justify your decision to someone else. Quick tip: your gut is most accurate when you're in the zone or operating at a high level. That doesn't mean that in that state it's always right, but when you're in your C game, your gut is almost certainly wrong and based on some biased view, not on an accurate sense about the potential opportunity. Learn to identify the qualitative differences between this and how you think and feel when your gut tends to be accurate. For example, one client noted that his gut is accurate when it seems like several puzzle pieces come together all at once. There's a feeling of knowing combined with mental clarity. When it's incorrect, he feels tension in his chest and stomach, and his mind is filled with what-if type questions. Making this distinction has made it significantly easier to trust his gut. Negative future. One of the basic functions of the mind is anticipating and predicting the future. The utility of this ability is obvious when it's functioning correctly. But what isn't obvious for traders who have issues with fear is how their predictions can go awry and create more fear. If you're evaluating a trade without fear, you can objectively consider the range of possible outcomes and evaluate the risk. When fear gets involved, however, traders will overestimate the likelihood that a negative event will occur, skewing their sense of the risk. Or worse, they make the classic error of being a shitty psychic and become absolutely certain those negative events will occur. For example, envisioning a position going against you before even initiating the trade. Both the overestimation and anticipation of future negative outcomes cause additional fear, and that further compromises the decision-making process. These prognostications can hide in plain sight. Consider a question like, what if I lose money putting on a trade here? That question predicts a mistake will happen, and you'll look stupid for making it. What-if type questions are commonly associated with negative predictions. What if I lose another 50K? What if I can't turn it around? What if I blow my account again? These aren't really questions. You aren't legitimately asking yourself what will happen. You've already assumed those negative outcomes will happen. If you're on edge to begin with, that pseudo-question triggers secondary fear, making additional mistakes and losses, and the negative future you fear, a more likely reality. Quick tip: rather than allow a what-if type scenario to run wild, treat it as a legitimate question and write down your answer. If that were to happen, what would it mean and what would you do? Playing out the fear like this can clarify what you're actually afraid of and can help to uncover the hidden flaws contributing to it. Mapping your fear. The idea of mapping your fear isn't metaphoric. You're actually creating a map. This map is essential to recognizing the escalation of fear in real time, enabling you to quickly correct it or at least minimize the damage to your execution. Plus, this map helps you to understand the flaws causing your fear. It also helps you to identify the sections of this chapter most relevant for you to work through. Follow the steps below to create a document that will become the map of your fear. Step 1. Over the next few weeks, pay close attention to your pattern of fear. Examine and capture the signals that fear has become a problem, including thoughts, emotions, things you say out loud, behaviors, actions, changes to your decision-making, changes to your perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions, trading mistakes. Keep a document open on your computer or a notepad next to you while you trade and take notes throughout the day. At the end of the trading day, review what you found and add additional details. Be as comprehensive as you can. It's okay to identify things that only happen once in a while. If this is hard for you, don't worry about it. You're not going to identify all the details perfectly the first time you do it. And if you're overly worried about making mistakes mapping your fear, then it's likely a fear of mistakes is a problem you need to correct. Everyone has their own starting point. Use what you find and build on it over time. Don't worry if it takes a month to get it right. That's not uncommon. During that time, as long as you keep it on your mind, you'll continually learn more than you knew before. Progress is progress regardless of the speed. Here are some questions to help you get started. What situations typically provoke uncertainty, doubt, anxiety, or fear? How does your body react when you're nervous? For example, is there heart pounding, sweating, nausea, dry mouth, foot or hand tapping? Can you describe the point where your nerves go from helping you perform to being excessive and causing problems? What specifically is going through your mind? What thoughts do you have? How is your decision-making process different? What are the earliest signs that fear has become a problem? In the previous section, I described 5 general signs of fear. To recap, those are risk aversion, overthinking, not trusting your gut, second-guessing, and a negative future. By contrast, here are some specific signals of fear that you may experience. Can't pull the trigger out of a fear you miss something. Your heart rate spikes up when sizing up, even after trading for many years. Paralyzed and unable to get out of positions or manage risk properly. Doubt that you're seeing things correctly. Looking for opportunities outside of your system, or using indicators or charts that you normally wouldn't. Talking yourself out of a good trade. Quickly taking profit to ensure you don't lose money. Struggle sleeping after bad days. Focus gets too narrow. Tunnel vision blocks out important factors. Be sure to capture as many triggers as you can find, regardless of the amount of uncertainty, anxiety, worry, or doubt they create. If you need help identifying your triggers, look closely at your thoughts and the things you say out loud. Remember, don't judge or criticize what you say or think. Your thoughts are caused by a performance flaw that often directly relates to the trigger. Here are some common triggers. Prospect of losing money. Realizing you made a mistake. The thought, don't fuck this up. Threat of embarrassment. Seeing negative P&L for the month. Seeing a position quickly move red. Being unable to stop yourself from exiting a winning position. Mapping your fear is an iterative process. When you spot new details, even just slight adjustments, be sure to add them. Small details matter and can make a big difference. Progress in correcting your fear and improving your execution is on the line. It's worth being exhaustive with the details. Step 2. Once you've gathered a lot of details, organize what you found by putting them in order of severity. Rank each detail on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 characterizes a slight doubt or a worry, and 10 is what happens under the most intense amount of fear. At each level, identify details that clearly distinguish it from other levels. As you assign levels of severity, split them into 2 categories, the mental and emotional side of fear and the technical side. They sit side by side, so for example, level 1 on the mental and emotional side corresponds to level 1 on the technical side, and so on. Be sure to base this on your experience of fear, and not how other traders deal with it. Everyone has their own range, and if you judge yourself against someone else, you're at risk of over or underestimating what you're capable of. Doing this will make your strategy less accurate. You don't need to have details for all 10 levels. Most traders that I work with aren't able to distinguish their pattern of fear to that degree. Do a minimum of 3 and as many more as you can. Here are some questions to distinguish the differences in each level of fear. What triggers the initial worry or doubt at level 1? How does it accumulate or increase to become anxiety or fear? For example, maybe it begins with normal uncertainty related to the market, but then your second loss of the day triggers worry about future losses, which leads to a fear that maybe you can't cut it anymore, so you feel like you have to make money in the next trade. What details are present when fear is still small and manageable? What details are present when it's a monster completely disrupting your execution? How is your perception of the market different when your fear is higher? What specific trading mistakes can you avoid at level 1, but can't stop from happening at level 10? Take what you've categorized and put them into a map like the one below. Fear level. Describe the thoughts, emotions, things you say, behaviors, and actions that highlight each level of fear. Complete at least 3 levels. 1. Looking at the charts and asking myself if taking this position was the right decision. Did I do the right thing? Is this going to be a loser? 3. Wondering why the market is going against me. I look at my live trades a lot more often than I need to. Start to worry that I'm going to have to accept the 1% loss. 5. Log onto my brokerage account to see how much I've lost over the last few trades. 7. Urge to move stop to break even. Really want to avoid another loss. 8. Want to take profit as soon as it's running decently green. I want to secure profits to be able to prove to myself I can still do it, that I'm able to make money from my trading. 10. Staring at my charts and not really thinking at this point. Technical level. Describe the quality of your decision-making, perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions at each level of fear. 1. Not seeing things objectively. Clouded judgment that a change in the market means I did something wrong. 3. Emotional thinking about past losses. Start to disregard probabilistic thoughts. 5. Become distrusting of my own strategy and need to talk to others, like my mentor, to be reassured of where my edge comes from. 7. Mostly focused on guaranteed profits or breaking even. 8. No longer thinking rationally. 10. No longer thinking at all. Step 3. You now have a solid draft that you can use while you're trading so you can recognize your pattern and quickly respond with the correction. Since these patterns can take a lot of experience and training to correct, don't revise your map until you get consistent evidence that it has permanently changed. Now use what you've identified in this section to focus on the specific types of fear that are most relevant to your trading. I strongly advise that you start by reading through all of the types. Why? Because you may identify with issues you didn't realize you had at first glance. And you may remember additional details to add to your map. Then go back and reread the sections most relevant to you. Fear of missing out. FOMO. What signals should you be looking for to see if FOMO is an issue for you? Here are some typical examples. You can't stay focused on the sectors, symbols, or markets you usually watch. You feel like big moves are happening elsewhere. Adrenaline pumps through your body, you're hyper-focused and driven to avoid missing another big opportunity. You missed the last one, and the urge to get it right this time is overpowering. You know you shouldn't chase, but you worry that price isn't going to come back down and that you have to get in now. Or maybe you overreact to breaking news. You have a panicky feeling and make a rash decision without completing your analysis. You get stopped out, and as it immediately retraces, you convince yourself that it's fine to get in again because it feels right. FOMO can come at a time where the market doesn't move in a way that suits your style. There's a lot of potential, but none of your ideas pan out. You're a trader, and you need to trade, so you jump into the next one, convinced it's fine to get in even though you missed your entry by a few ticks. Or maybe the market is so volatile, you only get a partial fill and chase to get the rest. You see other traders making money, ignore the risks and size too big, trying to make up the difference in what you think you should have made. Regardless of exactly how it pops up for you, FOMO forces you into trades outside of your system that you know you shouldn't take. The most vexing part is often trying to understand why that urge is so hard to control, but you simply don't recognize the buildup of emotion. That's why you can't stop yourself. Just the normal tension of trading can cause your nerves to increase as, for example, you see price dancing around your zone and wait to get a better price. The longer you wait, the more emotion builds up. Then if you happen to lose or miss out on a few trades, anxiety accumulates even more and eventually compels you to jump into a trade prematurely, make justifications for why the market is still in a good spot, or look at more markets that you can realistically manage. Nerves or anxiety also accumulate day over day when you're in a drawdown, have been struggling, or need money. For some of you, trading is like going to an amusement park. You love the thrill of riding the roller coaster. When the market hasn't provided many opportunities, your need for action can become too much to contain. Either way, it's critical that you become aware of the escalation. When mapping your FOMO, pay close attention to both what triggers the emotion and to what signals an increase in it. That will help you to get to the bottom of what's driving it. Find the real cause of FOMO. The term FOMO is used so much in trading that it's become an umbrella term that lacks specificity. I've only found one underlying flaw that is completely unique to FOMO: the assumption that there will never be another opportunity. If this is a problem for you, despite logically knowing there will be more opportunities, you'll find yourself unable to see beyond this trade. Your mind gets so focused, you're convinced that you have to take advantage of this opportunity because there won't be another one. This tends to happen most often when the market is slow and there are factually fewer opportunities, or when you're in a drawdown and pessimistic about your prospects. But the fact remains, there will be more opportunities. You know that when you're in the right state of mind. The key is to remind yourself of that fact in those moments before FOMO has a chance to intensify. That will make it easier to avoid getting involved where you shouldn't. Beyond that flaw, the main causes of FOMO are related to other types of fear, as well as anger and confidence issues. Like greed, FOMO is real, but to solve it, you first need to identify the flaws, biases, and illusions that fuel it. If you struggle to dig them out, try something that may sound a bit strange at first. Force yourself to stay on the sidelines to intensify your emotions. The reason to do this is that when your emotions are more intense, the cause of them can be easier to identify. How might this look in practice? Define a narrower set of criteria for what trades you'll take. For example, by only taking A-plus trades for a day, few days, or a week. Or you might deliberately remove some discretionary type trades that can lead to FOMO. Keep a notepad or journal open next to you, and in real time capture the emotions and thoughts that arise. They will be the clues to help you complete a more precise map, laying the groundwork for you to determine the roots of your FOMO and come up with a correction. If you find yourself hesitating about the financial impact of this exercise, remember this is research. You're investing in a long-term upgrade to your execution that, if successful, will likely recoup those short-term missed opportunities many times over. After completing this task, you may recognize that FOMO is driven by what you believe are the consequences of missing out. You might jump in early because missing out on profit feels like losing, and you have a fear of losing. Maybe seeing others make money while you aren't sparks a fear of failure, leading you to think that you're not good enough. If you consider missing out to be a mistake and fear mistakes, you could be trying to avoid self-criticism. Ironically, fear of making a mistake compels you to make one. FOMO can also be driven by an angry need to make back losses. It can come from a type of perfectionism where you expect to catch every move and make the maximum profit from every trade. FOMO might show up because you lack confidence and jump in when the market starts to move to avoid feeling stupid or embarrassed that you missed out. Or perhaps like Carlos, our next example, your FOMO is actually related to a technical mistake. Carlos is a full-time Forex and futures trader from the US. He and I originally started working through some problems with anger around losing and mistakes. After making significant progress with his anger, FOMO stood out as a bigger problem. While FOMO wasn't a new issue, it hadn't affected his trading nearly as much as anger, so it wasn't originally a priority. This is common when making progress in your mental game. Once you fix the first problem, you can move on to the next one. Throughout our work on his anger, the mental hand history was an important tool to help break through and understand the roots of the problem. It motivated him to not just map his emotions, but to understand and resolve the cause of them. In one session, we came up with the phrase, "Don't hide, ask why." Carlos was able to firmly reorient his mind around the idea that emotions are signals to be understood. Having that in the forefront of his mind allowed him to tackle FOMO on his own and from a new perspective. One day he recognized FOMO getting triggered in a particular setup that had been giving him problems, a limit entry where he was waiting for price to knife down into his range, and if it turned there, it could rocket up. In the past, after getting stopped out of this type of setup when the market would start flying back up, he would think, man, I'm going to miss this move that I didn't get in. He would re-enter in self-described gambling mode because he didn't have a plan for that particular pivot. The next trade would get popped out, causing FOMO to intensify, leading to several more bad trades, which would trigger tilt. He'd triple his position size and lose big. This time, however, Carlos recognized the nervousness and immediately started writing his thoughts and emotions in his journal and then walked away. This was progress in itself, since he at least avoided an increase in emotion and the poorer execution that would follow. As he walked away from his screens, Carlos asked himself, why am I feeling FOMO? What is it signaling? He realized that the 5-minute chart didn't allow him to see the market turn, something he needed to see because he was only using a 10-point stop loss. That gave him the idea to zoom down to a 30-second chart at the right area at the right time. He also stopped using limit orders. Now he uses stop limit orders for entry. So trades that used to take 15 minutes to develop, he can figure out in 3 to 4 minutes. The fear is gone, and the precision on his entries has been really high. As he put it, there's really no reason for my execution not to be spot on, as I can see the move. In this case, the FOMO was a signal of a legitimate risk of missing out, because Carlos couldn't get a good sense of where the market was within his range to time his entries properly. FOMO was correct, but it wasn't an emotional problem. The fear was highlighting a gap in his execution. Perhaps your FOMO is signaling an opportunity for you to improve your execution. Even if, like Carlos, you don't formally go through each step of the mental hand history, you can still use it to work on the technical side of your map. Many of my clients have done this. Start with FOMO as the problem in step 1, and try to work through the technical side to see what you come up with. And if it's not highlighting a technical problem, work through the emotional side by using the system to identify the root cause and then devise a correction. Fear of losing. The threat of losing is always there. Given that you work in an insanely competitive environment, losing at times is inevitable. This is obvious, and yet you fear it. You don't even have to have a losing trade that day to feel the fear. It lurks in the background because every trade has the possibility of loss. The fear of loss forces you to make decisions that you know are less than optimal. You lock up winners too soon, protecting against a pullback that would make even a winning trade feel like a loser. You add to losing positions, cutting the average price to make it easier to break even or not to lose as much. In a drawdown, your fear of loss is even greater. You pass on high-quality setups, assuming the trade will go against you. You become more protective, trade less. When you do get in, you're glued to the screen. You move your stops to protect, but that just leads to more losses. The stress is palatable and affects your sleep. As the fear gets even bigger, thoughts tumble over each other in your head. Is my edge gone? How am I going to turn it around? Am I done? What will I do? You may even get to the point where the threat of loss created so much tension and kept you on the sidelines for so long, you just can't take it anymore. The fear of losing, not any actual losses, has become so intense you snap and say, fuck it, to yourself and fire off a trade. You don't care what happens. You just want to stop feeling the fear. You've tried listening to advice that tells you to understand the realities of trading better, that losses are inevitable, and that you should accept the risk that comes with trading. You're trading money you can afford to lose, but still can't be in a calm state. That advice hasn't eased your fears because it doesn't fully capture what losing means to you. What's on the line? To begin to understand the cause of your fear of losing, start by asking yourself, what does losing or a loss represent to me? When I ask my clients this, their first response focuses on the money. But typically, as the conversation continues, it becomes clear that losing is about more than just money. The money represents something else that is also on the line. The money can represent your ability to support your family, or your aspirations to become a full-time trader and prove the doubters wrong. Losing a series of trades can make you feel like you've taken a step backwards towards accomplishing your short and long-term goals. Losing threatens your sense of competence or your status among peers. Taking sustained losses can lead you to overreact and lose control, so your fear of loss is really a fear of losing control. Money is basically how you keep score in trading, and having poorer results can cause you to lose confidence in general as a trader, or specifically in your current system and its ability to profit in the current market. Losses can feel like a waste of time. If you're not making money, what the hell are you doing? Take some time to think about what's on the line for you. Is it the utility of money? Is it your goals, confidence, discipline, status, others, or a combination of multiple factors? If you have trouble answering this, or if some ideas don't immediately come to mind, the next time you take a loss, go through this list again. Ask yourself some pointed questions. What else do you feel like you've lost? Are you afraid to tell somebody about the loss? Are you worried about your ability to make money? Are you worried you're going to make even more mistakes now? Does it feel like your progress or goals are less likely to be achieved? Traders are often surprised by how intensely they can fear losing. Identifying and accepting the full picture of what's on the line for you can normalize your reaction. But for many of you, that won't be enough to solve your fear. Instead, you'll make the classic mistake of trying to break through your fear by throwing caution out the window, and the pendulum will swing too far in the other direction. You'll become defiant in the face of fear. While that takes the feeling of fear away, you're now at risk of making different mistakes. Finding the sweet spot between fear and defiance happens automatically when you correct the flaws that contaminate your perspective on losing. Below are several performance flaws that commonly contribute to the fear of losing. Traders with particularly intense fear often have multiple flaws affecting them. Be sure to work through each one that's relevant to you. Here's an example of a mental hand history highlighting a fear of losing. 1. What's the problem? I have a need for a trade to be green right from the beginning. My heart rate jumps once I get into the trade, and it goes through the roof if it's immediately in the red. When it's moving in the wrong direction, I get nervous that it's going to get stopped out. 2. Why does the problem exist? Part of me thinks the first second of a trade represents what's going to happen in the trade. If it's green, I relax, which is stupid, but really I just want it to hit. Every loss feels like a step backward, like it's going to take me longer to hit my goals. 3. What is flawed? I can't control the outcome of every trade. If I make a good bet, that's all I can control. I'm going to lose a lot. That doesn't mean my goals are at risk. One trade tells me nothing about what the year is going to look like. That's like judging the outcome of a baseball game on the first pitch. 4. What's the correction? Stay focused on quality execution. Once I'm in, go look at a snapshot of the trade so I can evaluate the quality of it without being distracted by the chart. If I made a good bet, take the hit and look for another opportunity. 5. What logic confirms that correction? Quality execution in the short term is how I get what I want in the long run. Losses and drawdowns are part of the game. Any game for that matter. Champions don't fear losing. They do everything they can to win. Pain of losing. Losing is painful enough that you can fear the feeling of losing itself. Traders tend to be ultra competitive. While you know that it's not possible to profit from every trade, you don't like losing. Losing money never feels good. Losing sucks, and some traders reflexively try to avoid the pain of it, similar to how they would immediately, instinctively limp to avoid the pain of a badly sprained ankle. The fear of losing is essentially protection from the pain of losing, and the equivalent of limping is quickly taking profit, sizing smaller, or avoiding higher risk trades. There are better ways to reduce the pain of losing, but on some level, for people who are highly competitive, the pain will always be there. It will never feel good, and that's fine. The goal then becomes more about how to handle the pain. Since you'll never eliminate the pain of losing entirely, you must learn how to push yourself through it by realizing the pain isn't a problem. Imagine you're a professional marathon runner who just before a big race feels a sharp pain in your left foot when you run. As you wait for the doctor to give you the results of an MRI, thoughts circle in your mind about having to pull out of the race. Or worse, having an injury that requires surgery and will take months to fully heal. You get good news though. While the injury does require surgery, you won't make it worse running in this race. You just have to endure the pain. For you, losing may always be painful, but so what? It's simply a result of your competitiveness and your desire to win. Don't fall into the trap of assuming that pain equals something bad. Sometimes pain is just pain, and you have to keep going. You're like a boxer with a weak jaw who hasn't learned how to take a punch yet. Some of you may lack this toughness because you haven't experienced a lot of losing prior to trading. Maybe you were successful in high school, college, or in other jobs and got heaps of praise. Or perhaps you already had a successful career prior to trading and you weren't challenged by it in the same way. Maybe you've experienced your share of losing, but the frequency of it in trading is much greater than you've ever dealt with before. Regardless, you need to become tougher. Embrace the pain and it becomes more tolerable. You get used to the feeling and build up the strength to handle it. As you do, the fear designed to protect you from pain decreases. One practical way you can become tougher is to take 1 minute after a loss to feel the pain and talk yourself through it like your coach or mentor would. Understand what the loss means. It's likely nothing, and it's just one of many that you'll have in your career. Be clear about the need to avoid mistakes over your next several trades. Dig in and push yourself to execute your strategy. Take the hit. The pain of losing one trade is not worse than the pain you'll feel by making more mistakes to try to avoid pain. Attached to unrealized gains. Another cause of the fear of losing is being overly attached to unrealized gains. Take, for example, the following scenario. You're having the best month of your career. Positions are killing it, and you still believe there's more room for them to run. The problem is that some of your positions are still open, but you start to feel like the unrealized gains are already yours. You get ahead of yourself and can't help it. Then your P&L drops. One position goes from a massive winner to break even. Even though you're still up significantly on the month, it feels like your profits are being taken from you. Fear overrides your ability to think clearly. You overreact and panic sell to lock up profit in other positions that you know still have room to run. Believing either consciously or unconsciously that unrealized gains were yours altered your perspective and caused you to panic. If you avoid getting attached to money that isn't yours, you'll automatically remain clear-minded in the trade. The correction here is less about correcting the fear and more about identifying the reason why you get attached to money that isn't yet yours. So why do you? Does it happen as you come out of a drawdown and you're relieved to be out of it? Are you overeager to hit your goals, reach higher, and never want to take steps backward? Are you a newer trader who didn't really understand the difference between realized and unrealized profit? Whatever the reason, be on the lookout for signs that you become attached to unrealized gains. That's your opportunity to correct this type of fear. If you correct, or ideally prevent yourself from prematurely locking up that profit in your mind, you'll automatically avoid fearing a pullback in P&L. Assuming the worst. After only a handful of losses, does your mind immediately think of the worst case scenario? Being out on the street, broke, and unable to provide for your family? Do you go into a downward spiral, wondering how you'll explain blowing up your account? Are you suddenly convinced that you can't make it anymore as a trader and need to look for a new line of work? Do you assume all your positions are going to zero? In the moment, your mind is paralyzed by these swirling thoughts and you can't think clearly. These terrible potential outcomes feel inevitable. Overreactions like this are often caused by the ghosts of your past failures. For example, if at some point you busted your account, struggled to find a new job, and rebuild your finances, the pain of having gone through that can lurk in the background of your mind. At the first sign of a possible return to that hell, you freak out. There's a slippery slope in how quickly your mind can fall apart, and the severity of it differs for each trader. For some, it's so tenuous that just one above-average loss sends them reeling. Even though numerous things have to go very wrong for you to actually bust your account, accumulated emotion from the past can quickly override your ability to think clearly and makes it feel like a strong possibility. By reducing the pain of the past, you essentially close the trap door. You don't forget the past, you just stop it from haunting you. There's a difference between remembering the experience of busting your account and having that experience still carry real emotion with it. However, if you're like many traders, instead of learning from the past, you try to forget about it and keep moving forward. But you can't forget about it. Fear won't let you. You must learn from the past to lessen that fear, or your risk of failing again is higher than it needs to be. To correct this problem, write down the reasons why your past failures happened. Use that knowledge to develop a well-thought-out plan to achieve your goals this time around. Another thing to consider is whether the worst-case scenario is really that bad. Research has shown that people tend to overestimate the duration and severity that tragic events have on our happiness and quality of life. This term was coined the impact bias by Dan Gilbert, the author of Stumbling on Happiness, and his research partner Tim Wilson. This bias also applies to tragic events, like the loss of a limb or becoming paraplegic. You would think that compared to winning the lottery, losing a limb or the use of your legs would be much worse on your psyche, but you would be wrong. Their research shows that within a year of those extreme events, most people's level of happiness returned to the level it was prior. If this resonates with you, use it to reduce your estimate that what you fear is really that bad. Then when you feel your mind slipping into worst-case scenario type thinking, talk yourself through the reasons why it won't be so bad. Think productively about what you can do right now to move towards your goals. As Gilbert and Wilson say, people are consummate sense makers who transform novel, emotion-producing events into ones that seem ordinary and mundane. In other words, if the worst case were actually to happen, you'll find a way to make sense of it and move forward. Going through it won't be fun, but it also won't be that bad. You can't know what's going to happen in the future, positive or negative. However, regardless of what happens, you'll do everything you can to come out better on the other side, just like you've done in the past. It's also worth noting that catastrophe can lead to innovation and adaptation. Take, for instance, the trader who bombs out and has to temporarily take a different job. In that job, a new perspective emerges for the value of emotional stability, and discipline improves. When trading resumes, those improved skills become the catalyst for long-term success. No one predicts that the road to success will wind through disaster, but that may turn out to be what was needed. Fear of mistakes. For some traders, mistakes are an integral part of the learning process. So on one level, fearing mistakes essentially means that you fear learning. No one in their right mind would actually fear something so beneficial, but that's the point. In the moment when fear of mistakes shows up, you're not in your right mind. The way you react to the potential trade, possible exit, or missed entry indicates an error in how you view the learning process. These errors, or underlying flaws, cause you to fear mistakes. Often the fear of mistakes is subtle, because on the surface it can seem like a fear of losing, so the signs can be hard to spot. Here are a few things to keep an eye out for. Constantly wondering if your decisions are wrong. Rushing to get out of a position to end the agony of uncertainty. Treating all mistakes equally. Anything less than perfection is unacceptable. Hesitating, overthinking, and second-guessing many of your decisions. Trying to prevent all mistakes by learning everything you can and working as hard as possible. Quitting after one mistake. Doing anything to avoid judgment or looking stupid. Not closing out a trade when you should to avoid a mistake. At its simplest, fear is all about anticipation. In general, nervousness, anxiety, and fear can build in anticipation of the trading day, at particular times of day, or when you sense a trade opportunity emerging. But the anticipation of a mistake is particularly challenging from a performance standpoint because it affects your execution and makes what you fear, a mistake, more likely. It could only be momentary, maybe showing up as hesitation or second-guessing, but that's enough to compromise your execution. In that moment, you may not even be aware that your nerves are jacked up because you fear a mistake. But when you dig into why you're hesitating, second-guessing, or not trusting your gut, you'll find evidence that the fear of a mistake is there. Every decision carries the possibility of a mistake, but that doesn't mean that every decision causes you to fear a mistake. Look for clues that indicate underlying fear. Perhaps a particular type of setup or trade is problematic for you. Maybe you're more mistake-prone in a drawdown when feeling financial pressure, or you're more likely to slip up after deciding to size up. It could also be linked to timing, such as earnings season or breaking news. For some traders, it has to do with the time of day, like periods when they get bored or distracted. Or it could be a bigger indication of a weak point in your trading strategy, where, for example, you're struggling to trade the open or close. Your job is to identify and understand the situations where experiencing fear is more likely. That may lead you to uncover tactical reasons for why you tend to make mistakes, meaning that the fear was a signal for that weakness in your strategy, system, or execution. You'll likely also find performance flaws that cause you to unnecessarily fear a mistake. In the absence of something tactically wrong, your fear may seem illogical, but the intense pressure to avoid mistakes isn't created in a single instance. It has grown larger as you reflected on and evaluated your mistakes in a faulty way. Once you identify the flaws, you have a chance to change the anticipation back to normal. Usually that takes steadily chipping away at the anticipation of a mistake. As it gets smaller and smaller, the overthinking, hesitation, and second-guessing are removed, and you can get back to seamless execution. What are the faulty ways in which you're evaluating past performance that creates this fear? Since the mistakes are intertwined with learning, all of the following flaws are in some way related to that topic. Expecting perfection. Believing mistakes should never happen is another way of saying you expect perfection. There's a big difference between the desire for perfection that spurs peak-level trading and the expectation of perfection. When you expect perfection, the pressure to avoid mistakes can be such a burden that it keeps you on the sidelines and ironically still causes mistakes, just a different sort. For example, until you feel like you have enough knowledge or a tight enough strategy where you are certain to avoid mistakes, you won't trade a new symbol or get into a new market sector. Being slow costs you opportunity. Plus, the fear becomes self-reinforcing. Sometimes you simply can't learn enough from the sidelines. You have to experience the market with skin in the game. But before diving in, you try preventing mistakes by learning everything you can. This may seem like an ideal way to start, but if you expect perfection, all that knowledge can jam up your decision-making process. You're likely to overthink or second-guess your strategy and hesitate. That spikes your anxiety. You have to get it right, but your brain isn't working. So back to the sidelines you go to learn more and button up your strategy, and the cycle repeats. Expecting perfection also removes your sense of the range and severity of mistakes. You treat them all as equally bad. This gives you no room to move. The pressure to get it right is incredibly high, because even the smallest missteps are feared as much as the big ones. While it makes sense to expect to avoid basic mistakes, when you consider even a slight misstep to be on par with a big mistake, trading feels like walking a tightrope where you can easily fall to your death. Perhaps your expectation of perfection isn't that black and white. You understand that mistakes can happen, but you expect to never make the same mistake twice. Consequently, when it happens again, it's shocking. You weren't expecting it. Questions swirl around in your mind. How can this happen? How could I have been so stupid? What more can I possibly do? You do more work to try and trade better, but you still make the same mistake. Your performance feels out of control and fear multiplies. When you make a mistake, your job is to correct it so that you don't make it again. But traders can expect a mistake to be corrected just by being aware of what they did wrong. Sometimes mistakes are more complex, and without doing some real work to understand the cause, they keep happening again and again and again. To begin making progress here, let's look closer at what expectations imply. An expectation is another word for guarantee. I'm not making a linguistic choice here. This is an important distinction. By saying, I expect myself to be perfect, you are basically saying that perfection will happen. While you expect perfection, the reality is that you truly can only expect or guarantee your worst. While that may sound pathetic, it's still true. Earlier in the book, I outlined the idea of having an A, B, and C game, and mapping yours. The only guarantee is your C game, because the skills present at that level, for better or worse, have been mastered. They show up easily and automatically. Your A and B game, on the other hand, are earned through your study and backtesting, efforts to be in prime physical, mental, and emotional condition, hours collaborating with other traders, and other work you do to become a better trader. Collectively, they power your ability to escape your C game each day. And from that perspective, when missteps occur, you must become the detective, examine with curiosity the reasons why you fell short, and find a way to improve. As the inchworm concept shows us, perfection is a moving target that will never be attained consistently. Aspire to perfection, don't expect it. Mistakes are inevitable. The goal is to learn from them faster. I'm also not implying that you should lower your expectations. That's not the correction. Instead, transform your expectations into aspirations or goals. When you aim towards perfection rather than expecting it, you automatically treat mistakes in the correct way, as essential for growth. You expect mistakes to be part of the process, and your goal is to correct them as quickly as possible. Beaten dog syndrome. A fear of mistakes can develop from a long period of being intensely self-critical. Fear is not the starting point of this problem. Rather, self-criticism inflicts sustained pain, and over time you develop fear as a way to avoid it. This is akin to a dog that's regularly beaten by its owner. In that scenario, you'll see the dog become fearful when its owner enters the room. The dog is on edge and nervous that any wrong move may provoke being hit. If you have harsh and negative reactions to mistakes, you're essentially cowering from your self-inflicted beatings. While you may not view self-criticism as a problem, at some point the fear of it emerged. The solution to beaten dog syndrome doesn't begin by trying to correct your fear. The fear comes from a reasonable desire to avoid self-criticism. Your task is to get to the source of the criticism and correct it. Self-criticism that's strong enough to inflict pain is typically a form of anger. Think of your tone when you provide feedback. Could it be described as harsh, punishing, or cruel? If so, anger is the emotion behind it. Start with the next chapter about anger and correct your self-criticism. You may find the section, Glorifying Self-Criticism, particularly helpful, as many of you with this problem at one point thought self-criticism was necessary to achieve your goals. Then once you've started to make progress, be patient with the process of removing your fear. If you take a beaten dog away from its owner and put it in the most loving, warm home imaginable, the dog doesn't instantly become happy-go-lucky. The dog needs to learn that the new owner won't cause him pain. In the same way, you need to learn how to react differently to your mistakes before the fear can go away. After getting a strong handle on the self-criticism side of the problem, you're in a position to break through the fear. But unlike the dog, you can't just replace your inner critic, the owner. Breaking through the fear is a twofold process. First, after making a mistake, you must work to decrease your anger. Second, assuming your anger level was lower, pay extra attention to that progress and push yourself to trust that you can handle the next mistake better. If you're organized and focused, you can create a cycle that can rapidly build trust. To be clear, you're not excusing mistakes or trying to feel good about them, but the way you handle mistakes determines the speed in which you learn from them. Reducing self-criticism and handling mistakes better is a matter of efficiency. The more self-criticism and fear that exists around the mistakes, the more likely your learning process slows or stops completely, and you continue to make mistakes. Ultimately, you want to handle your mistakes better, so you can correct them faster. Here's an example of a mental hand history highlighting a fear of criticism. 1. What's the problem? Mistakes cause anxiety and fear. When I see another opportunity, I doubt that I'm right. And even if I get in, my sizing is a lot smaller. I'm on edge and hesitant until I get a win. 2. Why does the problem exist? It's natural to be critical of mistakes. In school, I grew up with the threat of criticism, and now I do the same thing to myself. 3. What is flawed? It's not working. It's a misguided attempt to get me to do better. Sure, I'm motivated to fix my mistakes, but they keep happening, and way more than they should. It's not helping me to consistently execute. The cycle doesn't stop, and it's a messy way of trying to get better. Of course I can do better, but if I continue to thrash myself for every misstep, I'm making things a lot worse. 4. What's the correction? Self-criticism didn't help me to reach my potential. I was poorly trained. I don't know yet how I should be talking to myself when I mess up, but I'm going to figure it out. 5. What logic confirms that correction? Realizing how much I was caught in a never-ending cycle has motivated me to fix the bigger mistake, self-criticism. I'm sure there will be ups and downs, but there's no way I'm going back. Weak process. Another reason a mistake can cause fear is having weak points in your process. For example, in making decisions, developing your competence as a trader, or adapting your strategy to the changes in the market. Uncertainty is amplified by these holes, even more so when you have poor discipline in your work ethic. You need to make improvements, but in the back of your mind, you know that you're not doing everything you could be. Either way, you can sense something is off, and go into the day worried you're going to screw up. There's a lot of hesitation, and you don't pull the trigger as easily in setups that have been standard. You're quick to lock up profit and feel uneasy even after profitable days. In Chapter 4, we saw that prior to coaching, Alex, the options trader from Germany, was underperforming on big trades, yet he would have never thought that anything about his process was weak. While it was obvious to him that his mental game needed work, after our first session he uncovered several small process imperfections that culminated in his inability to fully capitalize on big opportunities. 4 to 5 times per year, Alex identified trades where he had high confidence that he should be making a large bet, but the fear of being wrong prevented him from doing it. He was paralyzed by thoughts like, what if I lose a big chunk? I don't want to lose that much. What if I'm wrong? I don't want to crash like that. He would pay more attention to business news and soliciting opinions from other traders, even when he knew it didn't help. These trades set up over days, and his mind went into overdrive, overweighting the risk of danger and discounting the value of being right. With 20% of his trades driving 80% of his profits, Alex knew that individual trades could have a huge impact, but he couldn't size these trades at a level commensurate with the opportunity. In our first session, we found the first piece of the problem. To Alex, the fear of being wrong in these spots meant that his edge had disappeared. Under normal circumstances, he could easily explain his core competency in 60 seconds. But if asked to do that while feeling the pressure of a big trade opportunity, his head would go fuzzy, and he wouldn't be able to articulate his skill set clearly and succinctly. This was the first gap in his process, and I encouraged him to spend time thinking about his strategy, accomplishments, and capability as a trader, so he could clearly explain why he would be right when he would spot these potential home runs. The exercise was easy to do, and writing down the numerous ideas flying around in his head added clarity to what constitutes his edge. Consolidating his knowledge like this created certainty around what he was doing, which automatically shielded him from anxiety. The clarity he gained from the exercise gave him the idea to experiment with cutting off all external sources of information. The first few days were weird, but then he noticed a big increase in his mental capacity. He was able to focus longer and didn't drift off. This second improvement in his process quickly led to a third. The absence of external information forced him to focus exclusively on his own opinions and intuition. The latter allowed him to increase his competency around his intuition, so he could tell the difference between it and the voices of doubt that held him back. He described intuition as a moment when several puzzle pieces come together. He knows what will happen next and just needs to wait for the signal. This experience is in stark contrast to fear, which included overthinking and doubtful questioning, as well as a very physical reaction, tightness in his chest and a knot in his stomach. Having these points written out, side by side, allowed him to see the difference in real time and act accordingly. These 3 improvements to his process, especially the last one, proved to be the keys to getting him over the hurdle. While a huge opportunity didn't come up during our sessions, I checked back in with him, and here's what he had to say. It was eye-opening. I realized what was happening and laid back for a few weeks to wait for the right conditions. Then when the time was right, I traded with no hesitation. I saw the moment. Everyone was on one side of the boat, and I knew the piece that would make it flip. I had already planned it out for the trade size, and it was on my sheet. The what, why, and depending on conditions, what percentage I would put in. When the time came, I just did it. Not only is Alex sizing larger, he's letting it run longer. Before, he estimated that he was capturing around a third of the potential profit, which was a big trigger for greed. Now the exits are planned. He scales 2/3 out at the juiciest point, and the last third is what he calls the let it ride part, where he assumes break even at worst. At Alex's level, given the demands for precision, these small weaknesses in his process proved to be a much bigger problem than he had realized. They were also an appropriate signal of fear. When gaps exist in your process, you'd have to be overconfident to not feel fear, not an ideal correction. Instead, understand that this fear signal is pointing to the need to improve some aspect of your process. Assumption of a mistake. A lack of complete control is the only real certainty in the market, right? But some traders artificially remove that certainty by assuming variance doesn't impact their results. They believe each loss or failure to profit as much as expected means they made a mistake. Intraday, that assumption triggers the tension, nerves, and stress that normally follow an actual mistake, causing you to make real mistakes, like getting a worse price because of hesitation or sizing too small in a juicy spot. By not accounting for the role of variance, you're basically overestimating your control. You're taking too much responsibility for your results. While I would rather you err on that side of the coin versus blindly blaming variance, it's still a flaw that causes unnecessary mistakes. This pattern of overestimating your control usually starts with big wins. You had some trades where you got in and out at the perfect time and made the maximum on the trade. At that time, two things happened. 1, you didn't consider positive variance, and whether you realized it or not, assumed the outside results were due solely to your skill as a trader. 2, you started to believe that you should get the maximum profit from every trade, or at least think it should happen more often. Now, when you make less than the maximum, you see it as you're having made a mistake, even if you made a decent profit. It may not be that black and white, but the more this happens, the more you start to hesitate and second guess your entries and exits, risk calculations, or other inputs, because you don't want to make a mistake like that again. This desire for complete control creates a binary way of coding performance, correct or incorrect. And let's be real, this game isn't that simple. There's a lot that's out of your hands and out of your control. But there are ways of gaining more control, and one way is to change the way you code mistakes. The following chart, introduced in Chapter 1, is a great alternative to that binary coding because it describes 3 categories of mistakes. C game, obvious mistakes. Cause, mental or emotional flaws caused your emotions to be too intense or your energy too low. B game, marginal mistakes. Cause, a blend of weakness in your tactical decision-making and mental or emotional flaws. A game, learning mistakes. Cause, unavoidable weaknesses in your tactical decision-making. As a reminder, A game mistakes are caused by something technical. For example, knowledge you haven't yet gained, or a recent change in the market you haven't yet identified. These are learning mistakes that couldn't have been prevented and are an inherent part of the learning process. In your B game, you have some emotional chaos holding you back from your A game, but not enough to fall back into your C game. And there's some degree of tactical error, something that you need to learn but may not be super obvious. The errors found in your C game, however, are so obvious there's nothing for you to learn tactically. Instead, mental and emotional flaws cause these mistakes. To fix this problem, you need to train yourself to identify and categorize your mistakes this way. Using this chart reduces the likelihood of assuming you made a mistake when you haven't. If you haven't already completed an A to C game analysis, write down all of the obvious mistakes and all of the marginal, slightly less bad mistakes you tend to make. If you can identify recent learning mistakes as well, great. If not, leave it blank. Then next time you think you've made a mistake, see where it fits on your list. If it doesn't fit as marginal or obvious, take some time to consider if the loss was a result of something that you didn't understand, or something new that would enhance your current ability. If so, it's likely a learning mistake, and fearing that kind of a mistake is the mark of someone who's afraid of learning. Obvious mistakes. The fear of an obvious mistake is exactly what it sounds like. You fear that you'll make mistakes that are so obviously wrong, it's inconceivable how they could happen. Even more vexing are the times when you know what you're doing is wrong, and yet you still do it. The shock and disbelief that you can't stop yourself from making mistakes that you know are wrong causes considerable apprehension and tension. You start the day already on edge, worried that if one thing goes against you, you're going to rapidly lose control and make some big mistakes. Even working hard to prevent these types of mistakes doesn't ease the fear. You don't want your efforts to be wasted and end up right back where you started, with no progress and just more fear. Your fear of an obvious mistake is appropriate because your ability to stop it from happening is low. But often traders are hyper-focused on the actual mistakes and not the cause of them. As I discussed in the previous section, obvious mistakes are the consequence of being so emotionally compromised you don't have a chance of stopping it. However, traders often fail to account for the mental and emotional factors that cause the mistake, especially with mistakes that are more obvious or basic. When they do make an obvious mistake, they don't work on it because they already believe they have the necessary knowledge to avoid that mistake. They write it off as a fluke or assume that the mistakes are easy to fix. To improve, you must understand these mistakes aren't an indictment of your trading prowess. Instead, put a spotlight on the mental and emotional problems causing you to make these obvious mistakes. For example, it could be greed, fear of losing, anger, loss of confidence, or overconfidence. These are the problems forcing you to make an obvious mistake in the first place. Then you develop a fear of obvious mistakes in response to being unable to stop them from happening. Fix the real problem, and you'll stop making obvious mistakes, and your fear will eventually go away. To speed up the process, do two things at once. Develop a strategy to fix the cause of your obvious mistakes, and rebuild trust in your performance so your fear can subside. Early on, you may still be on edge that these mistakes will happen. That's logical. The risk is still high. It's still a tenuous time. As you improve, you'll know when and why they happen and how to stop them in real time, and the chance of making an obvious mistake will be low. Fear of failure. Success and failure can be binary. There's only one team that wins the Super Bowl. Only one golfer wins the Masters. From that perspective, the sports world is mostly filled with failure, and that's the nature of competition. How you interpret failure, however, makes all the difference to what happens next. No competitor strives for failure, but the elite recognize the essential role that it has in their pursuit of greatness. Failure highlights weakness, both technical and mental. It can make you realize how badly you want to succeed, amplifying your motivation to invest more time and effort into further building your skills. Michael Jordan lost in the playoffs 6 straight years to start his career. Those failures drove him. They didn't stop him. He used what he learned to eventually break through and win 6 NBA championships. Those who strive to reach their highest levels don't shy away from failure. They embrace its role in helping them to be better and to level up. While success in trading can be less binary and more fluid than sports championships, having the right mentality about failure is no less valuable, even when rebuilding your capital or reputation. But if you fear failure, there must be a flaw in the way you interpret the meaning of failure. Whether or not you've actually failed in the past is irrelevant. The problem is how you view it. Failure means different things to every trader. For some, failure simply means failing to hit their target. For others, failure defines them. The fear of failure is not necessarily a bad thing. It can be an incredible motivator to work hard and do everything you can to succeed. And it can also get reckless traders to properly manage risk. But for some of you, the drive to avoid failure strains the mind and causes it to break down. The idea of failing looms so large that you overthink decisions, only trade when you feel perfect, make excuses for undersized bets, and obsess over losses and missed opportunities. You might freeze while a position is crashing, only thinking about damage control and how not to do something stupid. Or worse, you panic sell for a loss, only to see it retrace to your target. For traders with this problem, the tragic irony is that the pressure to avoid failing makes failure more likely. Since this fear is so common within trading and performance in general, there's a lot of existing recommendations written about this problem. You've all heard advice such as, seek small wins, embrace failure, failing is what teaches us to win, and learn from it and move on. These are accurate and logical. Nevertheless, they're not wholly helpful if there's an underlying and unidentified flaw behind your fear of failing. The following are the most common of such flaws, which, as we've seen, must be unpacked if you're going to conquer them. High expectations. The nature of high expectations suggests that they're difficult to achieve, so over the years you've consistently fallen short. Failing casts doubt on your ability to perform up to your own standard, and eventually can turn into fear. The flaw here isn't that you aim too high. Aspire as big as your imagination can take you. The flaw is that you expected to reach your highest goals. Aspiration implies a process is required to get there, even if you don't fully understand all the steps you'll take yet. Expectations don't care about the process. They demand the outcome without question. Let's say you aspire to be the #1 trader in your firm and set milestones, seek feedback and collaboration, review all your trades, and perfect your execution, all in pursuit of that outcome. You work the process every day and are relentless about finding ways to improve. From that perspective, if you fail, it sucks, but you'll learn, and the lessons will be used to chase your goal next year. If, on the other hand, you expect this outcome to happen, regardless of how hard you work or the market conditions, you'll be downright shocked and view your entire process as a waste. Over time, if this or other failures keep occurring, a fear that you'll fail can develop and compromise the pursuit of your aspirations. While high expectations are often used for motivation, they can also cause self-inflicted damage. This was a problem for Vlad, a trader and owner of a firm in South Africa that applies algorithmic trading systems to their own portfolios. The systems work well and are extremely effective on their own. Where Vlad struggled was to identify the right moments for human intervention. Too often he meddled with the system at the wrong time. He was allowing his bias of market movement to supplant the system, and there was quantitative proof for the cost of not allowing it to run. To gain clarity on why these mistakes would occur, he took the fear profile and created a spreadsheet to track his emotions. As a systems guy, he liked being able to make his emotions more quantifiable and measurable. This allowed him to visually see where each mistake was happening in real time, flag the error, and then dig into it using the mental hand history after market hours. He also tracked his daily routine and how poor sleep or outside emotions affected his emotions in trading and vice versa. What he found included a continual desire to prove that he was right. Prior to our sessions, he went through a period of tremendous anxiety. He was always picturing worst-case scenarios, where everyone redeemed their capital and the company lost all its money and blew up. He couldn't sleep, and when he did, he dreamed of trading. He described it as having no off button. He was in a terrible mood, continually staring at screens, fearing negative outcomes. While his emotional state had improved significantly by the time he and I started, he had yet to find the root cause of the problem. Fortunately, in the process of completing this mental hand history, we discovered it. 1. What's the problem? My overarching fear is losing value and relevance with investors. At what point do my investors say, "No, thank you"? It's no longer an input-output game where I can look objectively at the results and know that my system is profitable long-term, and it turns into an emotional thing because of what people say. I can't lose this amount of money because my clients are shitting themselves, and this feeds into a fear of losing value. 2. Why does the problem exist? If I looked at the steps I've taken in my life, it makes no sense, because objectively I haven't failed. However, I have failed at meeting my expectations of being a millionaire by 25. I truly believe that I'll achieve what I want in the long term, but there's an inherent fear of slipping off the path. I don't think I'm a failure, but the slight chance of failure scares the shit out of me. 3. What is flawed? My expectations of myself are just too high. I truly believe that I'll achieve what I want in the long term, but expecting to attain those outcomes within arbitrary timeframes has added an unnecessary burden. 4. What's the correction? To be much clearer on the value that I provide, I'm great at mitigating the downside risk, creating and deploying new systems, and growing the company as good CEOs need to do. 5. What logic confirms that correction? My expectations were blinding my perspective of my value as I overweighted my focus on results to the detriment of developing my expertise, value, and contribution to the growth of the firm. By looking at the root of his emotional reactions in a logical, structured way, Vlad was able to stop himself from interfering when he shouldn't. He was also able to take what he was learning about his emotions and restructure his role in the company in a more beneficial way. When he fully understood that he was, as a person, risk-averse and overly reactive to the emotions and expectations of others, he changed his approach to work. He stepped back from company processes like marketing, where he was too heavily involved in controlling and chose to trust his people to run with it. As he said, it was like diversifying a model. I stepped out to focus on running my company, and it allowed them to perform better. Letting go and just focusing on my own primary output relieved a lot of my anxiety. Of course, there are no miracles, just hard work. Sure, he still has some control issues, but now he can sleep. The quality of his life is greatly improved, and so has his ability to focus at work, now that he's not diluting brain power by trying to control everything. In addition to the specific steps that Vlad took, here are some steps that you can take to round out the negative side of high expectations. First, you need to turn your expectations into aspirations, as I mentioned in the fear of mistakes section about expecting perfection. That allows you to keep your motivation high by attaching to large aspirations without the pressure caused by expectations. You also learn from mistakes faster because you accept and embrace them as part of the process. Converting to this perspective, however, isn't enough. The fear of failure is created in part because of the reverberations of past failures. To correct that accumulated emotion, you need to go back into your trading history, and possibly your personal history, to examine your past failures. This process can help you do that. Step 1. List all the things that you would consider to be failures, both within trading and outside of it. Take a look at that list and ask yourself which ones you continue to think about. Which ones pop into your mind randomly? As you think about them now, which ones still sting, where you feel the pain of the failure, perhaps even years later? Step 2. Focus on the ones that stand out the most, or currently feel the most negative, and examine why you failed. What were the mistakes you made? What did you fail to understand prior? What did you learn? How has it improved you as a trader or elsewhere? Step 3. Consider what it is about the failure that you're so hung up on, and why. Do you think about how your life would be different had this not happened? Do you have regrets about it? Have you not forgiven yourself yet for the mistakes that led to the failure? Step 4. Use the mental hand history to work through the reasons you're unable to move past this failure, and then correct the flaws embedded in those reasons. Regularly review what you've written until you get to the point where you at least feel somewhat neutral about your past failures. You might eventually get to the point where you're happy about them because of what you've learned, or how much money you end up making as a result. But the first goal is just to get to the point where it's not as negative. Undervaluing your accomplishments. You might fear failure because the pain of your failures have been amplified by paying more attention to them than your successes. This pattern is common with high expectations, where success is presumed to happen and doesn't get the attention it deserves. There's a lack of satisfaction, pride, sense of accomplishment, joy, or happiness from what you've accomplished. And when you do experience those positive emotions, they don't last that long. You quickly move on to the next target. I'm not suggesting that you must revel in your own greatness or risk becoming complacent or overconfident. There simply needs to be balance. Otherwise, you create a dynamic where failure looms larger than it should. The net result is an imbalance in your perspective created by an overdose of attention on failure. Here's what you can do to rebalance your perspective on success and failure. Write down a list of your prior successes and look for the ones that have tended to go unacknowledged or have been lesser valued. Do this steadily over a couple weeks, as it's unlikely that you'll remember them all at once. Why was this accomplishment something to value and appreciate? What made it challenging and not guaranteed to happen? What can you feel good about? Then go through the list again and understand how you succeeded. What did it take? What did you learn in the process? The goal is to treat successes and failures in the same way. Learning from failure tends to be easier because it's obvious where we fell short. But learning from success is in some ways more important, both practically and to rebuild your perspective. Regularly review what you've written to strengthen the knowledge to the point where it eventually becomes automatic for you to think about past successes from this new perspective. To be clear, this perspective emphasizes the knowledge, skills, habits, and processes that you've attained, and it forms the competencies to pursue the next goal. That will give you greater emotional clarity with your next goal and lower the fear of failing. Undervaluing your skill. You've already seen how uncertainty provides a breeding ground for fear. In some instances, that uncertainty exists because you failed to recognize your skills as a trader. Becoming more proficient at seeing your competencies can provide a base of certainty that cuts through the inherent uncertainty in trading and reduces your propensity to experience fear. You're not inventing or making up skills that aren't there. You're simply correcting the flaw in your perspective that's caused you to be unaware of them. Imagine you're standing on top of a mountain that's so high that you're above the clouds. Everything below you is obscured, so it seems like you're actually standing on a cloud. You've been there so long that you've forgotten that you're standing on a mountain. It feels like there's nothing solid beneath you, and at any minute you could slip through the clouds and free fall back to earth. But just then the cloud dissipates entirely, and you see the huge mountain beneath you. You are in fact on solid ground. The mountain is the base of knowledge that you've acquired as a trader. You've climbed to a high level. Perhaps not yet as high as you want, but that's okay. When you ignore your competencies, you feel unstable when there's no need to. You've simply lost sight of the bedrock beneath your feet, and that breeds fear. No matter how high you've climbed on your proverbial mountain, take some time to solidify what knowledge, skills, and experience has gone unrecognized, and you'll improve your ability to handle uncertainty and reduce fear. Thinking you're a failure. What does it feel like when you fail? Do the losses and lack of success hit you personally and make you feel like you're a failure? If that's true, there's a lot more on the line than just money when you sit down to trade. Trading becomes an exercise in determining how you feel about your ability as a trader. To defend against branding yourself a failure, perhaps you've unintentionally reduced the amount of time you spend researching new ideas or working on your strategy. This is one of the unnoticed ways the fear of feeling like a failure shows up, by preventing you from giving it your all. Because if you did give it your all and still failed, it would cement your fate as a failure, and that would be too much to handle. The underlying flaw here is a belief that failure is a permanent part of your character. If you fail, it defines you. You're the reason. That's who you are, and that's how you will always be. When viewed that way, you can't see the possibility of success. At best, you only see success as a temporary escape from your fate. Maybe you hadn't thought about failure this way before. Viewing failure as a character trait is subtle and not something people tend to think about. But when you dig into the fear and the threat that failing poses, you'll see that to some degree, you do view it this way. When you harbor this belief about yourself, it's impossible to embrace the value that failing provides and think about it in a productive way. If you're a failure, there's no point in thinking about it practically. To begin cracking through this fear, you need to correct the illusion that this aspect of your character is permanent. Why do you hold on to that belief so rigidly? Again, refer back to the mental hand history as the tool to organize your thoughts. Here's an example. 1. What's the problem? I'm fearful that if I size up and fail, that's it. It's as if I'm standing on a cliff and I will either fly or fall. 2. Why does the problem exist? I know that I have to size up to achieve my goals and dreams. This is a crucial stage, and if I fail, it will feel like it's final, that I can't do it. 3. What is flawed? Sizing up, although crucial to long-term success, is not crucial for my trading performance. If it doesn't work out, it isn't the end, and I have a lot more opportunities. It will not play out as a fly or fall. I don't know how it will play out yet, but I know the cliff isn't really there. 4. What's the correction? Regardless of the size, every trade is just one opportunity to exercise my advantage. Sizing up is not an absolute. Win or lose, the journey continues. 5. What logic confirms that correction? This is just the next hurdle, one of many I've already jumped, and there will be many more after it to come. If I don't clear it this time, there will be plenty more opportunities. But let's see if I can clear it now. Choking. Have you ever failed because of a dramatic breakdown in execution, aka choking like an athlete on a big stage? This is the trading equivalent of golfer Jim Furyk making a series of abnormally poor shots to blow the lead in the 2012 US Open Golf Championships with 6 holes left to play. If you've experienced this, it makes perfect sense why you'd fear failing. In big moments, have you been paralyzed, unable to think, and powerless to execute? The first time it happens, you can easily disregard it as a one-off. But then it happens again. There's no clear trigger. You don't know when it will happen, and worse, you don't know why or how to stop it. Those unknowns breed a fear that constantly lurks in the back of your mind. Perhaps this is why Furyk, despite being one of the best golfers of his generation, never won a major tournament after that, despite being in contention for several. In trading, choking is a complicated problem in that it happens in different ways and for different reasons for each person. But the commonality among them is the presence of intense emotion, most often fear, that rapidly overwhelms the mind and shuts down the ability to think. To correct it, you first need to identify the accumulated emotions central to the breakdown. They're the reasons you choke. Most often there are multiple emotions and flaws to contend with, including anger and a loss of confidence. Dissect the problem and work through each part of it. Make sure to scale down your sizing or risk to temporarily lower the amount of emotion triggered from trading. Having less emotion to contend with decreases the likelihood that you'll choke. This will give you some breathing room to correct your emotional reactions in real time. When too much accumulated emotion is triggered, you don't stand a chance. You'll just get run over, guarantee another failure, and have to contend with the chaotic aftermath. Once you've proven you can make progress at lower levels of emotion, scale back up slowly, like you're rehabbing from an injury. Eventually, choking will become a thing of the past. As we've seen in this chapter, fear wears many hats and has many underlying causes. Using the mental hand history and mapping tool will help you ferret out the roots of your fear systematically, so you can improve your mental game more effectively. These tools will be, if anything, even more important as we move into our next emotion, tilt, aka anger. Anger may show up in nearly opposite ways of fear, and the feeling itself can complicate digging into its patterns. When you're ticked off, you're less likely to feel like doing the work you need to resolve anger issues. Yet if you want long-term resolution, you're going to need to peel back the layers. We'll do just that in Chapter 6, Tilt. Chapter 6, Tilt. Anger is a bad advisor. Czech proverb. For those unfamiliar with the term tilt, it's commonly used in poker to describe a player who gets steaming mad and plays really poorly as a result. The common refrain is that they're on tilt, and there are also some great derivations, like raging monkey tilt, to describe the poker player who's not only making horrendous decisions and losing a lot of money, but is also making a spectacle of themselves. As you can imagine, there's always a line of players waiting to play against an opponent in such a state. The term tilt didn't originate in poker. It actually came from pinball, where players would literally tilt the machine to avoid losing the pinball between the flippers or to control where they wanted the ball to go. I know some traders already use the term, and I say we go ahead and make it as ubiquitous in trading as it is in poker. It's more fun and descriptive to say I tilted rather than I got angry and made some terrible decisions. After all, if you have an anger problem, you might as well have a bit of fun when talking about it. Some of you already recognize how anger impacts your performance and are acutely aware of the costs. Anger builds steadily throughout the trading day, or over successive days, until the accumulation reaches a boiling point. You become more prone to take speculative trades, hold on to winners and losers too long, or become overly aggressive. You chase losses and rush into decisions. Explosions come out of nowhere, seemingly without warning. Perhaps you tilt without realizing it. You're an internal tilter. Your seething frustration and rage lie hidden, even from yourself. Because you aren't overtly angry like other traders you see. Your tilt is much less obvious. When you're steaming, you get quieter, tenser. You're like a pressure cooker about to explode. This could be a result of your style, your personality, or the way you carry yourself. Maybe you learned to keep it to yourself. Some of you work in environments where that kind of behavior is considered unacceptable, and so you quickly learn to contain it during the trading day. Tilt can be set off in a number of ways. The frustration can be with your results, the market, or yourself. You never get angry randomly. There's always something specific that triggers it. Maybe the market turned against you and the price action is moving in the opposite of your desired direction. Or when you went to hit the bid and close out the trade, the offer disappeared. Or you're annoyed because a fund is spraying the market with their order and it's moving the market dramatically. Then in reaction to those tilt triggers, you might click too many trades out of frustration. Think, fuck the market, this is bullshit. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe my luck. Force trades trying to recoup losses and end the day positive. Deviate from your strategy instead of letting things come to you. Take a bad setup that you know is wrong. Chase the market thinking, it can't go up or down more. Believing you know better than the market. How can they buy or sell at this price level? It makes no sense. It'll go back up or down. Take trades one after another without as much thought, almost as if the floodgates open once you take one bad one. After having those reactions, you may turn to strategies such as taking deep breaths, taking breaks, quitting, going to the gym, or positive thinking. These strategies are fine for temporarily managing tilt while you work towards resolution, but they're not a permanent solution. Remember, anger is the signal, not the real problem. To eliminate it, you need to first understand the underlying flaws you're battling. The nature of tilt. Anger is not inherently a bad thing. It can be an incredible motivator to act and improve, but it can also lead to the very performance issues that drove you here. Therefore, the first key to solving your tilt problem is to understand the specific causes of your anger. Anger is produced when underlying flaws, biases, or illusions conflict with reality. Anger at a basic level is a signal of this conflict. These moments of explosion become a chance to identify the real cause of your anger. Conflicts are most obvious when they exist between two people, like debating who is the greatest athlete of all time, the pros and cons of a tax policy, or making monetary decisions with your spouse. When a conflict accelerates, there's a misunderstanding or an inability to see another perspective. If there's an additional component added, like time pressure, frustration can build and cause the conflict to become unproductive, even confrontational. However, when you reconcile your differences and resolve the conflict, the anger dissipates. Sometimes the conflict was actually helpful, and whether it got heated or not, it led to greater understanding on both sides. In trading, the conflicts that most often turn into anger are between you and the market, and you and yourself. The idea of fighting with the market will make sense to you. An internal conflict within yourself? That may have you scratching your head. Have you ever felt like you were fighting yourself? That's a pretty accurate way of describing what's happening. Essentially, you're fighting against the performance flaws that I keep talking about in this book, such as believing that you're unluckier than other traders, that you should never make a mistake, or that you know what's going to happen. Logically, you know the right way to think or react, and you use that knowledge to fight against your flaws. For example, after losing 4 trades in a row, there's one part of you that expects not to take another loss, while another part understands how absurd it is to think that way. This is an example of conflict that you have with yourself. You're fighting to prevent the flaws from causing you to overreact to a loss. There are times when you're able to win the fight and keep the beast in its cage. At other times, your conscious mind is overwhelmed by the intensity of your anger and you lose control. These conflicts, among the countless others, don't have to become heated. Tilt is not an inevitable outcome. However, when the source of a conflict is unknown or unidentified, frustration starts to build and can turn into anger. Anger becomes the signal of a real problem. Unfortunately, traders typically see anger not as a signal, but as the problem in and of itself. That triggers the tilt of tilt. Essentially, you're angry because you're angry. Being pissed off that you can't control your anger. Tilting because you took a trade that you would never take in the right state of mind. Or tilting because you have no idea how to fix your tilt problem. This secondary anger is like throwing gasoline on a bonfire. This chapter will help you use your mind to put out the fire, to diffuse the impact it has on your execution, and prevent future fires from starting. Anger can go unresolved for weeks and even years. If you've ever tilted instantly, gone from feeling calm to a bomb going off in your mind, it's because of accumulated tilt. Tilt accumulates most commonly during a prolonged drawdown, where each day gets easier and easier to tilt because the anger from the day before carries over. It's like a cup that steadily fills with water. Each day you dump water out, but some remains. That means less water is needed before it overflows. In practicality, you may blow off some steam after another bad trading day, but emotionally you aren't completely reset. You show up the next day thinking positively, but then tilt faster than the day before. That's accumulated tilt, and it can lurk in the background and rapidly compromise your execution. Common signs of tilt. In a few ways, anger shows up in the opposite way as fear. In the previous chapter, I explained that fear takes our ability to assess risk, think, decide, trust intuition, and make predictions, and turns it against us. Conversely, anger makes those abilities inaccessible. When you're gripped by fear, you're often at risk for overthinking and second-guessing. With anger, the lack of thinking leads you to fire off trades without hesitation. If you're overwhelmed by fear, risk aversion is a big problem. Tilt and you become blind to risk. When you're angry, there's a righteousness to your decisions and thoughts, and you can't see the possibility of being wrong. This is the opposite of not trusting your gut when you're fearful, where you assume your intuition is wrong and go against it. For most traders, the signs of anger are obvious after they see the external carnage around them: losses, mistakes, overreactions to colleagues, broken coffee mugs, etc. But recognizing tilt afterwards is like seeing a trade you could have taken. The opportunity is already gone. You need a clear map of your tilt so that you can spot the signals in time to avoid the blowup. Let's drill into the details of several common signs of anger to get a more detailed understanding of what happens when you're tilted. While these signs overlap and may seem similar, there are distinctions that can be helpful to more cleanly mapping the way that you tilt. Fixating. One of the hallmark characteristics of anger is your mind becoming so fixated on something that you're unable to let it go, even if it's to your own detriment. You see this most commonly when you're fixated on a specific outcome or past mistake. Fixating on an outcome is exactly what it sounds like. You know what you want, and you won't relent until you get it. On the one hand, this single-mindedness could be considered a strength, and in many other situations, such focus is a driver of your success. But when fueled by anger, it's destructive. This one-track mind forces such bad decisions that it can actually look like a lack of discipline. You know you shouldn't take another trade, but in that moment, making back your money is the only thing that matters. Another common description is tunnel vision, where you're like a lion locked into its prey, and the rest of the world is outside of your vision. Fixating on mistakes is similarly obvious. After making a mistake, you become obsessed by it, so much so that you think about it for the rest of the day. It may even eat at you for days and weeks from the back of your mind. Even an old mistake from years ago can trigger anger. You still can't believe how stupid you were. Your mind snowballs out of control trying to figure out what you did wrong. All of this affects your current ability to perceive what's happening in the market now. You know you shouldn't, but you just keep harping on it. Your mind won't let go, and that torments you more. Quick tip. Be clear on the things that your mind tends to fixate on. They become signals for you to wake up and realize that anger is putting your mind in a state of paralysis without you realizing it. When you spot that signal, have some physical action that you take, such as a deep breath or standing up, to reinforce your awareness before you start correcting the anger. Something has to change for your mind to start letting go. Risk blindness. Another common sign of anger is the inability to see risk or care about proper risk management. These are the two ways this sign can show up. Anger can blind you from seeing the risks that would be obvious in a normal state of mind. It's like you're driving a car and don't see the stop signs. You're in a blind rage, and you pass by the factors that you would normally consider, or you forget about the risk limits that you have in place. In the second way, you know the risk exists, and you may be aware of what you're doing is potentially wrong, but you're so tilted you simply don't care. There's a righteousness to your decisions, making the extra risk seem justified in the moment. You want what you want and fire away. Quick tip. While I frame the first version of this sign as though you were blind to all risk, there's still a limit. Figure out what risks you're unwilling to take. Then figure out the simplest correction that will allow you to suck less, as you learn from the inchworm concept. In the second version, if you get into a spot where you stop caring about risk, write down the common things that justify taking it. Adding that to your map will make it cleaner in the moment that you're attempting to convince yourself of something untrue. No consideration. Anger can shut down your mind so much, you don't consider the factors that you typically would when making a trade. It's more than just being blind to risk. This is about your decision-making process as a whole and how it disappears. Anger essentially removes the guardrails that normally guide your decisions and stop your impulses to, for example, get into a trade to make money now, fix a mistake, correct an injustice, or prove other people wrong. It's as if you're driving on a highway where all the lane markings and guardrails are removed, making it easy to drive into oncoming traffic. Your actions seem random, but instead they simply lack the normal consideration that typically provide a barrier to the entries and exits required for you to execute your strategy. Overthinking and second-guessing are excessive barriers caused by fear. Anger does the opposite and removes them. Quick tip. Since these barriers exist normally, write down the key factors of your decision-making process and remind yourself of them regularly, even if anger isn't present. This will help you to strengthen those guardrails in general, so when anger tries to break them down, you have a better chance to consider the trade more thoroughly. Toxic stories. When you can't get your mind to think in a balanced way about a loss, mistake, or situation, it can create a toxic story. You obsess about what happened and create a story about, for example, how stupid you are, how the market is rigged, or how the big firms are lined up against you. And you can't see it another way. Even the efforts of other people can't get you out of the negative loop your mind has found itself in. In some way, it's like the toxicity has pulled you underwater, and you don't even realize you're drowning in blame, regret, assumptions, and excuses. It's a chaotic mess. You can't think outside of yourself. You believe that you're right and convince yourself that your version is correct. Typically, these toxic stories will be repetitive, either in that you'll say the exact same thing over and over again, or a theme will repeat in different ways. Write down the stories or the things you say. Recognition is always the first step, and will allow you to come up for air when you're drowning in anger and negativity. Mapping your tilt. Despite many commonalities, every trader tilts in different ways and for different reasons. Going through the mapping process is essential for finding the indicators that anger is affecting execution. This will enable you to recognize when your anger escalates in real time. Plus, it will help you uncover the flaws causing your anger and point you to the sections in this chapter that you should focus on most. Follow the steps below to help you create an actual document that will become the map of your tilt. Step 1. Over the next few weeks, pay close attention to your pattern of anger. Examine and capture the signs that anger has become a problem, including thoughts, emotions, things you say out loud, behaviors, actions, changes to your decision-making, changes to your perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions, trading mistakes. Keep a document open on your computer or a notepad next to you while you trade, and take notes throughout the day. At the end of the trading day, review what you found and add additional details. Be as comprehensive as you can. And remember, one of the best times to better understand your tilt is immediately after tilting. The beginning of this process is best described as brainstorming. You're not going to identify all the details perfectly the first time you do it. And if this is really hard for you at the beginning, don't worry. Everyone has their own starting point. Use what you find and build on it over time. As long as you keep it on your mind, you'll continually learn more than you knew before. Progress is progress, regardless of the speed. Here are some questions to help you get started. What situations typically provoke frustration, irritation, anger, or rage? How does your body react when you're angry? For example, hands clenched, heat in your head, or smashing your mouse in a fit of rage? Can you describe the point where frustration becomes excessive and damages decision-making or execution? What specifically is going through your mind? What thoughts do you have? How is your decision-making process different? What are the earliest signs that anger has become a problem? Some of the specific signs you may experience include clicking a trade out of frustration or thinking to yourself, "Fuck the market, this is bullshit." You might find you're constantly bemoaning your luck and how you got screwed yet again. You start chasing the market because you assume it can't go down more. You might say things like, "The market is crazy. How can they buy, sell at this price? It makes no sense." Sometimes it feels like the floodgates open suddenly. You quickly double a losing position and take a trade without much thought, trying to erase earlier losses. As you identify the signs, be sure to also capture as many triggers as you can. If you need help identifying your triggers, look closely at the thoughts and things you say out loud. Remember, don't criticize what you say or think. Your thoughts are caused by a performance flaw that often directly relates to the trigger. Here are some common triggers. Getting into a position and having it immediately drop. Going to hit a bid and having the offer disappear. Losing several trades in a row. Making a mistake you know you shouldn't. Seeing that other traders made money while you were away from your desk. An unforeseen event blowing up a trade. Making a stupid mistake while you're angry, which then causes rage. Another trader questioning your trades. It feels like an attack on your intelligence. Thinking about the amount of money you should have made from a trade. Mapping your tilt is an iterative process. When you spot new details, even just slight adjustments, be sure to add them. Small details matter. They can make all the difference when progress is on the line and you have an opportunity to correct the cause of your anger. Step 2. Once you've gathered a lot of details, Organize what you found by putting them in order of severity. Rank each detail on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 characterizes a slight frustration, and 10 is what happens from intense rage. At each level, identify details that clearly distinguish it from another level. As you assign levels of severity, also split them into 2 categories: the mental and emotional side of tilt and the technical side. They sit side by side. Level 1 on the mental and emotional side corresponds to level 1 on the technical side, and so on. Be sure to base this on your personal experience of anger, not how other traders deal with it. Everyone has their own range, and if you judge yourself against someone else, you're at risk of over or underestimating what you're capable of. That in turn will make your strategy less accurate. You also don't need to have details for all 10 levels. Most traders that I work with aren't able to distinguish their pattern of tilt to that degree. Do as many as you can, and do a minimum of 3. Here are some questions to distinguish the differences in each level of anger. What triggers the initial frustration at level 1? How does it then accumulate or increase to become anger or rage? For example, maybe a standard loss causes you to pound your desk once. Then you lose again, but this one feels more unjust. You can feel the heat in your head and a strong desire to force a trade. You're able to hold back, but your mind is aggressively seeking a pattern that looks like a home run so you can double your size. You find one, fire away, get quickly stopped out, and completely lose it. What details are present when anger is still small and manageable? What details are present when it's a monster completely disrupting your execution? How is your perception of the market different when your tilt is higher? What specific trading mistakes can you avoid at level 1, but can't stop from happening at level 10? Then take the details you've categorized and put them into a map like this. Tilt level. Describe the thoughts, emotions, things you say, behaviors, and actions that highlight each level of tilt. Complete at least 3 levels. 1. Gripping the mouse tighter. Moving it like I'm searching for a trade that may not be there. Clicking my chart, not doing my analysis. Wondering, why is nothing presenting itself to me? Tension in my head. 3. Take a mediocre trade and get stopped out. If I didn't use a stop, price goes through where it should have gotten out, but I hold. Tension in my head turns into heat. 6. I increase position size, looking to quickly make back the losses. Fighting myself. You need to stop now. No, I can make this back. I fixate on just the price itself and not what the charts say. 10. Don't care, and trade all the way to a margin call, cursing at myself, smash or throw something, wanting to quit. Technical level. Describe the quality of your decision-making, perception of the market, opportunities, or current positions at each level of tilt. 1. Still able to identify great areas to take a trade, following all my indicators and charts, but considering subpar trades to get on the board for the day. 3. I look for areas that I can possibly scalp but are not in my predetermined areas that I analyze pre-market. End up taking the trade. Then take the same exact trade again or add to another losing trade. 6. Not paying attention to the bigger picture, adding more contracts and blindly enter a trade with a lot of risk. 10. Gambling and just clicking buttons. There's no decision-making process. I don't know what I'm doing or why I'm doing it. This step may seem impossible if all of your signs of tilt are extreme. If that's the case, frustration doesn't steadily build and turn into anger. Instead, you explode out of nowhere. So you may lack the recognition at this stage to see the signs before you blow up. The smaller signs are there, you just can't see them yet. Pay close attention to the buildup, especially after you explode. The clues are there if you take the time to look. However, it's also possible that you have so much accumulated tilt, you're instantly exploding, which means you'll need to do a lot more work outside of the trading day to reduce the accumulation. Step 3. Now you have a solid draft that you can use while you're trading to recognize your pattern and quickly respond with the correction. Since these patterns can take a lot of experience and training to correct, don't revise your map until you get consistent evidence that it has permanently changed. Now use what you identified in this section to focus on the specific types of anger that are most relevant to your trading. I strongly advise that you read through all of them, whether they seem applicable or not, because you may identify issues that you didn't realize you had at first glance, and you may remember additional details to add to your map. Hating to lose. No one likes to lose money. You sit down every trading day with the intent to make money. Losing it, especially when it's your own money, isn't fun to say the least. While some traders can easily accept losing as part of this game, for others, that will never happen and shouldn't be the goal. Your goal is to get to the point where it doesn't cause rage. Your goal is to change how you react to losing because it's causing you to lose more. You may have a hard time accepting losses and think to yourself, the market can't possibly go this way for much longer. You try to make it work, buy more of a losing position, trying to recoup losses and end the day positive. You know you're in bad positions, but that fact can't get you to close them. You lose more and then force trades to make up for what you've lost. Anger blinds you, and you become convinced that since they've gone down by so much that you may as well hold out until they recover. Sometimes they do, and the reckless violation of your trading strategy is rewarded, making this mistake one you're likely to repeat. At other times, the losses mount and your anger explodes into the market. You can't give up. You'll do anything to make money, or just get back to even on the day. You also may avoid trading for a few days if the losses are particularly bad. Quit for the day after getting back to even. Have a hard time relaxing at night because you feel like there's more you should be doing. Get pissed off that mounting losses have put you in a spot that you didn't expect. When the day ends or when you're able to pull yourself from the onslaught of tilt, your mind can be convinced of all the ways the losses could have been avoided. You obviously know what you should have done. That's clear as day. Sell here, not buy here. Simple. You instantly feel better about the losses, knowing what you should have done. Only this is a fool's errand. Knowing what is correct afterwards is fundamentally different to knowing what to do before. You know this, but a part of you can't help but indulge in the fantasy. While the goal is, of course, to correct tilt, to do that you need to avoid the excuses and rationalizations after losing, and instead figure out why you can't take the loss. Why specifically do you hate losing? Is it the feeling? Losing often feels terrible, can go on for a while, and even affects other aspects of your life, making you feel less successful in other areas too. Is it that you're overly competitive? Being fiercely competitive is a trait shared by many successful traders, but problems arise when your drive to win is paired with an inability to take a loss. Is it variance? Losing is a reality in any competitive environment, and that's especially true in trading, where it can be easy to underestimate how crazy the market can be at times. Variance is built into the fabric of the game, and while you'd like to be friends with it, perhaps deep down you hate it. Is it the money? Making money is ultimately how you're measured in trading. It makes sense why you'd hate losing it. You may also be worried about supporting yourself or your family, which makes losing money harder to take. Regardless of the reason you hate losing, the goal of this section is to help you lose less by correcting the anger that causes more losses. Trading is a long-term game. It's not about winning or losing each day. It's about executing the strategy that makes you money over the long term. And hating to lose, or more precisely, your reaction to losing, damages your execution and causes more losses. If you truly hate to lose this much, you certainly don't want to be the cause of it. While no one is ever going to fist pump while celebrating a lost trade or losing on the day, the following sections can help you to make peace with something that's always going to be a part of trading. Being too competitive. Trading is a fiercely competitive industry, so having an intense desire to win is more a requirement than a problem. But like a lot of things, too much can be problematic. You overreact to losses by overtrading, sizing too big, failing to properly manage risk, and jumping into unfamiliar markets to get a win or get back to even. You won't allow yourself to lose. Your competitive drive to win and achieve your goals won't allow it. Wanting to make money every day is not a problem. You're no different than the athletes driven to win every time they compete. The problem in trading is that making money is not entirely in your control in the short term. It's unrealistic to expect to profit every day. There are times when you lose money, but in retrospect, you'd make the same decisions again because you know it's profitable in the long run. Logically, you understand this, but in the moment when you lose, it's hard to see the bigger picture. Since this problem doesn't happen to every trader, why does it happen to you? To find out why you hate losing so much, it's often easier to first look at what you gain from winning besides money. Money is the scoreboard, but losing money is not the only reason why you hate losing. It's also what the money represents. Every time you trade, there's more on the line than just money. So it's worth taking the time to define what's on the line for you. Here are some examples of what might be critical to you. Your goals. Proving wrong the people who doubted you could ever make it as a trader. Ability to sustain a livelihood, pay the bills, and provide for your family. Your confidence as a trader. Social status. Praise from your peers or those you respect. Tangible results from the time, energy, and work you put into trading. Better career prospects and an opportunity to manage a larger book. The possibility of early retirement and getting out of the rat race. When you trade, you're competing to win whatever's on your list. When you lose, it's not just the money that's gone. You've also lost confidence, respect from others, progress towards your goals, or anything else on your list. You hate losing because there's so much at stake. To be clear, being competitive and having an intense desire to win is not a problem. You have goals, there's a lot on the line, and being frustrated when it doesn't go your way means you care a lot about getting what you want. Plus, you now know that low levels of frustration can fuel you to perform and work harder. That's not the problem. The problem stems from flaws that cause your competitive drive to go off the rails and turn frustration at losing into anger, hatred, or rage. To start figuring out the roots of your hatred of losing, write down a list of what's on the line for you when you trade and how you'll know you've won. For example, let's say your goal is to win praise from your peers, and you'll know that you've won when it's clear they value your trade ideas and listen to what you have to say. Defining the idea of winning respect this way is particularly important because it's easy to have money be the default metric. But around competent traders, P&L alone doesn't buy respect. Whether it's respect or another goal, simply becoming more aware of what's on the line when you trade can potentially decrease tilt for you. You automatically regain a long-term perspective on things you can't attain in one day. You accept the inherent ups and downs, and you don't feel like your social status, confidence, or progress towards your goals rise and fall with every win or loss. Reread this list at the start of every trading day, and use it as a way to frame what winning and losing looks like for the day beyond money. Set your mind to see the results from this new perspective. It's so easy to get caught up in the old way. It's not like you can just instantly contain your competitiveness. Next, increase your focus on winning the non-monetary victories, such as improving your execution, focus, and ability to adapt and find new opportunities. Make improvement in these areas tangible and measurable. For example, clearly define the levels of your focus, much like you did in the mapping your tilt section. Rate yourself daily or multiple times per day. Set goals for duration or average quality. Rate your trading execution or any other qualitative factors in a similar way. The key is taking time to define the measuring stick, get a baseline, and track progress. This way you can see when you've taken steps forward, especially on days you lose money. Without going through these steps, losses can easily overshadow a day of progress and make you feel like you're taking steps backward when that may not be accurate. The difficulty with this is that you're at risk of being biased and inaccurate. Don't worry, getting perfect measurements is not the point. The goal is to expand the way you define winning in the short term and focus your competitiveness on the action that help you to make money. Trying to win in qualitative ways like this will never replace the priority of winning money. But you're reading this section because your competitiveness is out of control. It causes you to lose more. You can't control whether you win or lose money day to day, but you can control your execution, focus, and improvement. Be competitive towards all the right things. Lastly, this section might fundamentally change how you handle losing in general, not just in trading. Have you hated losing for as long as you can remember? Are there stories that friends and family tell of your absurd overreactions as a kid? If so, then you're retraining habits that are decades old and will take a lot of repetition to correct. You may also be fighting against tilt that has accumulated from some significant losses you've taken over the years. To accelerate the resolution of old accumulated emotion, try using the mental hand history on specific memories where you can still feel your reaction to a loss, even though it occurred years ago. Losing hurts more than winning feels good. When you enter a trade, you not only risk capital, you put your emotional state on the line. Losing hurts, and for many of you, it hurts more than winning feels good. This is a phenomenon first conceptualized by the founding fathers of behavioral economics, Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, called prospect theory. You may know Kahneman from his popular book, Thinking Fast and Slow. Prospect theory identified a pattern of decision-making that showed the value derived from winning and losing money doesn't come only from the monetary amount. People value avoiding the pain of losing, and they will, for example, make decisions with lower expected value to avoid it. That includes making risky bets when already down money on the day, week, or month in order to get out of the hole. It also includes choosing guaranteed profit instead of an option that carries a small risk of loss and a high probability to make much more than the guarantee. Losing hurts for all the reasons mentioned in this section. And for many of you, losing also hurts because the feeling of winning doesn't properly counterbalance it. Winning is more of an escape from the torture of losing, rather than something that generates positive emotion on its own. For you, there are more reasons to feel bad about losing than to feel good about winning. Consequently, losing looms larger. You anticipate losses will hit harder, and you make risky or risk-averse decisions to avoid the pain. The first step in breaking this pattern is to know that prospect theory is an observation, not a law of human nature. Yes, this is a pattern that exists, but we're not talking about gravity here. If you believe you can change it, you have that opportunity. In subsequent articles that built on prospect theory, Kahneman and Tversky reinforced the idea that the pattern is based on each person's reference point, by which each of us classifies the value of winning and losing. The advice in this chapter can change your reference point. Losing doesn't have to be more painful than winning feels good. Resolve the reasons why losing hurts so much, and elevate winning so you actually derive more value from it. When you expect to make money, there isn't much reason to celebrate when you do. It's very matter of fact. You did what you were supposed to do, and you focus on making more of it. But making money the right way, through your edge in the market, deserves acknowledgement. I'm not suggesting you throw a party every time you make money. Simply recognize that you demonstrated your own competence and it paid off. Take a moment to feel good about it. You work hard and deserve to end the day with a sense of pride or satisfaction, knowing you did a good job. Tomorrow you'll have to do it again, but you'll go into the day with more confidence and motivation to continue to excel and improve as a trader. Feeling the personal value of winning can seem like a threat, which is part of what takes away the desire to acknowledge it. The assumption is that you stay hungry by starving yourself of satisfaction, but in reality, motivation remains high when you stay committed to your goals. Expecting to make money on every trade. You may think it's absurd that any trader would expect to make money on every trade or from every trading session, but it's more common than you think. Do you experience disbelief when you lose? Do you immediately find yourself doing mental gymnastics to convince yourself that it was possible to avoid the loss? Again, logically, you know that variance would never allow anyone to profit from every trade or every day. Yet as you've read many times in this book, flaws like this overpower logic. One reason this flaw survives is that traders often cling to the idea that one day they'll become so good they'll never lose. Trading does a great job of feeding this belief. When you run hot, the market seems like a printing press minting money into your account. You're elated. You imagine yourself driving a Ferrari to your beach house. Winning that much brings out dreams of how much money you'll make and what you'll do with it. It's similar to someone dreaming of what they would do after they win the lottery. If running hot causes you to have thoughts of making easy money, then you'll hate it when you inevitably lose. It destroys your dream. The resulting anger is your reaction to that fantasy colliding with reality. Although tilt from losing money is what brought you here, the solution to this problem has to include improving how you handle making money. That begins with being acutely aware of when you start getting caught up in those fantasies. In the short term, you don't have full control over whether you win or lose. There are too many factors. Your focus needs to be on executing every trade as well as you can, because that's where your control lies. If you're able to keep your emotions from running too high, you're less likely to overreact on the downside when losses inevitably occur. The less high you get when making money, the less low you fall when losing money. In general, you want to continually work towards attaching more of your emotion to what you can control in the short term and less to what you can't control. You're not becoming robotic or numb to the highs and lows, as people often think they're supposed to. Eventually, it becomes easier and easier to execute your strategy when winning or losing. You have a more balanced perspective and may eventually have some pride for performing well on a day where you lost. Conversely, when you were profitable but made mistakes, the larger account balance doesn't blind you. You remain focused on how to do better tomorrow, and you don't get swept up in the assumption that you'll make money tomorrow just because you did today. Here's a sample mental hand history tracking this problem. 1. What's the problem? If I have a losing trade, I find myself trying to find a way to make the money back quickly. This is almost like a response to a crisis. Quick action needed to make the loss go away as soon as possible. 2. Why does the problem exist? The quicker I make the money back, the quicker I'll be able to trade well again. My strategy makes money, so I can make the money back quickly by trading something else quickly. 3. What is flawed? I'm expecting all of my trades to make money because my overall strategy is profitable. Even if I'm a sniper and take only my best setups, I still won't win every trade. Allowing emotion to cloud my judgment means I take more poor trades that are unlikely to be plus EV. 4. What's the correction? My strategy will incur losses. Thinking all of my trades will be profitable is a fantasy, and expecting this sets me up to fail. 5. What logic confirms that correction? The damage done by a couple of losses is small, but the damage done by getting angry can be significant. Attached to unrealized gains. Your hatred of losing can be tied up with something that was never yours. You enter a position and get excited as you see the price racing towards your target. As much as you've been bitten in the ass before by getting ahead of yourself, emotionally you can't help but get caught up in celebrating. This unrealized profit feels like it's already yours. When the position starts to go against you, anger builds, because it feels like your money is being taken from you. Some may angrily close out the trade, only to see it reverse and ultimately reach the target. Knowing that if you had done nothing and would have hit your target can make your head explode. Other times, you double the position or force entry into another trade, looking to make up for what was lost. Not getting ahead of yourself like this is hard for athletes too, especially when there's a lot on the line. In Super Bowl 51, the Atlanta Falcons gave up a 25-point third-quarter lead to the New England Patriots and lost in overtime. Like an athlete in a game like that, you can't allow your mind to go beyond what's right in front of you. It isn't yours until it's yours. You may be able to correct this problem just by recognizing those instances where you got ahead of yourself, and by training your mind to stay focused on the job at hand. You knew you shouldn't do it, but until now, you didn't realize it was causing you to tilt. For some, this advice may be too simple. It's the equivalent of saying, just be present. If you can't control your mind from getting ahead of yourself, there's a reason for it, and you've got to figure that out. I've noticed that my clients tend to need the win and all it represents. In the section Being Too Competitive, I talk about how winning is about more than just the money. In this case, your mind attaches to unrealized gains because you need to win respect, financial security, a career month, etc. As you address the excessive competitiveness, it becomes easier to avoid getting ahead of yourself. Here's a sample mental hand history. 1. What's the problem? When I'm up around 3% in a trade, I feel like I deserve the profit in the trade because I was correct and don't want it to go back down. Once it does start to pull back, I look at the charts a lot more, and I'm almost burned out mentally from staring at them so much. It's like I'm trying to control the price to hit my target. 2. Why does this problem exist? I start to think about the utility of money. I'm up 7 months of rent, and I feel happy about when I'm up, and I don't want to lose it. 3. What's flawed? The trade hasn't hit my target yet. It's not my money yet. I'm getting too attached to unrealized profit and thinking it's already mine. 4. What's the correction? Realized profit is the only profit that matters. 5. What logic confirms that correction? It's true. Mistake tilt. Learning means making mistakes. When you aren't making mistakes, it's because you already know what's correct. Even when you understand their role in learning, however, mistakes can still be frustrating. They're costly. You have goals in trading, and it sucks when your mistakes are the reason you lost money. Being frustrated by mistakes isn't necessarily a problem. It can even be a good thing when it provides the motivation to fix them, and you actually do. What distinguishes mistake tilt as a problem is frustration so intense that it causes you to make more mistakes and have a harder time correcting them. Anger like that shuts down execution in the short term and learning in the long term. One important distinction between mistake tilt and other types of tilt is the reaction to losing. If you're a trader with mistake tilt, you have no problem losing, so long as you made a good decision. You firmly understand that losing is part of the game and don't hate it. But the combination of being wrong and losing money makes your head explode. You immediately feel stupid for being the reason you lost money and replay past mistakes in your head. Suddenly, an avalanche of past mistakes rips through your mind, along with self-critical thoughts like, how stupid can you be not to follow your own rules? You can't get past the mistake. You can't take another loss because it confirms you were wrong. So you stay in the position, maybe even add to it, doubling down on your desire to not be wrong. Other times, the mistake impacts the next trade, and now one mistake has turned into a second. You swear you'll never make that mistake again, but what happens instead? You assume the mistake will be easy to fix, so you don't actually work on it. Or you don't really understand why you keep making the wrong move there, and it happens again and again. The problem has snowballed, leading to short-term damage to your conviction for your next trade idea or hesitation in executing it. You may even abandon ideas that were quite good because your overall confidence has dropped. Part of the frustration behind mistakes is not being certain of what you're going to learn from them. You automatically assume that you just lit money on fire. But if the trading fairy made another appearance and told you that these mistakes would lead to changes or insight that would make you more money in the future, you would instantly feel different. Remember, mistakes are essential to improving as a trader. Think of it this way. If you hate mistakes, you hate improving. Mistake tilt is something you may not even realize you experience, as it's often hidden by more obvious reasons to tilt, like losing, injustice, and revenge. To help identify whether this is a problem for you, ask yourself, why do mistakes make me so angry? Here are some possible reasons. It feels like you missed a great opportunity because of your own incompetence. You erased a day's worth of work with one stupid move. There's no excuse to make such obvious mistakes at this point in your career. It feels like you've taken a step backwards in your progression. You hate what others will likely think of you. You feel like you're standing in the way of reaching your goals and becoming a great trader. Embedded within each of these statements are the common reasons why mistakes cause traders to tilt. Each reason is connected in some way to a fundamental error in their understanding of the learning process and the nature of performance. The remainder of this section breaks them down, making it easier for you to resolve them. When these errors are corrected, it not only means that mistake tilt goes away, but also that you're going to be better at fixing your trading mistakes and will become a stronger trader. By the way, if you read the fear of mistakes section in the last chapter, the themes in the rest of this section will be familiar, but still worth reviewing in the context of tilt. Expecting perfection. Perfection is out there. It can be attained, but only temporarily. The roots of mistake tilt take hold when you're at your peak and believe you've found permanent perfection, a paradise where you never make mistakes and trading is easy. Only you're forgetting it's an illusion. Perfection is a moving target that for two reasons is impossible to sustain over a large sample. Most obvious is the changing dynamics in the market force you to continually refine your strategy, and thus the definition of perfection changes. Less obvious, Inchworm shows us that it's not possible to have perfect execution for very long. As the bell curve illustrates, there's always variation in your execution. Sure, you can have those days where you're in the zone, spot on with your sense of the market and timing, and making money easily. The problem is that even though rationally you know better, part of you believes that you can have those days every day, for every trade. Deep down, you feel like you figured it out, have unlocked the mysteries of trading, and found a new standard that will allow you to print money. And now, that's the standard you expect. Reaching perfection means you have minted a new A-game. Your best has just gotten better, and your definition of perfect rises. To continue to expect perfection means continuing to be perfect while your execution improves and continues to hit new high points. In other words, you have to correctly predict and hit a target that's moving to an unknown destination. That alone is impossible to sustain, but your range has gotten wider, and that makes it even more unlikely you'll remain perfect. Progress at the front end of your inchworm hasn't been matched by improvement from the back end. Traders often expect the opposite. They think perfection eliminates the back end, but that's just not how it works. For some of you, reaching these new heights, whether in execution or profitability, doesn't even come with much satisfaction. You expected it all along, and it doesn't make sense to appreciate something that you expect to happen. Now any mistake, no matter how slight, causes tilt. You either feel neutral about trading perfectly, or you beat yourself senseless at the slightest possibility of a mistake. The best opportunity to correct this problem comes from how you handle the instances when you're at your best and doing great. When you performed at your peak, feel good about it. When you do everything right, you get that pop of adrenaline confirming how spot on you were in, for example, your understanding of the dynamics in the market and your execution. Take a look at how you got there. Reinforce the steps you've taken to get there so you can identify the next things to improve. Knowing how you achieve results strengthens your ability to achieve future results. Plus, if you eliminate weaknesses in your approach to learning and performance, such as distractions, procrastination, or mistake tilt, then you become more efficient when striving for the next peak and can get there faster. But also recognize why you can't expect those same dynamics tomorrow. Gain a more realistic view of the learning process so you can prove why perfection can't be attained all the time. Make sure to mind your inchworm, remembering that the way to take a step forward and reach your next peak is by correcting weaknesses at the back end of your range. Only when your worst has improved can you take steps towards the next peak in your performance. Rather than expect perfection, keep striving for it by continually correcting your mistakes. The perspective in this section was particularly helpful for Roderick, the trader I mentioned in Chapter 4 whose greed was the result of this kind of mistake tilt. Prior to our work together, if Roderick made even a small mistake, he would feel compelled to fix it, often losing more money to cover that mistake. He once lost $58,000 trying to fix a $4,000 mistake. He just couldn't accept it. As a trader whose strategy uses global intermarket relationships, he looks at how different markets or assets move together and affect one another. But he often had a feeling like he'd missed an opportunity, even when his plan wasn't to trade that market on that day. He'd chase and take the other side, only to get slaughtered. Roderick also puts a lot of time into research, and in particular, after days or weekends of intense work, he expected the next day would immediately produce a windfall. When he and I first spoke, we quickly identified that he was expecting to make money from every trade or every day, never miss an opportunity, make more money after putting in a lot of time strengthening his strategy. Taken together, these were signs of a larger expectation of perfection. Interestingly, Roderick's expectation of perfection also extended to his mental game. He was well aware of the mistakes that were caused by his out-of-control emotions, but deep down, he thought that he could crack the code and achieve trading perfection. It didn't make sense to work on his emotions when he believed that one day he'd figured it all out and the emotions would simply disappear. Ironically, this was how he cracked the code to the faulty logic behind his perfection. Roderick thought that he could become so good that essentially he would escape his own humanity and be perfect 100% of the time. The inchworm concept resonated with Roderick, and it was eye-opening to think that he could only truly expect his worst. Of course, that doesn't mean that's what will happen. He just has to earn his best, to aspire towards it, and then work to understand why he fell short and troubleshoot the problem. Also, the idea of improving his back end was something Roderick had never prioritized. These were the key points that got him to accept the cyclical nature of progress. Accepting this cycle finally got him to do the journaling work that he knew he should do for his trades as well as his thoughts and emotions. Journaling quickly raised his awareness and made a big difference in fighting against the rise of tilt. The anger is still there, but the severity of it is much lower. The proof of that is seen in the number of trades he takes per day, down from between 70 to 100 to just 10 to 20 now. And even when he takes a suboptimal trade, he quickly recognizes it and cuts it off, rather than allowing it to snowball. Humbled to accept that he's human, Roderick now also appreciates more of what he's accomplished in his 10 years of trading, which has taken away some of the intensity around his anger. Although during one session, this recognition also made him momentarily feel bad. He said, "I've accomplished all these things, and yet if I had learned these things earlier, I would have been even more successful. I quickly pointed out that this was the expectation of perfection once again clouding his judgment. It's a sneaky bastard. Obvious mistakes. An obvious mistake is, well, obvious, and that's the problem. This wasn't a close decision that if it happened to work out, you wouldn't be certain the trade was bad. No. This mistake is so blatantly obvious and so incredibly stupid that you can barely comprehend it. Sometimes you know in real time that you're about to make a mistake but can't stop yourself. For example, you clearly know the setup isn't right, and getting in would be forcing it, but you do it anyway. Taking a trade you know is wrong can be so incomprehensible that you're shocked and ask yourself, why would you do something you know is wrong? It doesn't make any sense. You shut it down for the day, but can't get the mistake out of your head. You can't relax, you don't sleep well, you question your ability to stop these mistakes from happening. It's deflating, and all that negativity carries over to the next trading session, making an obvious mistake more likely to happen again. On the surface, expecting yourself not to make simple errors seems completely reasonable. Why would you do something you obviously know to be wrong? There are two main reasons. One, you're already tilting but don't realize it. For some of you, mistake tilt is the first signal that you're already tilting, or that another emotion, like fear or overconfidence, has compromised your decision-making. Two, autopilot, boredom, fatigue, or another discipline issue has caused your performance level to drop. Either way, your mental and emotional functioning is compromised. The first step in correcting this problem is to change the expectation that you shouldn't make such obvious mistakes. For the rest of your trading career, the errors that occupy your C game remain possible. 3 years from now, your C game will hopefully be significantly better than it is now, and so your definition of an obvious mistake will change too. But at that point, an obvious mistake is still possible. It always is. By changing your expectation, you automatically place a higher priority on showing up prepared, with good energy, emotionally balanced, and ready to correct the mental game leaks that can lead to an obvious mistake. Second, change how you view these mistakes. The mistake is not the mistake. The real mistake is failing to see the rise in emotion or drop in intensity that made the trading error inevitable. Prioritize improving the leak that's causing your mentality to degrade. To do this, focus on recognition and mapping your pattern. You need to be able to spot the rising tide of emotion or the decline downward towards autopilot or boredom. You can't stop what you can't see. The changes to your mental and emotional states must be easily and readily recognizable. Otherwise, making an obvious mistake is your first signal of a problem. Glorifying self-criticism. When trying to reach our goals, we all have moments when we need to coach ourselves. For many of you, this internal dialogue is decidedly self-critical. Perhaps you grew up with parents, coaches, or teachers who motivated you through harshly worded feedback, and that became the voice inside your head. Or perhaps the voice is decidedly yours and has been there for as long as you can remember. Either way, you berate yourself with questions like, how could I be so stupid? Why can't I just follow my plan and do what I'm supposed to do? Or you admonish yourself by thinking, why the hell didn't you sell? When I follow my rules, I make money. When I don't, I lose money. It couldn't be simpler. If self-criticism is a problem for you, you know exactly what this voice sounds like and what it says. To a certain extent, self-criticism is a useful tool for motivation. The problem is that you believe self-criticism is necessary for your performance, growth, or ability to learn from mistakes. It's not, and it can actually slow or shut down your ability to improve. For most people, it's not an efficient tool for learning and tends to backfire. You get stuck in the spiral of negativity, self-loathing, rumination, lost sleep, and wasted time, energy, and opportunity. And strangely enough, you end up dependent on this internal anger to motivate you to do better. Before long, it becomes a self-perpetuating problem. You have to make mistakes in order to spark that drive. For example, soon after instances of reaching the zone or trading at a high level, you may get a bit cocky, lazy in your focus, or mentally flat. The lack of self-criticism causes a concurrent lack of motivation to keep improving, and you slip backwards. Eventually, you make a mistake that triggers self-criticism, and the cycle repeats. Self-criticism can motivate you, but mistakes are the currency you trade for it. Mistakes ought to be used just as feedback to learn and have nothing to do with your motivation. You don't need self-criticism. You just haven't considered motivating yourself any other way. To make this transition, use a 1-2 combo of reducing the intensity of anger or self-criticism and strengthening your commitment to your goals as a primary source of motivation. Identify and correct the source of your criticism, which often includes flaws in your approach to learning, such as the expectation of perfection or hatred of an obvious mistake. In addition, write down your short and long-term goals and why you're driven to achieve them. Review them regularly, including at the start of every trading session. Then, to keep the progress going, you must also correct those instances when overconfidence and discipline issues derail your motivation. Be sure to rectify them so you continue to improve. Then, as the cycle of self-criticism starts to unwind, it should become easier for you to be naturally motivated towards your goals. Hindsight bias. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. You're pissed off because you think you could have avoided a mistake if only you had fill in the blank. Worked harder, read about a particular piece of news, not ignored a junior trader's idea, you name it. The excuses are endless. At its core, these thoughts are driven by a desire to be better. But usually, the consideration of what lesson you learned is done in more of a fantasy or wish type of way. You assume that it was easy to see the error, when in reality, it wasn't. You don't appreciate that whenever you look back and recognize the mistake, after the trade or at the end of the day, you have more information than you did when you made the decision. After the fact, you have an informational advantage. From that position, you highlight what could have easily altered the outcome, but without really figuring out how you could have made the bet based on that information from the beginning. You shouldn't have listened to the other traders, and instead trusted your gut. You saw the massive opportunity to sell the equity market near the top in 2008, or buy Bitcoin in 2013. You lament the lost money and think about what it would mean to you today. And of course, you beat yourself up for being an idiot, saying, if I adjust. You can even have hindsight on your emotions, knowing you shouldn't have traded out of anger or impatience. Nowhere in your analysis afterwards do you think practically about what it would have taken to do in hindsight what seems easy. Since you're not proactively figuring out how you could have known better, you're not improving, so the cycle will repeat. At some point in the future, you'll say the exact same things as you're saying now about another mistake or missed opportunity. You'll look back with 20/20 vision, wishing that you had made different decisions and thinking about what a dumbass you are. To correct this problem, you must first realize that you harbor an assumption that at some point you will wake up a genius with an ability to not miss a trade or make a mistake again. You've likely never had that exact conscious thought, but the nature of your thoughts proves you're thinking along these lines at some level. After the trade, you know exactly what happened. Before it, you don't. Equating the two means you believe there's a genius inside of you that will one day emerge and know how to take those trades. Obviously, it doesn't work that way. New knowledge is built on a foundation of the old. After these missed opportunities, the questions you need to answer are along these lines. How could you have made the right trade? What steps would it have taken? What perspective were you missing? What changes to your decision-making process can you make? What improvements to your mental game are required? You need to think proactively about how to be better in the future. Otherwise, you're just wishing that you had the capability to make those trades. Always wanting to be right. Are you the type of trader who has an excuse for every mistake you make? Do you have a litany of reasons to explain why you weren't wrong, such as you were distracted, you can afford the loss, or that late entries sometimes work? These knee-jerk reactions spring to mind instantaneously to convince yourself that you were right. You always have to be right. Heck, you might even be defending yourself right now as you read this section, justifying your desire to always be right. The desire to be right is a worthwhile pursuit, but it must be balanced by an understanding that you have limits, and that being wrong is an eventuality. Ideally, you're insanely driven to be right, while accepting when you're wrong, learning from it, and adjusting. Given you're here, my bet is that you know logically you should have that balanced perspective, but you're instead driven by a desire that you can't control. The key to gaining control of these knee-jerk reactions and adopting the correct perspective is understanding what drives you to always be right. Why do you need to be right? What does it provide? Why can't you be wrong? What does being wrong mean to you? In my experience, the need to be right stems from a confidence problem. Being right is part of your identity. Being wrong is a painful hit to your confidence. You need to be right like you need food. Without it, you're starving, and it feels like you're losing a part of yourself. so you instantly defend against that happening. An excessive desire to be right was at the root of Franz's tilt problems. The trader from Chapter 2 who wants to make enough money from trading to travel the world with his wife. Unfortunately, his accumulated emotion prevented him from patiently waiting for the infrequent A-plus trades he needed. Instead, he'd force trades, and then get back into another trade as soon as possible to make up for his mistake. Due to the severity of his tilt, his mind could completely shut off. We needed to use several tactics to address Franz's problem. He started by creating a clear map of his tilt, taking notes in real time, and spending an hour after each session to review what he found in detail. That post-market routine was particularly helpful to release the accumulated tilt and uncovered a lot of details. This gave Franz greater awareness and prevented some mistakes immediately. But he was still tilting and didn't have a good sense of what he was experiencing when tilt got particularly intense. The academic researcher side of Franz took over, and he decided to video himself talking out loud throughout the session. This practical step gave him invaluable insight into his thought process while tilting. While reviewing the video from a particularly bad trading session, Franz completed a mental hand history based on what he found. That's when a breakthrough happened, and he understood the root of why he had to be right. Here's an excerpt of that mental hand history. 1. What's the problem? There are many ways to react to a loss. My way is to get back into another trade as soon as possible in order to chase a loss. I enter attack mode, in which respecting my entry criteria and basic trading rules doesn't appear as important anymore. When anger takes over, my judgment is clouded and I become impulsive. 2. Why does the problem exist? I fight back to repair the damage I've done. I want to make amends. I'm telling myself I'm urgently going to make back the money right now because I can't stand the lack of success, the failure, the inability to make my system work. I don't like when things are not working for me, despite my best efforts. I don't accept the loss. I shouldn't be losing. I can't believe I'm losing. Why is this so? If I only could have a win, just a win, I would feel better about myself again. I would stop feeling like I'm failing. I would stop feeling like a loser. Why is this not working? What can I do to make it work? 3. What is flawed? I don't accept criticism or being challenged because I think I'm always right. Trading directly challenges that and makes me feel like my sense of worth is at stake. This is huge for me to realize. I've always had unrealistic expectations about what I was capable of doing. It's as if I should have known better at all times, even in the absence of prior knowledge or any practice. 4. What's the correction? I achieved a PhD and 2 postdoctoral fellowships. I'm capable of achieving whatever goal I fix my mind on, so long as I do it the right way and with the right mentality. Trying to be right all the time is like thinking I have a superpower. Embrace the challenge that trading poses and figure out how to be right in a real way. 5. What logic confirms that correction? Being accurate about my capability is the only way I can turn my dream into a reality. You can see the mixture of anger and confidence at the heart of this issue. Franz's desire to always be right also had a personal aspect beyond trading. That discovery helped him understand why his anger became so intense, and it gave him the opportunity to address the problem in both places, effectively cross-training like an athlete. He also uncovered other factors that could influence his focus, energy, and mood that were subtly undermining his ability to execute and leading to the initial mistakes. Essentially, he was making mistakes and couldn't understand why until he looked closer. The result of all that work is that his tilt has reduced by more than 50%, and he continues to work through the process. Finally, Franz's problems didn't neatly fit into a single category. He also needed to use some of the corrections from the fear of failure section in the prior chapter, as well as to address overconfidence using advice from the upcoming chapter on confidence. If, like Franz, the desire to always be right is a problem for you, refer to the next chapter to get to the core of the problem. Find out how to expand or redefine your identity so you can adopt a more balanced perspective on being right. Injustice tilt. You've been stopped out for the umpteenth time and you're steaming mad. You can't believe how unlucky you got. Stopped out by a tick, only to see the market turn around and hit your profit target. You tilt when you think about what you should have made. The trading gods have cursed you. The market is against you. You don't deserve this, and wonder when you're going to get your fair share of luck. Logic says be patient, and eventually things will turn in your favor. But the scales of justice have gone against you, and you tilt trying to fight against them. As the name implies, Injustice Tilt is about fairness, equity, and justice. While you already know there's no fairness in trading, that doesn't stop you from having reactions like these. Saying things like, "I can't believe this is happening again, I'm just unlucky." Thinking the market is manipulated or personally out to get you. Blaming losses on bad luck. Being convinced you're doing all the right things but are always unlucky with your timing. Believing the market owes you after a few losing trades. Trading is complex, highly competitive, and chaotic. You don't operate in a courtroom, neither is it a meritocracy. You know this, and yet you still experience these strong reactions that are out of your control, where you feel like you're getting screwed and owed something. While it may seem as if the only answer is to think in terms of probabilities and not overreact to short-term results, it's clearly not that simple, or this problem would have already been solved. You may have already tried a number of cures. You've read the book Black Swan, you follow your risk management strategy, you've back-tested your system, and you have a sizable sample to prove you have edge. Intellectually and conceptually, you understand variance well. But that knowledge is simply not enough to fundamentally change how you react to bad luck. Since not every trader suffers from injustice tilt, there's obviously more to it. We have to look beyond the natural desire for fairness, which is observable even in infants, and examine the biases and flaws that skew our perspective on what's fair and what's not. Let's look at a basic example. You may feel like you're consistently unlucky in the market, and yet the fact that you're reading this book means that you're likely living in a first world country with your basic needs met and have the capital to trade. Have you factored that luck into your perspective? Likely not. And while I'm not suggesting that appreciating this good luck is the antidote to injustice tilt, failing to account for other forms of good luck in trading or elsewhere in your life means that your perspective is skewed. With injustice tilt, there's a similarly skewed perspective that needs to be uncovered. To help you find the flaws or biases causing it, answer these questions with your anger in mind, not what you know logically about fairness. Does it feel like you never get your share of the luck, or that you're always getting screwed? Does it seem as if the money you've lost is being taken from you? In what situations does bad luck really get to you? Are you jealous or resentful of other traders who you think are luckier than you? When variance is really bad, do you wish trading wasn't this way, or that you could somehow control variance? When your actions cause further losses, it's always harder to swallow. This is especially true when you lose control, despite working hard to increase the size of your edge and understand the randomness in the market and distribution of outcomes. While you have no control over luck or variance, take the time to better understand the reasons why bad variance stirs anger, and you can regain command of your execution. Believing you are unlucky. Look beyond how you think you should react to bad luck and be honest about why you get angry. Do you feel like you don't get your fair share of good luck, are cursed, or get more bad luck than you deserve? If so, you may have drawn that conclusion from a long-term research project you've been unknowingly conducting since you started trading. The problem is that your research has been compromised by bad data, and thus your conclusions are wrong. You aren't cursed. You get your share of good luck, and not as much bad luck as it seems. You're just not measuring it correctly. There are two primary errors that cause faulty coding in this way. First, you attribute your mistakes to bad luck. And second, when you have good luck, you attribute those results to skill. These errors bias the scales of trading justice to make variance seem unfair when it's not. The next two figures illustrate this point. Figure 1 represents a theoretical ideal, where your view of variance, your understanding of your skills as a trader, and your assessment of the mistakes you make are accurate. You have a balanced view of fairness. Although theoretical, some are much closer to this view than others. Practically speaking, this means understanding the inevitable outliers, knowing that even the best setups in your system can lose, and focusing more on the big picture, not just the outcome of a few trades. Filtering variance this way allows you to see it more accurately and focus on what you can control. Figure 2 highlights how the two errors I mentioned can alter your perspective on variance and cause injustice tilt. First, if your mistakes were the predominant cause of your losses, but instead you attribute it to bad luck, then some bad luck is added to the scale. Second, if your profits were more likely a result of good luck, but you believe it was solely due to your skill, then some good luck is taken off the scale. You can imagine what happens when this bias plays out repeatedly over time. Inevitably, you believe variance was unfairly against you or that you were cursed. Consistently attributing good luck to your skill or your mistakes to bad luck overweights the scale on one side, making it seem like variance is against you. Bad luck appears to happen more frequently, and you tilt believing you're getting screwed when in actuality, you're mentally screwing yourself. This pattern is further exacerbated by the fact that typically, traders remember bad luck more than good luck, especially under emotional pressure. Remembering and focusing more on bad luck creates a biased perspective for the simple reason that when you add focus to something, you learn it better. So bad luck gets more attention and thus stands out more easily in your mind. Basically, you're really skilled at spotting bad luck and terrible at spotting good luck. To make matters worse, not only does this extra focus on bad luck bias your perspective overall, but when you're under emotional pressure from a drawdown, it's all you remember. A statement such as, "I never get lucky," makes total sense when bad luck is all you see. In that moment, you truly believe that you never experience good luck, something that happens primarily because you're so bad at recognizing it. As chaotic as this problem may seem, you can change your perspective and the way you code results in your mind. Start by improving your ability to spot both positive variance and your mistakes. One idea is to track when you get lucky, in a notebook, Word document, spreadsheet, or whatever works for you. Perhaps you got in and out of a trade at the exact right time to maximize profit. Happen to be off the desk and missed a losing trade you certainly would have taken? Or missed getting stopped out by a tick or two and exiting at your target? Notice these instances and track them. Conversely, whenever you think you were unlucky, stop and evaluate if you made a mistake. At first, the objective is simply to be open to the idea that you might have made a mistake and consider whether or not that is the case. Sometimes bad luck prevents a win. Other times you made a mistake. In the short term, you'll continue to automatically react to losses by assuming you got unlucky or whatever characteristics you identified around this issue. But now, by asking a question, you're disrupting that pattern and beginning to alter the coding of your results and balance your perspective about variance. Lastly, look at your history. Go back through your trading career, perhaps even your personal or professional life outside of trading, and identify instances of good luck that at the time you thought happened more because of your skill than variance. Also look for instances when you thought you were getting screwed, but were either making mistakes or not looking for distinct points of improvement that you could have made. Correcting your bias perspective is easier when you also correct your past biases. You obviously can't change what's happened in the past, but changing how you look at the past provides a more accurate and stable view of the present. Focus more on results than quality. In an industry like trading, results are what matter most, and that will never change. This is also true in places like major professional sports, where the old adage is that no one remembers who finishes second. But in sports recently, there's been an increased emphasis on the process of attaining those results. Coaches understand that to build consistency at the top, more than just a ruthless focus on results is required. Leading coaches across a variety of sports have popularized process-oriented thinking. And within trading, Ray Dalio is an outspoken stalwart of the style. In his popular book, Principles, Dalio says, "Choose your habits well. Habit is probably the most powerful tool in your brain's toolbox." While this isn't a new concept, what may be underappreciated is the extent to which the results are all that matter perspective has to be upgraded to value the process more. Right now, your default reaction when results don't go your way is to feel like you got screwed. When you're in a stronger process or quality-oriented state of mind, you view results from a balanced perspective that can automatically handle bad luck, losses, and even your mistakes with greater ease and less anger. If you're like most traders, however, putting greater emphasis on the process is a general idea that sounds good, but you're not actively training to be more process-oriented, which means that you see this as a perspective that should just be there without any effort, not as one that actually follows a learning process like any other skill. Recognizing progress is easier when you track your progress for process-oriented goals. Daily P&L is easy to see, and your mind is already well trained to think about it. When you focus on how you're doing in these non-monetary pursuits, you train a process-oriented mentality. In your daily journaling at the end of the trading day, review your progress with process goals, such as reducing tilt, improving execution, or decreasing distractions. With the goal of reduction of tilt, You could pay attention to, for example, a general ability to review lost trades more easily without immediately tilting, reduce frequency in checking your P&L during the trading day, and a sense of accomplishment on a day where you lost money but executed your strategy well. These outcomes signal progress, both in reducing tilt and becoming more process-oriented. You get two benefits from one action. Ultimately, you must get to the point where focusing on signs of progress becomes second nature. Until then, you're still learning this new perspective, and at times you'll tilt because you're focusing too much on results. It's easy to fall back into old habits. Stay focused on training your process orientation until it's automatic. Thinking you know what will happen. Your immediate reaction when you see a position going against you is to believe losing is a foregone conclusion, and the only question is how it will happen this time. You start having thoughts like, here we go again, or really, again? You sense what's coming and are already pissed off about it before it happens. This pattern typically happens when you're already on a losing streak and have some built-up accumulated tilt. Then these predictions start popping up and create a cycle like this. You predict a loss, and when it comes true, you tell yourself, I knew that was going to happen. This subconsciously fosters the belief that you can actually make accurate predictions, exaggerating your sense of control. Part of the resulting anger from a loss is being pissed off at yourself because you knew it was going to lose, and you didn't close it immediately. Now, tilt starts to snowball. You become so angry that you'll do whatever you can to avoid the loss. Over time, the cycle perpetuates and reinforces the idea that you're cursed, which hypothetically could be true. Thus far in your trading career, you could have had more than your fair share of bad luck. Regardless, that reality doesn't say anything about what kind of luck you will have going forward. You can't know what's to come, but you think you do. And that's the root of the problem, the belief that you know what's going to happen. The mind has the ability to anticipate the future, just as the body does. When your body is moving, it's constantly making predictions so it's prepared. One example of where this prediction goes wrong is when you walk up a flight of stairs without paying attention to how many steps remain. If you anticipate a step that isn't there, you'll practically trip because your body's prediction was wrong. Whether in reference to the body or the mind, a prediction is based solely on the information available at that time. During a drawdown, your mind draws from a pool of data that's skewed towards losing, because that's what's happened recently. Naturally, your mind predicts more losses to come and tilts in anticipation. But the flip side can also occur. When you're on a great run, you assume profits will continue to come your way. For example, when you're in a trade that quickly moves towards your target, you assume it will hit your target. The idea that it would reverse doesn't cross your mind. Either way, when your predictions come to fruition, the belief that you know what's going to happen gets stronger. Then in subsequent drawdowns, tilt becomes more intense because you're even more certain that losses are coming. At the root of this problem is a belief that you can predict the future. Unless you have real psychic power, and then why are you reading this book if you do? Believing that you actually know what's going to happen is an illusion that needs to be corrected in connection to both predicted losses and profits. Make sure to closely map your positive and negative predictions for a trade, and the thoughts that confirm your predictions afterward. Seeing them in real time is the only way to correct a flaw that on the surface seems crazy to believe. Hating variance. Underlying the sense of injustice for some of you is a hatred for variance. Deep down, you know that variance is an unextractable reality in trading. You know that there are factors beyond your control, and yet, deep down, there's a part of you that wishes trading were more predictable, or wishes you had more control of your results. You hate how things can seem so unfair. You hate how profits can be eviscerated in seconds. The lack of control makes you crazy. Let's assume that you have actually had worse luck for far longer than the math says is likely. It's completely reasonable to be pissed off. But the question is whether that frustration or anger affects the quality of your performance. Traders with a hatred of variance often end up losing control of their decision-making and execution. Since you can't control variance and can only control how you respond to it, the goal is to build up more mental muscle so you can respond effectively and focus on your execution. Of course it's hard. Variance is a major reason why trading is so challenging. Assuming that's all true, and many of you already know that it is, what's the wish for more predictability really about? Wishing variance didn't exist in trading is another way of saying, I can't handle the emotion variance causes me, or I can't handle my results being out of my control, or I can't continue to execute properly when I lose in unfair ways. You can't control variance, but you can understand it better. Admittedly, you may have a real deficit in this regard, but you can understand and correct the flaws that variance exposes. Most likely, if variance didn't cause you to tilt, you'd love that it causes other traders to tilt. Jealousy. Jealousy specifically relates to luck when you believe that you aren't getting your fair share of it and are envious of those who you think are. If you think or say to another trader, "I wish I had your luck," do you actually have proof that they've had more luck? Or does it just feel that way? Think about the scales of justice from earlier in this section. When you look at other traders, you might falsely assume that they're having good luck when it's actually a result of them being more skilled than you think. You perceive their scale as overweighted to the right, lucky. Plus, you may be discounting the errors that you're making, so in your mind, your scale is overweighted to the left, unlucky, which means that you feel jealous about something that isn't real. Alternatively, maybe this trader really is luckier than you. But even if that's true, what does it mean for you? Not much. You can't control variance, and wishing you had their luck won't make it come true. In its most basic sense, focusing on the fortune of others is a distraction. Unless you're learning something from them that makes you better, you're simply wasting time. But the source of jealousy can also run deeper. Is your comparison isolated to just luck? If not, what other things do you compare yourself to others about? Your career as a whole? The amount of money they make? The position they may be in terms of title or opportunity? Injustice tilt can be a signal of larger problems, like a sense that your abilities are lacking, your career isn't stacking up to expectations, or a general confidence issue. To start making improvements on the issue of jealousy, answer the following questions. What do others have that you resent or wish you had? What would having it mean for you? What more can you be doing that you aren't already? There's always something, even if it's just being patient. What have you achieved that you haven't celebrated enough? Your answers will give you some direction, so you can focus less on the fortune of others. It's easy to say, don't focus on them, focus on yourself. But if you don't correct the reason why you're compelled to focus on someone else's good fortune, following that edict is difficult at best. Revenge trading. Revenge is common in everyday life, so it's no surprise it also exists in trading. In the market, just as in life, the long-term consequences of seeking revenge often outweigh the short-term satisfaction of achieving it. Of course, when revenge gets triggered, the likelihood that your actions will lead to losses is the last thing on your mind. You're glued to your screen and focused on every tick, driven by a relentless urge to take back what you believe is yours. It's as if you're saying to the market, "Oh no, you're not going to just screw with me and get away with it." There's no thinking, just a pure impulse to make money. Revenge is not irrational. It has a history of contributing to creating laws, unwritten codes of the street, and the unwritten rules that you define as acceptable and unacceptable in trading. So long as the outcomes of your trades follow what you expect to happen, it's all good. You're making money, and there's no reason to want revenge. As soon as you lose money, make a mistake, or get unlucky, the desire for revenge starts to rise. You try to control yourself and not make a big mistake like in the past, but you can only hold on for so long. Eventually you crack and fly off the rails. Then you wake up wondering, what the hell just happened, and how you could lose control like that. Reacting in a vengeful way is especially surprising when you're not like that in everyday life. But consider how you've reacted in previous competitive arenas in your life. Was a desire for revenge triggered by a particular opponent who always seemed to get the better of you? Were you fighting for self-respect after a loss, or trying to prove to others how good you are? Sure, you couldn't really control what they thought, but that doesn't mean you didn't try. While revenge in life is usually directed at a person, in trading, it's not like there's someone specific you can get back at. You're often fighting the whole market. Logic and reason have been overrun by the strength of your anger. As inexplicable as your actions may be, the post-blow-up self-criticism rarely solves the problem. You instead need to understand the reason you seek revenge. Revenge trading is unlike the 3 types of tilt covered earlier in this chapter, because the source is not just anger. Instead, the secret ingredient mixed into revenge trading is a confidence problem. The two seemingly explode when they come together, and that's how the intensity that characterizes revenge is created. On the anger side, look out for a hatred of losing, mistake tilt, or injustice tilt. But if you have any of those tilt issues independent of a problem with confidence, you won't seek revenge. Even if you don't think you have a confidence issue, try not to make any judgments until after you've read the next chapter. While you'll learn significantly more about confidence in the next chapter, it's important to point out that confidence is not an all or nothing proposition. You don't have it or not have it. Confidence has a number of dimensions, like pieces to a puzzle. Weakness in one small area, such as an excessive desire for respect, being overly focused on results, or maintaining the illusion of control, when mixed with anger, is enough to spark revenge. You may see this as you complete your map of tilt. For example, you may recognize that levels 1, 2, and 3 are actually related to confidence, where you become overconfident after seeing a number of positions in the green, but then anger is triggered after they appear to unjustly turn into losses. Or perhaps it's the opposite, where the lower levels are marked by anger, and a mixture of revenge and desperation, a confidence issue, come in at levels 6 through 10. Either way, to solve revenge trading, you need to understand and correct the roots of both the anger and the confidence issues. Revenge trading can be a problem even for 20-year Wall Street veterans. Joe is currently an independent trader from New York City, with years of experience trading and working at a bulge bracket investment bank before going out on his own 5 years ago. His background is heavily weighted towards options and higher periodicity trading that he managed as a rolling 20 to 60-day portfolio. On his own, however, Joe became increasingly focused on adding an intraday futures trading vertical to his existing strategies, and this change led to a lot of anger that impacted his subsequent performance. With options trading, Joe could have, for example, 30 positions open over a rolling 30-day period, and if one blew up, it wasn't a big deal, because he was managing the risk over a larger portfolio of complementary positions that tended to offset one another to differing degrees. Managing a strategic book like that had been his bread and butter for years, but now trading intraday futures on a directional basis, he was overly hung up on the outcomes of individual trades, where any single trade might be the only active position. He would mess around with trades, cutting them short of his target, and became hyper-focused on the outcome of each individual trade at the expense of the overarching process. When the market would stall out in an area in which he expected it to move swiftly through, Joe would often immediately get out before the loss got larger. Then if it ultimately went in his direction, he would think about how unlucky he was, feeling like the market, including algorithmic market makers, was out to get him or toying with him. In his mind, he would get everything right to the exact tick he wanted, and then suddenly, for example, the trade wouldn't fill, despite hitting his bid or lifting into his offer, because the market would turn right on that price. It was incredibly frustrating. Then, with residual feelings of FOMO, he'd be inclined to enter at a slightly less favorable price only to get stopped out, and then possibly forced back into the trade again when that stop appeared to be too tight. Although he was always managing risk, he still might do that 2 to 4 more times before recognizing he was on tilt and walking away. Having reactions like that made his head explode. Joe couldn't comprehend how he could think like that, when intellectually he knew that the market was never out to get a single trader and is largely indifferent to the intentions of the participants. But those types of situations still sparked a deep desire to get the next trade right. Joe also wanted to be right not for the sake of money, but because he prided himself on his skill and abilities. And when he was wrong, like when he read too much into price action and believed he could predict what was going to happen next, his confidence would take a hit. Bad predictions were a primary reason he curtailed winners, rationalizing to himself, "Oh, you're wrong again? Look at the flow going against you. You better get out of this trade before you take another full loss." Then at other times, he would book small wins just so he could feel good. Joe couldn't understand why he was screwing up. He got pissed off at himself and at the market. This mixture of injustice tilt, mistake tilt, and the need to be right, a flaw in his confidence, sparked revenge. He became impulsive and vengeful towards the market. He would overtrade, taking the same trade over and over again after he got stopped out prematurely. As he doesn't use hard stops, this gray area was the perfect rationale his revenge needed to get back in, thinking, "I'm not letting the market stop me out at the very high low of this retracement. I'm going to get this trade right." Joe was very aware of the revenge problem, and even kept detailed stats, tracking what he did and what each trade would have done if he had left it alone. Over the most recent 3-year period, he was generating an R factor of around 1.5, but it could have been 2 to 2.5 had he managed to remain more objective in his management. He was easily losing a full third of his available profit potential. Through our discussion, which is summarized in the following mental hand history, you can see how the underlying flaws cause so much chaos. 1. What's the problem? I have a lot of experience in this business, and even though I know losing is an integral part of the game, I get myopic when trading the intraday time frame. I'm just not seeing the winners and losers as a collective process, and I'm only seeing this one trade, this single outcome as a standalone occurrence. When it goes against me or something unexpected happens, I can lose my composure and interfere with the trade. 2. Why does this problem exist? I'm convinced I know exactly how the trade is going to play out, that it's going to immediately break out or reverse. But when long and I see sellers come in, for example, and it stalls, I second guess my premise and lose trust in my judgment. I feel like I should get out of the trade, even though I know it doesn't unfold the same way every time, that it's inherently unpredictable, and that I have the hard proof of that in my data. 3. What is flawed? I'm holding on to this unreasonable expectation, and I have a hard time seeing that this trade could be one of the 50% or so that unfolds in a different way. The expectation that it should work out exactly how I anticipate is overriding my ability to see the process objectively. I can become so drawn up in my reading of the order flow that I'm almost fooling myself that I can predict what's going to happen next. Plus, there's a part of me that wants to win all the time. I want to be that good. Maybe I can't get 10 out of 10, but I believe that I have the knowledge and experience to get 8 out of 10. I simply want to be that good. It's driving me to hold on to something that's unrealistic, and yet I'm reluctant to give up on that belief. Any threat to that fact, like a narrow loss, causes me to immediately attempt to prove it in the next moment. Once I'm in a trade, I'm seeking validation of that proficiency, and if I see the flow going against me, I'm doing everything in my power to predict what's going to happen next, despite knowing it's a futile task. But the very reasoning that got me into the trade, when apparently invalidated, is the same reasoning I feel like should get me out. 4. What's the correction? I can only be assured that the trade fits within my system and that it has edge over time. My goal is to have a win rate close to 60% and a 1.75 to 2.5 R factor, not an 80% win rate, which I believe is unrealistic for my style. I can be incredibly successful, but not like that, so I need to let the trades play out. 5. What logic confirms that correction? There's a thorough data set that grounds my strategy. The process has edge over time, but I'm only going to make money on roughly half my trades. Essentially, Joe was commingling daily P&L with long-term profitability, and he was equating P&L with being right. In our work together, I pushed him to become more process-oriented, and that led him to revisit a tracking idea that he had kicked around but not fully explored. Joe created a sheet with 100 boxes on it, where each box related to an individual trade. Every time he would execute his strategy correctly, he would check off one box, and wouldn't even think about the outcome until he had at least 25 in a row. Looking at these 25 completed trades at one time allowed him to more easily see them as a whole portfolio, replicating the process he had with options trading, as opposed to standalone occurrences. This made it a lot easier for him to avoid hyper-focusing on each trade, individually, in the moment, and to reframe his objectives in a more familiar light. Joe knew he had edge, and implementing such a strategy allowed him to let it work itself out over time. Laying out the trades in this way gave him the validation of success that he desired, the feeling of being a winner. And the result showed. His R factor rose to 3. Although to be fair, he noted that the market environment was different during the bulk of our coaching than previously. Yet he estimated that if the environment had remained the same, it would have likely still risen to at least his goal of 1.75 R. Joe's work isn't done. While this process-focused strategy has significantly improved his execution and removed some of his emotions, there's more emotion pinging around than is ideal. As this approach becomes more standard, he'll free up mental space to focus on correcting those incremental emotions as aggressively as he corrected his execution around revenge trading. If revenge trading is a problem for you, look closely at the trades that typically trigger the revenge. It's unlikely that every losing trade sets off this reaction. Is it the ones that are more discretionary, where you have less conviction about your strategy, or have more uncertainty about the outcome? Could it be a sign of weakness in your strategy, or technical proficiency? These questions will help you to get to the heart of the anger, as well as the weakness in your confidence. Entitlement tilt. Entitlement tilt happens when something you believe to be rightfully yours has been taken away. The act of winning is akin to possessing something. You now own it, and when losses mount, it's as if the market has robbed you. After losing the first trade you expected to win on the day, you might experience some shock or disbelief. You might even laugh, because you can hardly believe what just happened. But it's not that big of a deal. You know trading is like that. As losses pile up, however, tilt settles in and you start to lose your mind. At the root of entitlement tilt is an underlying belief that you have the right to win or deserve to win for such reasons as working harder than others, being smarter, or having a longer career. You may say to yourself, I have a great track record and do all the right things. I should be the one getting paid for my effort. Or, I've suffered more than anyone. I deserve to make a killing now. You're incredulous over the idea that you could make less in the same situation as traders with less skill, knowledge, and experience. How did you not score a massive winner when they did? It annoys the heck out of you. In your mind, the implication is that you have earned the right to have whatever it is you believe you deserve. Entitlement is a problem that you may not have realized affects you. Not only can it be subtle, who wants to admit to being entitled? Just the sound of that can be hard to swallow. But once you look more closely at why you're getting so pissed off, you may notice a sense that you deserve to win, or that losing takes away what's rightfully yours. The reality is that everyone has some weakness to work on, and it's better to be honest about yours so you can get past it. You may actually feel relieved by acknowledging this problem and no longer protecting these lies. While anger is the most common signal of entitlement, the problem is really caused by overconfidence. Overconfidence simply means that you have exaggerated or inflated beliefs about your skills or results. In other words, you believe things that aren't true. The idea that your past results, efforts, or suffering have earned you the right to make money is absurd. You know that, of course, but trading can do a good job of feeding those false beliefs. Periods where you make a lot of money not only pad your account, but your confidence as well. You dream of how much money you could make, and a small part of you feels like that money is already yours. This inflated confidence sets you up to tilt when the market takes the profits that you thought were already yours. The anger that shows up is often an attempt to preserve the false confidence. You want to believe you're that good. The question is, why do you need to believe it? To help you answer that question and get to the heart of what's causing your overconfidence, keep going to the next chapter.
End of part 1. If you like this audiobook, please like and subscribe. Thanks.